I will start the opening ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ines Miranda from BK21 Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talents, and I will be leading this opening ceremony today. I would like to thank all of the guests and scholars who are attending this event today for your interest and participation, despite the differences in time zones and the difficult situation that we have been living worldwide with the COVID-19 pandemic. So from now onwards, we will begin the opening ceremony for the 2022 International Conference on Inclusion and Coexistence in an Age of Transition. And to begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Kyunghak, Director of the Center, the BK21 Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talents, the project hosting this event, to give the opening speech. Please welcome Professor Kyunghak.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests. I am Kyunghak, Director for the BK21 Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talent, Chonnam National University. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and a warm welcome to all the participants, attendees in this conference. Today's international conference is co-organized with the Association for the Studies of Korean Abroad, the Center for Global Diaspora Study, Jeonnam National University, and the Institute of Globalization and Multicultural Studies, Hanyang University. Although the new year has come, all of the world's population is still suffering from COVID-19. As the pandemic situation extends in time, all sectors in our society are being pushed to undergo major changes. However, in this context, the marginalization and discrimination toward the social minorities is deepening and conflicts keep emerging. Today, under the major theme of inclusion and coexistence in the age of transition, we came together to look back on how social minorities, especially migrants, are living their life after the pandemic and to discuss new way of coexistence and inclusion. I hope this international conference becomes an open space in which all of us can discuss new and desirable direction for conflict resolution and reconciliation. I would like to express my gratitude to the 50 professional researchers from 10 countries who will participate in this event today. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to the organization participating in this conference and to the members who prepared this event. Finally, I hope that this international conference can help all the researchers who participated in conference to expand the academic networks and contribute to their academic achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kyunghak, for your remarks. And I think Dr. Euyryung already entered the room. So if it's possible, now Dr. Euyryung, President of the Association of for the Studies of Koreans Abroad, delivered the welcoming speech.
선생님, 저기 통역이 되는 거죠?
I'm not sure, but I will try.
예, 알겠습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 참석해 주신 여러분 환영하고 만나게 되어서 반갑습니다. 제1학회 회장 임영원입니다.
I would like to welcome all of you attendees here. I'm the president of the I'm Euyryung, the president of the Association of Studies of Koreans Abroad.
오늘 학술대회를 함께 개최할 수 있게 되어 영광으로 생각합니다.
It's an honor for us to be co-hosting this event together.
먼저 글로벌 디아스포라 김경학 연구소장님께 감사드리고
I would like to thank the director of BK21 project, Kyunghak,
함께 참석해 주신 사회과학대학장 조정민 교수님께 감사드리며
and also thank Dean Jeonbuk, Dean of the College of Social Science, Chungmin,
한양대학교 박준교 선생님께도 감사드립니다.
and Professor Park from Hanyang University. Thanks.
그리고 멀리 타국에서 발표자와 토론자로 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다.
I also would like to express my gratitude to all the attendants and all the presenters coming from different parts around the world.
코로나 시대가 아니면 만날 수 없는 귀중한 분들이라 생각합니다.
And I hope we can meet soon when there is no corona in the future.
오늘 논의되는 주제는 포용과 공존이라는 변화의 시대 포용과 공존이라는 흥미로운 주제라고 생각합니다.
I think the topic discussed today, inclusion and coexistence in an era of transition, it's a very interesting topic.
그리고 소주제들도 굉장히 흥미롭고 기대하셔도 될 것 같습니다.
Also, the different topics that will be deal with during the conference are very interesting, and I'm very excited about what this conference will bring.
이번에 다양한 발표와 논의를 통해 포용과 공존의 실태를 경험하고 더 나은 대안을 안내해 주시리라 믿습니다.
I think this conference will open a space to talk about what's future can lead in to discuss about the current situation.
마지막으로 여러분들께서 이 자리를 한 번도 떠나지 않고 영광의 자리에 끝까지 함께 해주시리라 믿습니다.
I hope that you all stay here during the whole conference and keep with us until the end.
오늘 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
I would like to thank all of the attendees today for your participation in this conference.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I wasn't expecting to translate, so I was a little bit. I'm not sure if I did properly. I hope I did. I did as much as I could. Thank you very much for your warm welcome, Professor Youngeon. And I will give the floor now to Dr. Chungmin, Dean of the College of Social Science, who will give a congratulatory speech.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chungmin, Dean of the College of Social Science at Chonnam National University. I would like to congratulate the BK21 project for hosting this international conference in collaboration with the Association for the Studies of Korean Abroad, the Center for Global Diaspora Studies, and the Institute of Globalization and Multicultural Studies. Many significant studies on different issues such as migration and gender, diaspora connections with their homeland, labor migration, and so on, will be presented and discussed today in this academic seminar. I hope this event will provide the space to discuss in depth about the situation of migrant minorities, as well as to find new directions to improve their lives. I also would like to welcome all the presenters, moderators, discussants, and participants in this conference. And sincerely thanks you all for being with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Yu, for your words. And last but not least, Dr. Christian Jeonbuk, Director of the Institute of Globalization and Multicultural Studies, will offer the final congratulatory speech. And yeah, welcome, Professor Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is my Korean name is Park Jung-gyu, but my English name is Christian Jeonbuk. And I'm the director of Institute of Globalization and Multicultural Studies at Hanyang University, ERICA, which is in Ansan. And we have been researching and working with Ansan City in collaboration and aiming to be a community-based research institute regarding migration issues and multiculturalism. So it is our pleasure, and we are greatly indebted to be part of this excellent program. And I think the theme, which is inclusion and coexistence in the age of transition, is very timely and important, because as Professor Kyunghak mentioned, that the current COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the contradiction and the structural problem faced by many migrants all over the world, especially in South Korea. So I think the conference will give us some survey of the problems, but also hopefully solutions and the responsibility or contributions of researchers in multiculturalism or migration study need to or may contribute in bringing much more inclusive and peaceful societies and world today, which is very needed, I think. So once again, thank you very much for BK Project, BK Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talents, and also this College of Social Science and other partners for making this conference reality. And I would expect and excited to hear many discussions and presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Park, for your words. And with this speech, we will finalize the opening ceremony now. And thanks to all the attendees. Soon the conference will start. Panel 1 and Panel 2 will take place from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. simultaneously. So please check the Zoom link of the meeting if you wish to enter before the panel starts. And for your reference, participants who wish to participate in Panel 1 can remain logged in to this conference room. It will be held here. I hope you all have a rewarding time today, and thank you very much. The panel will start from 10 a.m. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Professor Ka.
Ines.
Nice to see you again. The professor that was supposed to do be the chairperson for this session had a
health emergency.
Yes. So in her place, Youngeon, professor of the anthropology department and member of the BK21 Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talents, will be being the chairperson for this session.
Thank you.
So I think we can start by doing a microphone test, and I will give the floor to Professor Youngeon in this session.
Yeah. Yeah. So can you hear me? Yes. Okay. And Professor Kwa? Yes. Yep. I don't see you though. Oh, okay. Let me check. And yes. Oh. Okay. Yes, I can see you now. Good. Thanks for joining us. And Dr. Sarita Nanmeha, is that correct? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nandmeha?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so but I cannot see you. Is your
Let me just switch on my video. Is it fine?
Yes, I can see you now. Great. Okay, and the discussants, Professor Sumi Cho.
Hi, I'm sorry about the noise. My printer is working, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well, and I don't really hear your printer noise, so don't worry.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. And Dr. Anna Kim, sorry.
Anna Lim.
I changed your last name.
Good morning. Nice to meet you.
Okay, excellent. So, yeah, this panel, I'm sorry, this panel has been going through some rough up and downs, and hopefully we will be able to have a good panel together today. As before we begin, I would like to inform you that one of the participants, one of the presenters, let me about the program. So we were supposed to have 3 presenters and 3 discussants for this panel, and we were informed that recently, a few days ago, that Dr. Professor Tang from University of Sydney was not able to attend the conference today. So we have only 2 presenters and two discussants. And we have 2 hours, a very long time for one panel with only 2 presenters. So I think we can give each presenter a lot of time to talk about their research and their paper. Probably about 30 minutes or even 40 minutes is fine. Take your time and develop and, explain, explore, whatever, as much as you need. And then we will have a discussion by the discussant right after each presenter presents their paper. So the order will be first Professor Kwa's presentation, and then Professor Cho's discussion, and then we will move on to the next presenter, Dr. Sarita, and then discussion by Dr. Lim. And then we will have the whole floor discussion with the people who are participating in this panel. And another turmoil that our panel is having today is that our chairperson, Professor Euyryung, she has some kind of emergent situation this morning, so she may not be able to attend the panel. She's gonna see if she can join us later, but we are not certain about that. So we will just start without her and see if she can join us or not later. Okay. So unexpectedly, I'm going to be a chair of this panel that I'm a little bit nervous about this because I haven't really prepared for this. But we have good presenters and good discussant that so I'm glad that we have good participants for this panel. Okay, so let's get started. Welcome everyone. Good morning and everyone, and welcome to this panel. This panel is about migration and gender. And in this pandemic era, many migrant laborers are having very difficult time because of the this pandemic. So this is I think this is very important topic to discuss in this period of time. Let's get started with the first presenter, Dr. Kwa, Euyryung Sharon Kwa. So let me introduce her. So Professor Kwa is Senior Lecturer in Sociology and Education Leader at School of Humanities and Social Inquiry, University of Wollongong, Australia. Her research and teaching areas include genders, sexualities, migration, race, inequalities, feminisms, emotions, intimacies, families, and social policy. She's the author of Transnational Divorce, Understanding Intimacies and Inequalities from Singapore, published in 2020, and also another book, Perspectives on Marital Dissolution, Divorce Biographies in Singapore, published in 2015. And she also has many publications in many journals. And she was a research fellow and postdoctoral fellow at National University of Singapore Asia Research Institute. So her presentation today is entitled Familiar Care Practices and Needs of Southeast Asian Queer Migrants. Please welcome with me, Dr. Kwa.
Thank you, Professor Nong. I'm just going to share screen now. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the introduction, chair of this panel, Professor Nong. I am Euyryung, that's my given name, Euyryung, and my surname is Kwa. I'm a senior lecturer in sociology with University of Wollongong. I'm a Singaporean citizen, but living and working in Australia. So this morning, I just want to thank the organizers for the invitation. Thank you, Ines, for all the arrangement, and thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all the participants today for being here this morning. So just want to thank the opportunity for being able to share my latest research on Southeast Asian queer migrants. This is still an exploratory study, so I look forward to receiving your feedback and your suggestions on how I can improve this paper. So I'm just going to begin. So according to Lauren Berlant and Michael Warner, heteronormativity refers to the institutionalization of heterosexuality, where heterosexuality is organized and regulated to be the default, celebrated and privileged form of sexuality. So people are assumed to be straight when you're born, right? So, and that's how the institutionalization of heterosexuality takes place, where different legal frameworks and policies, as well as different kind of structures of the society are all organized to support a legally married, lifelong monogamous, heterosexual reproductive couplehood with children. So this is not just about privileging a certain family form, but it's also normalizing heterosexual practices that defines a sense of rightness of a normal way of life. So there's a lot of moral values attached to this institutionalization of sexuality, not just allowing them to have access to more public goods and services, but also there's a lot of moral rightness around this. And Adrian Rich, another very well-known scholar, refers this to compulsory heterosexuality. Sarah Ahmed, another feminist scholar based in the UK now, has described it as like a traffic system where populations are all being trafficked into this path where institutions and structures direct and provide incentives and rewards to support heterosexual lives. So it's against this theoretical framework that I want to talk about the impact of heteronormativity on Southeast Asian queer migrants. Now, Judith Butler, a feminist scholar, argues that the heart of this institutionalization of heterosexuality is the productive and reproductive functions of the heteronormative family. So it's not just about privileging a certain sexuality, but it's not just about saying that that is the cultural norm, but really what is the heart of this institutionalization of heterosexuality is to emphasize the reproductive and productive functions of the family. And why are we emphasizing that? It is because that it is the key to the growth of a capitalist economy. So it's very much tied to an economic system. It enables capitalist accumulation and the growth of the capitalist economy, which is why heterosexual family, lifelong monogamous family that reproduce children is seen as the more dominant form, because it is socialized and socially constructed to be the dominant form of family that will have access to privileges and resources and opportunities. And Butler goes on to argue that the reproduction of heterosexuality is therefore closely linked to the economy, since the economic is always tied to the reproductive. What this means is that this sexual behavior and family structure, crucial to the capitalist economy for its productive and reproductive function, is preferred and therefore privileged. And what it also means is that on the flip side, any individual or family who does not conform to this dominant framework of social life, sexual behavior and family organization will then occupy a lower position in the hierarchical heteronormative structure. So there's a hierarchy in terms of sexualities and in terms of families. And they will also be regarded as a threat to the workability of the capitalist society, and which is why queer families or queer individuals are constantly being moralized against, right? That moral values are pitted against them, and they're being portrayed as immoral or being irresponsible or being unproductive. And this is because they are seen as the threat to the workability of the capitalist economy. So it's no surprise that non-heteronormative families would face various forms of exclusion from public goods. So this is deliberately, systematically engineered to exclude them from public goods and public resources, because as we remember what Sarah may talk about as a traffic system, to traffic population onto that path, you will need to incentivize them. You need to throw in rewards and incentives, and then you include punishments on those who are not on the same path. So there has been a rich body of literature investigating the impact of heteronormativity on queer individuals and families who have been regarded as transgressing the nationalistic heteronormative model of sexuality, sexual behavior, and family arrangement. So joining these studies on queer individuals from Southeast Asian region, this paper examines the workings of heteronormativity on Southeast Asian queer migrants. Now, to clarify, when I refer queer, I'm referring to individuals that they self-identify as gender, sex, and sexuality diverse, which includes like lesbian, gay, intersex, trans, non-binary, asexual, gender queer, gender non-binary, and so on and so forth. By Southeast Asian queer migrants, I refer to gender, sex, and sexuality diverse people who have immigrated out of a Southeast Asian country. So they may or may not still be Southeast Asian citizens or citizens of their home country, but they have what is the common characteristic is that they migrated out of a Southeast Asian country. So for this paper, I also should clarify to provide the context is that Southeast Asian countries refer to the 10 ASEAN countries, Association of Southeast Asian Countries, which include Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, the Philippines, Myanmar, and Brunei. And to provide the context as well, to remember, to clarify is that countries in this whole region, they are not uniform at all. So they could not be generalized in a singular entity in any way. So when I talk about Southeast Asian queer migrants, I'm in no way trying to say that my respondents are representative of the whole demographics in Southeast Asia because of such diverse historical, political, legal, economic, and social cultural context in Southeast Asian region. So it is very, very diverse, this whole entire region. So this paper is not meant to be generalizing their experience. While there are wide variations in marriage trends across the region and even within countries, heterosexual marriage is commonly constructed and institutionalized as a significant milestone, marking the transition to adulthood, fulfillment of familial obligations, observation of filial piety and religious teachings, and also seen as the entry point to set up a family and reproduce children. So while there are many differences in terms of marriage trends, the commonality, broadly speaking, heterosexual family is still seen as this really important milestone in life, and they are socially constructed to be a very important institution in these societies. Now, what it means is then for heterosexual married couples, they will have access to public goods and resources and opportunities that are reserved for legally married heterosexual couples with children. Those who do not fit within this heteronormative framework often face a multitude of challenges and obstacles in their everyday life. Now, for queer individuals in the region, same-sex marriage is disallowed in 9 out of the 10 ASEAN countries. Only Vietnam has recently lifted the ban. But even then, within Vietnam, the discrimination against queer people they still remain very persistent. Now, Singapore, Malaysia, and Myanmar, they persist in retaining British colonial law because they are former British colonies, and they retain the British colonial law criminalizing sex between two men. In Brunei, homosexuality is punishable by death penalty based on the Sharia law. In Thailand, Indonesia, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Timor, and East Timor, which was not included in this ASEAN yet, there's reported evidence of varying degree of queerphobia and discrimination against and lack of anti-discrimination legal protection of gender, sex, and sexuality diverse populations. So even with the remaining countries, that even if it's not illegal, there's lack of protection for queer people. So against this contextual backdrop, my paper is interested to examine queer immigration out of the Southeast Asian region and ask after how the workings of heteronormativity affect Southeast Asian queer migration biographies. Specifically, it investigates how heteronormative structures persist in shaping their familiar care practices within their queer chosen families in the host country, and also transnationally with their family of origin in the home country. The paper reflects on and discusses the tensions and entangled intimacies that these queer migrants experience, and also explore their care strategies that they have developed to negotiate their tug of war between competing care burdens. And it will show how they remain implicated in the political economy of heteronormativity through their care practices, despite having moved out of their home, despite having made attempts to transgress heteronormative structures to pursue their queer existence and household. So that's the aims of my paper. Just a quick note on my method. I conducted qualitative in-depth interviews with 15 Southeast Asian queer migrants, and they have self-identified. These are their self-identifications, which include lesbian, butch, gay, bisexual, demisexual, pansexual, grey asexual, asexual, intersex, gender non-binary, genderqueer, transgender, transmasculine, and panromantic. So these are the these are the identifications provided by my respondents. For the purpose of this paper, I will use the pronoun they to refer to all my respondents. And these 15 respondents all share common characteristics. They are all queer migrants who have immigrated out of a Southeast Asian country, and they have come from the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand. Right, because I'm not able to interview participants from other countries like Myanmar and Brunei. So I want to emphasize again that it's not meant to be representative. And even if I manage to interview them, this is a qualitative research that it just provides ethnographic insights rather than to provide a demographic picture of the population in the region. 6 of them have migrated to Australia, 4 to US, 1 to Canada, 1 to UK, 1 to New Zealand, and 1 to Singapore. As you can see that they've kind of moved west. When I put west in inverted commas, I'm just trying to explain that it is a direction towards wealthier countries that they perceive that are relatively more accepting of their gender and sexual multiplicities as compared to their home country. This movement is in line with global queer migration trends, because queer migrants, they move to countries that are deemed to be more progressive. And how do they know that's more progressive? Is indexed by, for instance, the legalization of same-sex marriage, recognition of civil unions, provision of welfare benefits to non-normative households. In the world, 20 out of 29 countries with legal recognition of same-sex marriage are found in Western Europe, North America, and the Oceania regions. And these 20 countries such as US, Canada, UK, Denmark, Australia, New Zealand are also economically developed countries. So they make very desirable countries of destination for many queer migrants who are not just escaping from queer phobia, but they're also hoping to move to a singly more economically developed countries for a better life. So this just to provide some information on my method and about my respondents. So I'll go straight into the data itself. There are 2 broad themes that I will be discussing. One is to look at how they form their queer household in the host country. And then the second theme is how do they continue to maintain their familiar care practices with their family, with their kids in the home country. So I'm looking at these 2 themes. And then the final part where I will discuss, I'll give an overall discussion, is to look at the tug of war, the tension and the contradiction that they face when they're trying to balance and juggle these competing burdens. So after migrating to a relatively more queer, hospitable country, the respondents of my study and all mentioned that they enjoy relatively more space and opportunities to form their queer household and develop queer familiar care practices. One of them is sorry. I think I did too fast, yeah. One of them is Phoebe, a Singaporean Chinese cisgender woman in their 30s. They identify as lesbian butch. Now, Phoebe and their lesbian partner decided to move out of their home environment, and they were both a registered nurse, an occupation that's highly desired by their country of destination. So they both went on the skilled migration pathway to immigrate, and they got married because marriage equality was instated in 2017 in Australia. Phoebe revealed that they already started to execute plans to have a baby. They found a sperm donor. They decided that the partner would be the one receiving the donated sperm at the fertility clinic, and if successful in conceiving, will carry the child. So access to legal rights, medical facilities, and all the government subsidies permits the imagination of starting a queer family that they wouldn't have be able to access if they would remain in their home country. Even the imagination of being parents will never occur in their mind if they remain in their home country. Their queer parenthood aspirations involving diagnostic tests, purchase of sperms, and medical checks have all, up to that point, cost Phoebe and their partner about 5,000 Australian dollars. But that would not have been possible if they were not in a gainfully employed, middle-class, highly educated position. Now, it's not just the cisgender queer women in the sample who have set their baby plans in motion when they move. Sing Huat, a Malaysian Chinese cisgender gay man in their late 20s, also has made plans to start a family with their New Zealander Thai gay man partner. Sing Huat's partner, Thai Chinese family, also living in New Zealand, has been very accepting of their same-sex de facto union, and they were very supportive of their child-rearing plans. In fact, Sing Huat's partner's mother has been, chasing them to have a kid because she wants to have a grandchild, right? So this is quite unusual if they will still be locating in Thailand, or if Sing Huat will still be living in Malaysia. So Sing Huat's parents, on the other hand, who are still living in Malaysia, were not as supportive of their queer relationships, and Sing Huat has taken on that self-preservation route by terminating direct communication with them for the past 2 years. But Sing Huat continued to worry about their parents' health and well-being, find out about their parents through their sibling, and even felt guilty for not fulfilling his filial obligations as a son, and was always constantly plagued with self-doubts. Now, what is noteworthy here is that Sing Huat's life goal to be a parent was really fully supported by their partner and their partner's Thai-Chinese heteronormative family in New Zealand. Now, upon analysis of the hegemonic structures in their narrative accounts, I argue that queer parent hopefuls like Phoebe and Sing Huat unknowingly and inevitably implicate themselves in the cultural, political, and economic reproduction of heteronormativity. When they invest money and resources in the family reproduction industry, they make use and take advantage of the infrastructures already set up and well-oiled to reproduce middle-class heteronormative families. So they become inescapably involved in sophisticated reproductive systems of heteronormativity involving partners not limited to global fertility enterprises, transnational surrogacy businesses, national population policies and welfare structures, and even local caregiving networks. So their participation in queer parenthood ironically made them actors in the political economy of heteronormativity. Now, besides pursuing queer parenthood, queer migrants also seek to access marriage equality rights to get married and take roots in the country of destination with their spouse as permanent residents. However, what this study has observed is that by getting married and securing PR, permanent residency, is another area where queer migrants unavoidably get implicated in heteronormative structures. So as much as from the surface, it looks like they have, transgressed heteronormativity, they have formed their queer household, they're not like, any other heterosexual families. But the fact that they have to leverage on the existing heteronormative structures, like what we saw in the case of Phoebe and Sing Huat, with the fertility clinics and so on and so forth. And then now in this case, with Lin, making use of marriage equality right, they are already co-opted into the heteronormative structures, and therefore being actors of this political economy of heteronormativity, they are reinforcing the heteronormative structures without them being conscious of it, and they can't have any other alternative because the society is structured around heteronormative families. So Lin, a Vietnamese cisgender woman lesbian in their 20s, living in Australia with their married spouse, also a Vietnamese cisgender woman lesbian, were in the process of applying for PR as a married couple and striving towards a more stable future in Australia. Now, the dependence visa and permanent residency application require Lin and their partner to make themselves intelligible and desirable to the heteronormative borders control and immigration system. So for them to even get married, for them to set up a home, live together, they must first, and to apply for PR, they must first demonstrate that they are just like any other straight couples, that they are productive citizens, they are good citizens, that their couplehood is intelligible to the immigration policies, that they have to show they are good people who can raise children. So they may include pictures with their niece and nephews. They may include pictures that they take family trips. They may include evidence of that they have paid all their rents. They have a salary income, salary slip. All this is to show how they can be read intelligible by heteronormative structures in order to show that even though we are queer, we are still, good people, we are good citizens, just like the straight people. And all this this process did not come cheap, right? So Lynn explained that spent close to 10,000 Australian dollars thus far and were nowhere close to obtaining permanent residency. And there are other costs involved. And it's not just Lynn that was carrying all the burden. Lynn's partner, who immigrated from Vietnam to join Lynn in Australia, also have to make some sacrifices. They held a bachelor degree in banking and finance and worked as a banker in Vietnam. But after immigration, they found themselves unemployed and unable to find a job, and had to then obtain a certain level of English language proficiency before being able to enter the workforce and gain the points necessary for the joint PR point-based application. So all these efforts by Lynn, Seng-Huat, Phoebe, and other respondents of the study to build their queer family, review that queer migrants continue to be actors in the political economy of heteronormativity, despite their best effort to transgress the heteronormative model by forming their queer household. Ironically, in order to live out their queer family life, they found themselves having to first translate their queer intimacies and care practices to a language that speaks to heteronormative structures, and in the process continue to reinforce the very dominant system they seek to transgress. Now, this narrative by Queenie, a Singaporean Chinese cisgender bisexual woman researcher located in the US, then show us how the other second theme unfolds. So I've covered about how queer migrants form their queer household, and through two main practices, which is queer parenthood and queer marriage and applying for PR, they get implicated in the heteronormative structures and continue to be actors of political economy of heteronormativity. Moving on to the second theme is to show how they continue to do that by maintaining their care practices for their biological family in the home country. Now, this narrative by Queenie show how that a lot of queer children, even though after they move out of their home country, continue to carry the care burdens. Now, queer children like Queenie, especially those who have not disclosed their identity or sexual orientation to their parents, often find themselves being perceived still as single. Right, even though they have gotten married in another country, but to their home country, to their home society, and to their parents or their relatives, they are still seen as single, and therefore assumed to be more readily available to provide financial and practical support as compared to their legally married heterosexual siblings. So unmarried queer children's needs for acquiring financial stability, gaining home ownership, setting up a family, and planning for retirement are often invisible and are not regarded as important as compared to their heterosexual siblings. There are a few reasons for this. One is that queer individuals may not be able or may not be willing or may not feel safe to come out and disclose their queer identity and partnership to their family because they are fearful that they might face disapproval and violence. And therefore, as a result, their own care needs and practices are not known to the biological family. So therefore, the biological family will assume that, oh, you're still single and you can therefore help out more. So that's one reason. Another reason is that even if they openly live out their queer life and they come out and tell their parents and their family, their care practices may still not be regarded as with the same weight because their queer identity and partnership are not legitimate, are not considered legal or legitimate in their home country, and therefore not taken seriously by the family. So that's the trigger effect when you are living in a queer, inhospitable country. And the third reason is that in some instances, unaccepting family members may passive-aggressively ignore and disregard their queer relationship and therefore their needs and their practices as a deliberate display of disavowal of their queer existence is to show them that we don't approve of you and therefore your queer needs or your care needs and your family needs are not regarded by us. So similar to Queenie's care work for her biological family, other single queer children in the sample continue to provide financial support to their family back in their home country even after immigration. Now, in Southeast Asia region, is a common familiar practice for adult children to demonstrate filial piety and reciprocity by looking after their aging parents, specifically in the form of giving them a monthly allowance once they enter the workforce. And so once they find a job, their first job after graduation, they will start giving their parents a monthly allowance. Sometimes it's not about the amount of monthly allowance, but it is rather to, demonstrate commitment to their duty of care towards their elders. So one of the key insights that emerged from my respondents' account is that they continue to give their monthly allowance or continue to provide care work even after they have immigrated out of the country. And this is a result of the workings of heteronormativity. Now, Queenie's sister, if you remember the story before this, Queenie's sister is in a legally married household that's being perceived as having more legitimate family responsibilities and needs, while Queenie in their queer house couplehood is regarded as being located outside of the heteronormative framework, and therefore their needs and practices are rendered invisible. Now, Queenie's transnational care work in terms of giving money to their relatives in need reveals the political economy of heteronormativity, because their transnational care work for biological families in the home country contributes directly to the survival and sustenance of heteronormative families, therefore reinforcing the structures of heteronormativity. So this is what we are seeing in terms of transnational care work that reinforce heteronormative families back home, right? So the political economy of heteronormativity is not just contained within each country, but also cut across nations. Now, the queer migrants in the sample also perform other forms of care work to sustain the heteronormative family they were born into and grew up with. They make routine phone and video calls. They send regular text messages. They arrange annual trips. All these involve a significant amount of emotion work. Right, so many Singaporean Chinese in their 20s identify as gender questioning and demisexual or asexual, move to Canada for their postgraduate studies and stay on after finding employment upon graduation. Now, throughout their residence in Canada, many perform significant amount of invisible emotion work, like managing the mother's mood, their mother's mood, and emotional well-being. So you can see the quote here: "Why do I have to parent my parents?" Right. So as observed in the accounts of and several other respondents, it's clear that these single queer migrants continue to provide emotional support to their parents and siblings in distress, often acted as the mediator to resolve family conflicts, and even organize household affairs and errands like grocery, meal delivery, cleaning services, transport, pickup, medical appointments, all from using the internet, right, whenever that's needed. So once again, it goes to show that queer children may have left home and country to seek their queer existence and form their own queer household, but still bear the multiple burdens of supporting and caring for their heteronormative family. Now, what is important here and should not be missed is that the Southeast Asian queer migrants' involvement in the political economy of heteronormativity here. So Crosby and Jacobson explain the state ideology of familialism, which is a primary demand of liberal capitalism, demands that family members care for one another instead of turning to the state for care. Now, this can be seen across many countries where the emphasis is that families should care for each other. So so a lot of family values are being brought in to state ideology to show that you need to be responsible for elder care. You need to demonstrate filial piety. This, in a way, is to help to relieve the state of having to provide, the welfare of the citizens. So it is this privatization of care that is happening here, which allow a liberal capitalist economy to thrive. Now, so family units then play a very significant role here in supporting the capitalist economy. So the queer migrant respondents, though they have left home, they are definitely far from abandoning familiar ties and responsibilities, as we can see in the data. Their transnational financial and emotional remittance is significant in maintaining heteronormative families in the home country, and by supporting their heteronormative family, they are implicitly maintaining the life and reproduction of heteronormative families, and which in turn then support the productivity and overall economy of the home country. Now, in spite of their sacrifices and contribution, they're usually not formally and widely recognized as contributing and reproductive members because of their queer existence and because of the fact that they have migrated out of their countries. They have, as a result for their non-conformity, face exclusion from public goods, resources, and opportunities. Now, using the same neoliberal logic that many modern states use to endorse the reproductivity of heteronormative family in nationalistic discourse, I argue that queer individuals should not be punished in any way, since they are no less productive and responsible, as you can see in my data, that in fact they should be recognized for carrying a heavier care load to make up for the care gap that their heteronormative siblings or counterparts could not fulfill as a result of their own nuclear family care burdens. Now, besides tracking their contributions, it is also important to document the financial and emotional cost to the queer migrant adult children.
Okay, Dr. Kwa, can you hear me?
Yes.
You have about 5 minutes to finish.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm ending it soon, so I'm finishing in 5 minutes. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so besides tracking their contribution, it is also important to document the cost that they have to bear, the financial, emotional costs. And so the queer migrant adult children are often caught in this conundrum that do they disavow the heteronormativity that by pursuing a queer self and household, but at the same time, they are still continuing to reinforce heteronormativity by taking on the care work to sustain their family of origin. So that is the kind of tension that they face constantly, and the competing burdens of caring for their family back home and pursuing a queer existence do come to bear on their already challenging queer migrant lives. So what is remarkable about some of my respondents' self and mutual care strategies is that some of them do manage to create queer care communities for themselves, as what Cath Weston has conceptualized about chosen families more than 3 decades ago. These Southeast Asian queer migrants have engaged in queer family making and found a wider community of mutual care. Some of them have found their queer community care through local queer migrants and interest groups. And their dense web of care serve as a protective and defensive shield from heteronormative demands, and their dynamic and creative forms of kinship and care with other queer and non-queer, non-blood kin in the local community reflects a mundane collective of resistance against heteronormativity in ways that they could still manage and at the same time required for their own queer survival. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kwa, for your interesting presentation, although I had to miss half of it for my own fault. Okay, I'm moderator of this session. I'm Euyryung Jeon of Jeonbuk National University. I wasn't able to be in time, and sorry so much about that because of the electricity out. So I was able to move into a quiet coffee shop. On the other hand, there is some music going on in the background. So if it is kind of too loud, please feel free to let me know. Then 노고은 선생님, Dr. No will take charge as the moderator. Okay, so we will move on to the second presentation by Dr. Sarita at Migration and Diaspora Institute in India. Her presentation, the title of her presentation.
Before you came, I sort of announced that we could presenter presents, and then the discussant discuss, and then move on to the second thing.
Okay. So now we will have a discussion by Dr. Josumi,
Right.
I'm sorry about that. So we will have discussion since we have a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll have a discussion right away for the first presentation, and the discussion will be given by Dr. Josumi of Myungji University, and we will have 20 minutes, right? About 20 minutes for discussion. That will be that will be more than enough. Anyway, we will give you 20 minutes because we have
10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, take time. So, okay, Dr. Jo, are you ready?
Hi, can you hear me again? Yeah, my name is Sumi Cho, and I'm from Myungji University, and it's good to see you, Professor Jeon, finally. And I actually had a similar problem with the Wi-Fi this morning, so I panicked, but it kind of like worked the minutes before the conference started, so I kind of like feel for you. So I have been working on queer activism in South Korea, such as queer culture festivals, so which is the Korean counterpart of Pride Parade, and also ally activism of mothers of LGBTQ children. So this today I'm going to discuss Dr. Kwa's work on family care practices and need of Southeast Asian queer migrants. It was interesting in contrast to my work with heterosexual cisgender mothers of LGBTQ children and how their family relationships change, and also their activism change, their this transformative effects of being a family member and also activist to each other. So it was interesting, and my discussion was supposed to be shorter than 20 minutes, but I am having a hard time to read my own handwriting. So I might kind of like stop at points, and like it may be as like long as 20 minutes, so bear with me. So let me see. This study illustrates a dilemma of queer migrants from Southeast Asia and in, which is that despite they have partial success in pursuing queer existence and queer family relations by emigrating to Western societies, they still are implicated in the reproduction of heteronormativity, both in their host society and their home society. In their host society, their efforts to build a new queer household through marriage and or parenthood inevitably reinforce the model of heterosexual family. And in their home society, their responsibilities to take care of their family of origin continues transnationally due to their own sense of unfulfilled filial piety, as well as their family's expectations of their children who are perceived as single and thus should shoulder more to sustain the needs of their parents. So to me, the two points that most stood out to me as a scholar of East Asian studies was that the first thing was the similarity with the situation in East Asia or among East Asian migrants to, again, Western societies. So I'm not very familiar with Southeast Asia in general, but so the situation discussed in these papers seemed familiar, as we in East Asia also share familiar patriarchal cultural beliefs, such as family obligations and filial piety. So whether it's from Confucianism or Islam in case of Southeast Asia, I almost wonder that if there is anything like Asian beliefs. Well, I'm like too simplifying things too much, but anyways, so I was hoping while I was reading this paper that there would be more case studies like this. Not only from South Asian perspective, but Southeast Asian perspective, but also East Asian or South Asian perspectives as well, so that it would allow for the cross-cultural studies, comparative studies on queer migrants or migrants from Asia too as well, or they're already there, just I don't know. But anyways, so that was the first thing that struck me. And the second one was about the invisibility of queer labor. So Dr. Kwa pointed out that even though they are playing a part, willingly or unwillingly, in sustaining the political economy of heteronormativity, their care work goes often unrecognized and made invisible, and thus not compensated, especially by their family of origin, because they do not conform. These queer migrants are not conform with the society's heteronormative framework, so they are considered as transgressors rather than contributors. Right? So that was the most interesting 2 points to me. And but and also on the other hand, I found the plight of queer immigrants personally relatable, even though I'm a cisgender heterosexual woman who was in heterosexual marriage, because I was once put in a similar situation while I was pursuing my degree in the US. Because I was torn for years, almost decades, between pursuing my career and caring for my two families, one that I created in the United States, and the other my natal families, because my mother was dying for years, and so I had to go back and negotiate many possibilities and obligations between these two countries, which almost cost my career at the time. So, which made me wonder how much of this burden or dilemma that your queer research participants face are from their being queer or their being Asian, or they are having this transnational movement and experience. So I was wondering if you, if not now in your paper, you could kind of like take apart. So more elaborating details that what parts are common among like Asian immigrants or East Asian, South Asian immigrants, or being, for example, like being women, regardless of their self-identified gender, that sort of thing. So let me see. So, for example, do you have any thoughts or information about how your research participants compare to non-queer Southeast Asian immigrants, especially in terms of familiar care? So, are they more or less burdened because of their gender and sexual identity or their marital status, or is there not much difference between them, but you are rather pointing out the irony or paradox of queer individuals contributing to the structure of heteronormativity instead of subverting it? So that was my question. And then the second question is that about the difference between queer individuals, among queer individuals, depending on their perceived gender rather than self-identified gender, because that's where the expectations from the society or their family comes from. So, and also the marital status, whether it's a queer marriage or I don't know how to put it, but as the marital status or the lack of it. Let me see. I'm lost here. I cannot read my own handwriting. Sorry. So you mentioned the amount of emotional work a single queer children may have to perform, and the toll it takes on that individuals, especially the guilt for abandoning, like so-called abandoning their own family, right? So in East Asian context, but I think more broadly in non-Asian countries as well, that kind of responsibility and worry work and emotional work usually fall more on the daughter's shoulder, regardless of their marital status or their gender identity. So the family may expect from sons, for example, financial contribution rather than emotional care. So if there is that kind of difference among queer subject, whether depending on if they are perceived as sons or daughters. So, and also, this is the cases from Korea and Japan. So it has been increasingly the case that in Korea and Japan, that single unmarried adult children and the rate of not marrying for their lifetime has been increasing for the recent years. So the single unmarried adult children are usually expected to do more work to care their aging parents, regardless of their gender or sexual identity, or even assigned sex. So unmarried men are more shouldering the caring work because of they're not married and still considered a part of their native family. But once, whether daughter or son, once they are married, they tend to be considered to belong in another household. So thus they have obligations to their own family. So, but while unmarried children are considered a part of the original family or family of origin, so they are considered to have more obligations because they don't have anything else going on, so to speak. So which has become a source of family conflict in caring of aging parents. So I was wondering if it was also the case in your study as well. So because due to my ignorance in the social cultural conditions in the Southeast Asia, I'm drawing these questions from my experience and knowledge of East Asian countries. So I was wondering if you could elaborate if there are any differences or similarities between these East Asian situations and Southeast Asian situations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the discussion, Dr. The discussion, I think, was based on her own experience on similar topics going on in South Korea, but also her own experience as a student migrant into the US, and about the matters that she used to think about, the family relation and obligation. So I think Dr. Kwai, you can think about her questions and you can address these questions after the second presentation. And now we will move on to the second presentation by Dr. Sarita Nanmehar. Am I pronouncing correctly? Okay. So Dr. Sarita will have a presentation on what's going on among Nepalese women migrants who went to Gulf countries. The presentation title is Nepalese Women Migration to Gulf Countries, Studying Violence, Exploitation, and Abuse Against Them. I'm personally very excited to hear your presentation because I did my master's in South Asia program focusing on Nepalese studies, and my master's thesis was on similar topic, on women, Nepalese women migrating to overseas. So Dr. Sarita, you will have like 30 minutes to present. And after that, we will have discussion by Dr. Lim.
Okay. So thank you, Chair. A very good morning to all. I'm happy to present my paper on Nepali women migration to Gulf countries. although I created a PPT and a paper presentation for 15 minutes, but now we have lots of time enough to discuss more about on this paper. So we'll try to focus more elaboratively. To begin this paper, which is already titled, explained by the chair. So, as we know, international migration plays a very important or prominent role in national, regional, global, socio-economic, and political affairs even. In most of the developing countries, the remittances collected from the migrants is an established and a more significant source of income than official development assistance or foreign direct investments. Most of the countries employ the migrants in which the locals are unlikely to join or participate, but also engaged in higher positions in which the locals have lack of skills to do. Some countries solely depend on migrants in sectors like finance management, administrative works, and offer an opportunity for migrants to settle, and which eventually becomes diaspora space. In the process of migration, adaptability has become a vital part of daily lives. Migration in the backdrop of globalization has transformed the world outlook. In the past centuries, migrations has been a great source of socio-cultural and civilizational linkages. At present, it is equally important in providing opportunities, employment, remittances, any kind of financial support, and creating a soft power hub for the country of their origin. In the case of Nepal, globalization coincided with a 10-year-long civil war against the autocratic royal regime. This phase exposed the existing socio-economic disparities in the country. While insurgency received popular public support, it had done tremendous damage to Nepal's economic well-being. Before the civil war, agriculture contributed more than 60% of its GDP. But from 1996 to 2016, agriculture took a backseat. Due to lack of employment at home, people started to migrate to neighboring India, which later expanded to other countries around the world. With 2 decades past, Nepal's economy has become highly dependent on the remittances, which contributed more than 30% to its GDP. Among the top destinations after Malaysia, GCC countries host the largest Nepalese migrant laborers. Surprisingly, Nepalese women outnumbered the men migration to the GCC countries. Surprising because the social structure of Nepal earlier did not allow the women to work. Going abroad for work and study was next to impossible for them. Today, women migrants from Nepal to GCC countries are primarily engaged in domestic works, as a majority of them have no educational background and no skill training. Therefore, lack of prior training and education often land them in risky jobs and workplaces. In many cases, they face the challenges of sexual abuse, violence, and exploitation. Recent studies by the ILO present a very grim picture of the challenges faced by the women labor migrants. A report by UN in 2013 on Nepal revealed that 29% of Nepalese women in Saudi Arabia were victims of physical abuse and 5% faced sexual abuse. And the report also available in United Nations UN Women Reports archives. Thousands of cases go unreported by undocumented migrant workers who fear that reporting sexual violence may lead to their deportations. As of 2015, more than 1 million women migrants were working in Gulf countries. Now, when they reach to the Gulf countries or the GCC countries, basically, there is a system called kafla. So I would like to little bit explain about the system, which the English term for that kafla system is a sponsorship system. So the kafla system is a system for monitoring migrant laborers in Gulf Cooperation Council. Members nations and a few neighboring countries, particularly Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, which hosts the largest number of migrants, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. So under the system, all migrant workers are required to have an in-country sponsor, who is generally their employer and responsible for their visa and legal status. As soon employer employs them, their legal documents, including passport, are seized by the employers for a specific term. Human rights organizations have criticized this practice for making it simple for employers to exploit workers by robbing them of their passports and abusing them with little risk of legal consequences. The exploitative kafla system remains unjustified for the state of migrants and without legal changes in it. According to a leading newspaper, the Himalayan Times, 94% of foreign migrants work in Qatar workforce under the kafla system, and these workforce face abuse daily. A migrant researcher reported that under the kafla system, and I'm quoting, under the kafla system, it is too easy for employers to get away with the late payment, housing workers in a squalid and cramped housing, threatening who complains or raise their voice about the conditions, unquote. Recently, more than a $200 billion project was planned and thousands of workforces were called from Nepal, India, and several other countries within the same kafla system. Now, the violence, exploitation, and abuse against the women. So the women migrants in domestic workers or domestic works in countries like Qatar and other GCC countries face domestic violence under the kafla system, where their livelihood is controlled by their employers. Employers seize their passports and legal documents over their capability to change their work or leave the country anytime. In 2017, a systematic bypassing through the introduction of policy by Nepali government to take action against and to protect migrants' right, seeking employment abroad by ordering a ban on Nepalese women to Gulf countries below 30 years for domestic works took place. Now the ban stopped them to travel for work, and in such conditions, Nepalese citizens used an open border with India to illegally travel to Gulf countries. In such cases, women are being targeted for trafficking and exploitation from the recruiting agencies. Desperation for employment and earn has resulted in illegal migration, which leaves them in a more exploitative environment. For instance, a 45-year-old woman migrant from Nepal to Kuwait found a job as a domestic maid in a suburban house. She was physically assaulted and forced to work 20 hours a day. She starved until she escaped and ran away from her owner's house. However, she managed to reach the Nepalese embassy, but they refused to help her and advised her to surrender to the police. And after 11-day prison, she was sent back to fulfill the employment contract. Now more than 28,000 undocumented Nepali women migrants are in Kuwait only. So it shows how many of them are suffering. In 2020, a woman migrant from Nepal was sexually abused several times, and she tried to kill herself because of her helplessness. She managed to escape back to Nepal after so much struggle and torture. She filed a complaint in Nepal with Nepal's Anti-Human Trafficking Bureau in 2021 with little hope. And these are like, I took very few examples to present this paper, although I culminated many examples in my paper. So just for an example, I'm just giving an example. Yeah. So several Nepalese women are being trafficked even by these employment agencies, and the people who are recruiting them because of this illegal documentation, and leading them into a very different track. So by recruiting agents, especially in the UAE, and there is a Deputy Superintendent of Police, Anjana Shrestha. She reported and giving an interview in a newspaper, and I'm quoting her words like, "We are dealing with human trafficking case frequently and increasingly. But according to the Anti-Human Trafficking Bureau, till now, they have rescued more than 300 victims from several countries since 2018. Nepal Human Rights Commission also reported that around 35,000 people, including women and children, were victims of trafficking in 2018. So this was a little background about my paper. So I would like to conclude by giving some positive and upcoming responses. So against the trafficking and victimization of women, a ray of hope has given by several humanitarian organizations and NGOs who are working to protect the rights of the women migrant workers. There are well-known organizations like UN, ILO Nepal, IOM, Poraki Nepal, etc. With an increasing number of women migrants, workers from Nepal to Gulf countries, the level of risk has doubled. It is often found that countries with weaker economic conditions often lack of the diplomatic power of pursuing and pressurizing the host countries in protecting the right of their citizens. Nepal is one such example which lack its diplomatic strength to pressurize and pursue the host countries to protect Nepali women. And the kafla system is one such system that, despite several attempts, the government of Nepal has failed to pursue to host country in Gulf to help its citizens. There is no doubt that women are at a higher risk while migrating them from their home country to a foreign land. In case of Nepal, women migrants defy all social and cultural taboos and migrate in search of a better life, which often ends in hopelessness and despair. The government of Nepal banned issuing work permit to women below 30 and 40 years of age in certain cases to stop minimizing the attempt. It actually does not solve the problem. It rather shows government's inability to protect its women citizens on foreign lands. Such bans have also contributed to illegal migration. Therefore, the government, in sync with the international agencies, needs to make efforts for their better living conditions, especially when the Nepalese economy is hugely supported by the remittances. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and I'm happy to take some good suggestions and observations. Thank you. Over to Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. You actually have 15 more minutes, but yeah, we will have that. We'll save that time for the floor discussion with the audience and everybody. Okay, so it seems like, so I did my master's on similar issue like more than 20 years ago, or less than 20 years ago, and it seems like the situation hasn't changed so much, because the how you represented about the issue sounds very familiar to me, and it seems like the situation of women migrating to Gulf countries, they are still quite vulnerable to many kinds of exploitation, sexual and non-sexual. So, okay, so we have Dr. Imanna of Gangwon National University, and you can have 20 minutes, or you can have even more time, whatever, because we have plenty of time. So take time and please take time. And after that, we will have answers from Dr. Kwa and again, Dr. Nan Mehar. And then after that, we will have floor discussion, okay? So Dr. Im.
My name is Anna Lim from Gangwon National University. Actually, I worked on Filipino caregivers in Israel, and I worked there for an NGO as a volunteer. And there, I met a lot of Nepalese caregivers there, and then I talked with them about their problems in their workplace. So that's why I also excited to hear your presentation today and join as a discussant. The share of Nepalese workers in GCC area is relatively low compared with India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan labor. But in GCC area, especially Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE are the top destination for Nepalese migrant workers. Dr. Sarita presented about the issue of Nepalese women migration to GCC countries, focusing on the sponsorship system called Kapala, and tried to explain the cause of abuse against the Nepalese women. Actually, the exploitative realities experienced by foreign domestic workers under the system are well known, especially in GCC area. A number of scholars reported the specific situation of domestic workers there and criticized such a system as a modern slavery law. It's happening now also. So Dr. Sarita provided us the case of Nepalese workers based on secondary data, but I think it's very precious because the Nepali case has little been studied so far. So today I'm going to make a discussion with a few questions and some opinions. It was interesting that you explained the pushy factors of female migration in the context of Nepal here, but we can talk about the theoretical framework you take, namely threat-based decision approach of forced migration. But in your presentation, you didn't talk about that so much, but but I think it's your main framework, right? I couldn't understand it in the paper because you mentioned about that, but you didn't explain about that. So, but anyway, and the political and economic security, social status like caste, family responsibility, and disadvantage as a woman became pushy factors. that you explained. But I still have doubts how the frame of forced migration would explain the phenomenon. The number of female labor increased even after the situation in Nepal gets better, and even after many came to know the exploitative working condition in GCC countries. So now they know what's happening there. But still, there are many Nepalese women are going to GCC area. So I think it needs to identify how such migration from Nepal is maintained and sustained. And then I want to hear what you think about that. And it's a minor thing, but I want to check what you wrote in your abstract. And you also said now, Nepalese women outnumber the men labor in the GCC countries. But I might be wrong, but as far as I know, there are more men than women from Nepal in GCC countries. So maybe the data on the annual flows in the Middle East has a serious shortcomings. So maybe we need to check the source of data and also need to examine the data by period. So anyway, it is still true that the market demand shifted from construction workers to domestic workers. And the strong presence of women in domestic labor sector characterized the migration flow in the Middle East. Then let's move to the main topic of kafala system. You said you pay special attention to Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait, but I think regarding GCC area as a unit or as a whole would make us miss some important aspects of the phenomenon. The basic elements of kafala system are the same. It has the main form of bonded labor. For example, sponsor has complete control over the mobility of domestic workers. Sponsor takes full economic and legal responsibility of the worker, and the worker's visa is tied to the sponsor. And Nepalese women are not the only victims of kafala system in that area, because there are many South Asian women there. And this kind of sponsorship system is not also unique in GCC. Actually, similar control mechanism is found in East Asia and also in Lebanon, Jordan, and Israel. But the specific rules and regulation of kafala system differ from country to country, and over time it changes. So I thought rather focusing on the interaction between one or two receiving countries and Nepal would be more effectively illuminate your topic of exploitation and violence against Nepalese domestic workers. That's one of my points. And then I want to emphasize this. What makes the domestic workers more isolated and restrict their right besides the kafala system is their work condition as a live-in domestic worker and the local cultural norms in Muslim society. Domestic workers are invisible as their work are carried in within private households, so that they are more likely to face the exploitative situation. So, as I said before, the sponsorship system is not unique in GCC, but anyway, it's true. The situation is more serious there because domestic workers are outside the local labor law. They are not regarded as employee. Because they work in private households. And the private home in Middle East society is more sanctuary zone to strangers. So the workers are physically isolated from the outside society and hard to get information or any support. In this private space, they are likely exposed to physical abuse or sexual harassment. And for instance, in Saudi Arabia, like local women, they are not allowed to travel outside of their workplace without any companion with their employer or a man. So some countries amended their labor law. In 2008, Jordan, and in 2009, Saudi Arabia, and 2010, Kuwait. They offered more protection for foreign domestic workers. They limited the working hours because they work 24 hours there, and also granted a day off on weekend. But the new law failed to be implemented because of the features of live-in work conditions and the local cultural norms. in this connection, I'm curious if the hierarchy of foreign domestic workers in host society influence on any experience of their exploitative work conditions. Many studies argue that Filipino women are preferred as maid there because they speak good English and more educated. So, for example, the upper class may employ Filipino women, while middle class families employ Sri Lankan or Ethiopian. Yeah. So, also ILO reports also show that there is a salary discrepancies between nationalities. So it struck me that it might be related as a relevant issue in any way. When you talk about the cause of their abuse against the Nepalese woman. And finally, I wanted to point out that the sending countries also play a key role in the global labor market, influencing on the migration flows and patterns. That's why Nepali government needs to regulate the labor migration from the initial stage. And you also emphasize the role of the Nepali government. So, I mean, from before the migrants leave Nepal and solve the problem of brokerage system, they have to do that before they leave, the Nepalese workers leave Nepal. So you criticize the Nepali government failed to protect the migrant workers' rights and rather compelled the women to move through unsafe illegal routes by banning the female migration. Yeah, in Israel case, where I did my fieldwork, Nepalese caregivers account to about 15%. Yeah, and the Filipino caregivers account to 70%. So many of my informants told me that they worked before in GCC country and then they moved to Israel to work as a caregiver. So there is no any research about Nepalese women in Israel. So I also really, it's interesting to find if I find any research about this. Yeah, that the Nepalese workers, they move from country to country in global labor market. So it will be also, you need to maybe enlarge your perspective on their migration route. It will be what's interesting. So until 2009, it was so easy for Nepali workers to go to Israel. But Israeli government also banned hiring Nepalese because of the corruption of recruitment agency. Yeah, because they charge expensive broker fee. Yeah. So Israeli government banned the employment of Nepalese, and what happened? It's the same thing happened. The number of undocumented from Nepal increased, and some of them came to Israel with fake Indian passports through brokers. Once I talked with the staff from recruitment agency in Israel, and he said his agency prefer bringing Nepalese because the Philippine government intervened too much to protect the Filipino workers. But Nepalese government does not. He said Nepali government doesn't do anything. Yeah, of course, the Filipino is also still in much better situation, but they still have the same problem. The thing is not much better now than now. Actually, the fee Nepalese workers pay is much more expensive than Filipino pay there. So bringing Nepalese may bring the agency more profit. In this sense, it's also important to consider, I think, that the migration brokerage system is not segregated from Kapala system. Rather, it's an integral part of it, and integral part of the global labor market. So what I wanted to say is the Kapala system in host countries and the labor export policy of Nepal government should be treated as intricately connected. So I want to know what's your idea, what the Nepali government should do in this the situation, because Professor Euyryung also said that the situation didn't change so much. So because you emphasize that the Nepali government tried to take action, but caused another problems of trafficking. So maybe, yeah, we need to think about that, about the Kapala system, not only the Kapala system, but the policies from the sending countries and the brokerage system together, because they operate in complex way. So yeah, this is the end of my discussion. Thank you for hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Im, for your detailed discussion. I think, so as I said before, it seems like the situation haven't changed, but still it must have changed for 20 years, for the last 20 years, right? A lot of changes must have happened. So I think Dr. Lim's discussion was kind of raising questions about detailed situations or explanations on what's going on the two societies, like sending country and then the receiving country, but also the role of governments, right? Governments of the both countries, and also the role of migration network, which include the brokering system, right? Which takes a lot of role in migration, in the way migration, global migration happens. So I think you can take time and think about how to address these questions. And now we will move on to Dr. Kwa. You had a lot of, if not a lot of, but still quite enough time to think about Dr. Jo's question and discussion. So shall we have your answers?
Yeah, I will just share my responses. First of all, I just want to thank Dr. Cho Sumi for taking time and the effort to read my paper and provide really, really constructive and helpful comments. So thank you so much for that. So I think Dr. Cho mentioned, raised two main points. So one is about whether there's similarities between East Asian societies and Southeast Asian societies, as I've mentioned in this paper. Of course, there are some similarities. So I think that I would normally try not to, I'm trying to avoid region studies approach or country studies approach. So I tend to want to avoid saying that in Asia this is this, and then in the Western countries this is that. So this binary or the construction between East versus West is something that I'm trying to avoid, and trying to also show that that binary can be quite socially constructed, or rather has demonstrated a kind of imperialistic view that has emerged from superpowers like the US and the UK. But nevertheless, I do agree with you there are some similarities, because I think that the idea of the ideology of using family values as the unit to reproduce certain political ideology and to also reproduce economic benefits for the economy is significant. And I think that a lot it is a common trend now for a lot of liberal capitalist economies, not just restricted to this region, but across the world, to kind of say that, family members have to look after yourself, look after each other, your family is your responsibility. So the privatization of care is also rampant in the US, as you can see that, that people are left to fend for themselves. There's no state support to look after people as well. So it's not unique. I think it's a global occurrence. It's a global trend, and it is the ill of a global neoliberal economy that we see now. That is kind of like the states putting their hands up and say that you need to look after yourself, and that process is to maximize revenues and wealth for the countries, all part of for the capitalist accumulation. So it's and then each country will then package it differently, of course, using Confucianism, using family values, or using traditional family values, or even using religious teachings, are all just part of the political strategy to push for a capitalist economy. So within within Southeast Asia, you can see that it's quite diverse. We have the Buddhist societies where Buddhism is the state is one of the dominant religion, but we also have Muslim societies. We have Islamic countries where Islamic teachings also form the political ideologies of some of the countries. So it's quite diverse. And then we also have countries like Singapore that subscribe to Confucianism, but nevertheless, they're all doing the same thing, right? Which is to tell citizens and individuals that you are to fend for yourself. The state will not be providing welfare support, whether it's elder care. I mean, they're trying to show that that is the way to go. So in terms of the ideologies to push for a capitalist society, a capitalist economy, I would say that the focus on familiar obligations, the focus on using filial piety, filial duties emerged from Confucius beliefs, and that is quite significant and obvious in Chinese dominant societies like Singapore, and that's why there's similarities with Hong Kong and with Taiwan and South Korea. But if you look at other societies that subscribe to Buddhist teachings, then that is also using the Buddhist ideologies to push for that kind of familiarism, which is to emphasize on familiar obligations. So there are similarities, but there are I would agree with you that there are similarities for that sole purpose of pushing for a capitalist economy. So I'm thankful for that comment. Another point is about whether you mentioned whether the queer migrants really carry a heavier care load. Is it because of the gender and sexuality, or is it because they are daughters or sons, or is it because they are migrants and therefore they have to carry a heavier load because they are away out of guilt, or is it because of their perceived class position that they have been migrated and therefore they have been seen as like, oh, you have been successful and therefore you should be able to contribute more to the family back home. Now it's a combination, and I think that's why the intersectionality is interesting. Of course, all these factors matter in the biography of each of these queer migrant. The intersectional aspect of nationality, class, gender, sexuality, all come in place. I agree with you that I need to be clearer in that. But I think the main argument for this entire paper, it's not just to show the breakdown of the intersectional factors, but also to argue that even though in their best effort to transgress the heteronormative family model through their queer existence and household and having, immigrated out of the country to pursue that, they nevertheless cannot escape the pervasive workings of heteronormativity in various ways. So I think the main point I really want to drive across is how pervasive the workings of heteronormativity is, and that even for queer migrants who have left home, left country, in various ways they still cannot escape being actors in the political economy of heteronormativity. Whether they are trying to be a queer parent or whether they are getting married, the institution of marriage itself is a heterosexual patriarchal institution. Whether they migrated out, whether they are trying to get PR, permanent residency, whether they are providing financial and emotion care work for their family back home, they are all still actors of political economy, so of heteronormativity. So I want to show that they are actors, they can't escape, but also I want to show that they are for countries who think that they are not productive, they are not reproductive, they are not responsible citizens because they have fallen out of that model. I also wanted to highlight that kind of remittance, whether it's financial or emotional remittance, is significant. And in fact, they are supporting heteronormative structures. So it's calling for their recognition, calling for fair and equal treatment of them instead of punishing them that they have fallen out of the model. But in fact, they are still supporting a model, in fact, doing a lot more than their heterosexual siblings. So I just want to drive across that argument. But I agree with you that I should make it clearer as I'm writing it to show that, it could also be that not just that they are queer, that they're carrying a heavier workload because they are their gender and sexual identity is not being recognized as legitimate, but also it could be their queer daughters, and in many cases, daughters are often seen that to expect to do more care work. And I can see that in Singapore, where single daughters, unmarried daughters, straight or not, they do carry more work, care work for their elderly parents. So I could be able to, I appreciate your point. I could draw in some of these points to highlight about that. And I could also highlight that they could be migrants, and therefore they try to compensate their guilt by doing more care work, from being far apart, far away from their family. So I do appreciate these very, very helpful comments to strengthen my paper. Thank you very much, Professor Cho.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kwa, for your responses. I really liked your phrase of political economy of heteronormativity. I think this is the key phrase of your presentation and responses. So it seems like local cultural values is important, but also the neoliberal ideas of self-responsibilization and the decrease of welfare, state welfare, and these two are connected very deeply and reinforces what you call political economy of heteronormativity, and then that in turn affect queer migrants, right? So even though, I mean, what you have mentioned about Singapore situation, that whether they are queer or straight, especially daughters, right? Whether they are what sexual identity they have, they are more expected than sons to do the familiar obligations, which is quite familiar, which is also true in South Korea, right? Especially for unmarried daughters, the expectation is always that they will have to take care of, no matter what, they have to take care of their parents. And I think what's important is that, again, the political economy of neoliberal capitalism and also familiar values of each local countries are reinforcing one another and reproduce heteronormativity. So, okay, so, and thank you for the really exciting idea. And now we have Dr. Nan Mehar. Are you ready to address the questions Dr. Im has raised?
Yeah. I'm audible? Yeah. So thank you, Chair, again, and thank you, Dr. An, for your comprehensive discussion. I entirely agree with your points, and must thank you that some very important aspects in the paper you mentioned about it. So, and you also made some very critical observation, and I would like to address in my paper, which makes it more comprehensive. So, some of your questions I would like to answer, like as you mentioned about the theoretical framework, I did not touch upon in my presentation because of lack of time. I was expecting a very less time for the presentation, so I intentionally did not touch on that. But as you already mentioned, that I did write a theoretical background about to discussion on the Nepalese women migration and what is the approach basically to deal with this paper. So I just give a very little bit theoretical background. What is the fact-based decision approach for the other participants, so they can also understand why I did that. So a theoretical based decision approach is a very, very self-explanatory module, and especially used in social science. And this module is also very important and from a theoretical background to force migration. And the basic theory that has been empirically used in this research, the theory which mainly approaches and explain the potential migrants' decision to migrate from conflict areas. based on their personal and family well-beings. So why it is like a migrant decision to migrate from conflict area? Because Nepal been being in a condition more than 30 years in a conflict area, like homegrown conflicts, or especially the instability, political instability, which caused the Nepalese people. And however, Nepalese women, they started migrating based on their specific individual and community level psychonomies. And there is a higher number of risk of victimization in that area, but still women who faced fear and victimization, they reach out to this country to work for their family, for their safety and stability, and their professionalism and some career opportunities. And I also mentioned these terms in my paper. These are the basic reason to move into the Gulf countries or any other countries, as you mentioned, like Israel, for an example. So, and about despite knowing them, like they are facing victimization, harassment, sexual abuse in GCC countries. Few like women are few factor. One is the I already mentioned that past 30 years Nepal have been constitutionally under the political instability, and despite knowing that the Nepali citizens, moving in the urge of financial stability and jobs and work, and doing some private jobs and industrial works, and even for education. Even there is a huge number of educational migration in these countries. So now, after this homegrown conflict in Nepal and political instability, the democracy which was achieved in 2006, it continued to face the short-term phases of governments, hence creating new jobs and better employments and good salary. So, still, because of these reasons, they are forced to migrate and move out to other countries with regards to, and the second was about the Israel. Yeah, so with regard to Israel, there is a very good observation, and we should move our shift on a research, like why they are shifting and why there is a very common migration from this country to that country, and we should need to work on that or focus on the Nepali migrants, especially in the case of Israel. Although there are reports, but not much work has been done so far. And about the suggestions and recommendation you was asking about, like being known there were like so high risk of migrant workers in such countries. So yes, what government can do? Firstly, they can reopen or create a first response team to quickly reach out to the affected parties, especially the migrants and the women migrants, which are very much vulnerable in numbers. And second is Nepal needs a very strong diplomatic presence in these countries who are trained and to address such emergencies in no time. And also the country requires bargain power in the host countries to ensure that the citizens are safe in this situation. And the role of international agencies, which is like very become critical. And they can also increase the number of manpower. And rightly mentioned about the kafla system. Yes, the kafla system is very much there in other countries, especially even in the GCC country, there are Lebanon women. They are also face the same kind of exploitation, and there is hundreds of articles even on that. But because of time, because of word limits and page limits, I did not include all those areas in my paper, but definitely I'll include it for more comprehensive and comparative study for the paper. Although countries such as like Japan, Israel, they have absorbing a larger number of Nepalese labor migrants and offering them safe working conditions. These countries cannot possibly absorb the substantial number of migrants that are accepted by the Gulf countries for employment. Perhaps Nepal can continue to work with Gulf countries on improving working conditions for its citizens. However, the Gulf countries may easily turn other countries such as Bangladesh, Pakistan, Thailand, and Philippines, as you already mentioned, for a steady stream of migrant laborers. And even in the Gulf countries, legal aspect or expected some type of basic rights for migrants, the host government's ability to develop quality control system would be circumspect. The reality is that the international community has failed to develop a strong legal protection for the world's labor migrants. And for example, I would like to give a very small example. Why these diplomatic relations not been done by the in good number of to tackle the migration situation. Like as we know, we all are facing the COVID situation. The Nepali government even failed to give a support in GCC countries, especially in UAE and Qatar. They were not even supported their migrants to give them all the facilities like oxygen cylinders and taking them back to the origin country. So there are seniors and political diplomats, they put a comment officially even in the media that the ambassador, they should able to build their strong relations with government because or you can say strong diplomatic relation with the host countries especially. And I think I already pointed out these questions. And thank you, Chair, again for such a good observation and comments. And if there is anything I would like to mention or any suggestion if you would like to give.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nanmeher, for your responses. It seems like your responses were addressing or explaining more about the condition of complex situation or condition of Nepal, in which women had to migrate to Gulf countries, and also what the Nepalese government can do, and also as well as the role of international community in protecting the rights of human rights of migrants, individual migrants. Okay, so we have we have only about 7 minutes, and now since there are still quite many people who are remaining in the floor, online floor, why don't we have some questions from the floor? there anybody? Yeah.
Hi, I'm back. I have one question for Dr. Kwa. Maybe this is not something that you're not really doing research of, so I'm not sure if you can have some data to respond to my question, but during your presentation in the paper, I've noticed that these queer migrants have chosen certain countries, like certain Western countries, for their migration destination based on their assumption and maybe assessment that these countries are more queer friendly, meaning that these countries allow legally same-sex marriage and provide queer persons with better. I'm not saying that this is the truth or the reality of these countries, but maybe that's what these queer migrants assume or expect or anticipate about those countries. So providing better legal protection and opportunities to form normative families or these families and pursue their queer lifestyle. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my cats were kind of, I don't know what happened. Maybe they don't want to hear English. I don't know. Sorry about that. So my question is, I think after they migrate to these Western countries, they probably would realize that this country's situation in terms of heteronormativity, the emphasis on heteronormativity only, is not quite different from their own countries. And they may have realized that there are many queer persons, queer population in these countries who are having the same goal to create a more queer-friendly environment in their own countries. So I'm wondering if these queer migrants seek to work together and build some solidarity with non-migrant queer residents of the hosting countries in order to create this more queer-friendly in legal, political, economic, and social cultural systems in general. Especially for those who are pursuing and have gotten permanent residency, because that means they are thinking that these countries would be their homes, right?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. I like that your cat is allergic to English.
Their thing is that they're from the US. I brought them from the US. So they're actually American.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for your questions and more thoughts on the paper. I do agree that often migrants whether queer migrants or straight migrants, often talk about how you exchange one set of challenge for another, but I think that is the condition of human lives. In the case of queer migrants, I think that often, especially in the case of Southeast Asian queer migrants and lately Asian migrants in the context of a COVID pandemic, is that what we see is that we exchange queer phobia for racism, especially when it is about anti-Chinese hate or anti-Asian hate in predominantly white societies like the US and Australia. So then, you know, how can you even justify the migration? It's hard. I think that the contradictions and the tensions are always there. It's prevalent all the time, whether it is feeling guilty that you're away from your elderly parents, you can't be there for them, feeling worried all the time, or feeling really oppressed because of racism. But at the same time, you know that you can hold hands with your queer partner, you can get married, you can have access to fertility clinics and imagine being parents. So it's very hard to say which is better. There's always this this constant contradictions that you seem to exchange one set of challenge for another set of challenge, and it's just never ending. And I think that's what I gather from speaking with my migrants and with my respondents, and also based on my own personal experience as a queer migrant here in a Southeast Asian queer migrant here in Australia. So it's this constant to and fro, did I make the correct decisions? Should I come here or should I go back? Especially in recent anti-Asian hate in the context of pandemic. So it's really hard to say. The question about whether they realize that coming here, that it's not that queer friendly. Well, yes and no. It is not. Yes, it is still this omnipotent presence of heteronormativity that they cannot escape, and they still find themselves having to speak the lingo of heteronormative structures in order to get PR, in order to get their migration to be approved of, in order to have access to public goods and services. I think they realize it, but at the same time, they also feel that they do have a little bit more space and a little bit more breathing space where they can have their queer existence realized. They can feel safe to hold hands with their partner, or they can feel that they can have a marriage or have access to welfare benefits as a queer couple. So it's relatively, as compared to their home country, where either in Brunei you'll be put to death, or in Singapore where it is still punishable by imprisonment. It is very drastic. Like coming here, yes, you are still speaking the heteronormative lingo. You still feel like you need to beg for recognition of your full humanity. Every now and then your humanity is being discussed in the parliament, that whether we should ban trans students in faith-based school. These things still happen all the time. Every now and then you still feel that, oh my goodness, the oppression is still there. But compared to their home country, there's still relatively a bit more freedom, a bit more bigger space, a bit more of breathing space for them to live out their existence. Whereas back in home countries, they just absolutely no, and it can even be dangerous. So it's I don't think even the queer migrants, even myself, we can really decide that whether this is heaven and we have arrived and this is home. I don't think that anyone can say that, and I think migrants, being migrant, they may still feel that they have not made their home or can feel rooted, especially for queer migrants. Whether they are working with the queer people back home to form activism work or to try to make their country more queer hospitable. Yes, and I think that it depends on individual circumstances. I know of queer activists who are academics who continue to do queer research in their home country from afar, and being from afar, they feel that they can have more academic freedom, right? Without, the government censoring your work or taking away your funding. They feel that they could do queer activism and try to continue to talk about the situation back home and work with the queer activists back home and have collaborations and to expose some of the oppression. But there are also some who just feel content that they have achieved their middle class aspirations. As long as they can survive as queer migrants, they can enjoy some middle class material conditions and able to still support their family back home. Then activism is not really what I want to do, and it's not it's not what they are passionate about. So so it's a mixed picture. But thank you for the questions. They're really interesting. Thank you.
Yes, so it seems like so the queer Southeast Asian queer migrants in Australia, they are negotiating and navigating relative freedom they can have in Australia. So which reminds me of the fact that the migration is permanent homemaking process, right? There is no permanent home found, but it is always a process.
Yeah, I think it's a process. I think even for straight migrants, it could be secular migration where they might go back to their home country, or it could be transitional, that this is just one of the stop and they'll move on to another country. I don't think that it could necessarily be a permanent situation, permanent home. But my respondents, they are not all in Australia. Some of my respondents have migrated to the UK, Canada, US, including even Singapore. So within the region, from Malaysia to Singapore, because they feel that even across just a short distance to Singapore, they feel that they can enjoy relatively more freedom as compared to their situation in Malaysia. So so this is I think quite a typical picture in across the globe, not just within the region.
Okay, thank you so much. We are like almost past noon. We are supposed to finish at noon, but why don't we, since we have only one question, why don't we have one more question from the floor?
If I may allowed, can I ask a question to Professor Kwa? Yeah, Dr. Kwa.
Thank you.
Yeah. So because this topic is very interesting and it took my interest, because I also work on gender issues. So I was there in Indonesia, especially because you also are dealing with the Southeast Asian country. So I was in Indonesia as a visiting faculty in 2019, before this COVID happened with all of us. So, there was like situation like, especially with the student community, they were facing so many restrictions and kind of what to say, like criticism even within the student community to not to be in such relationships. Okay, so in Indonesia, because it is a highly religious country and cultural obligations are also there, the government criticized in 2019. So you maybe check the newspaper of like December 2019. Yeah. So the the government criticized that the queer or the gay or lesbian relations as and restrict them by enjoying the open environment. They restricted very on a comment, and I would like to quote that comment. It is not a natural phenomena. It is a disease. It can be cured. So I would like to just know your, thoughts on such comments when when a government who can provide such human rights and that free environment to the citizen, to the people, and especially to the young generation. So if you can give me anything on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita. It's not uncommon. I think that for a long time, queer identities have always been pathologized as a medical condition, medical illness, and that's how it started, right? In the earlier times in the US, in the UK, where psychiatrists were prescribed it as a diagnosis as a medical condition, medical illness that can be treated, and therefore they are sent for all kinds of electrocution, conversion therapy. So I'm not surprised to hear this, and I'm not surprised that this sentiment still exists, and often then it is also religious teachings are also being used to support such a position. But I think however it is being framed, whether it is saying it as a form of a medical disease, or saying it as a social ill, or saying that it is destroying the institution of marriage or institution of family, or that it is creating disorder and chaos, whatever that it is being framed in respective society, which cut across different countries in different parts of the world and across the region. I think that the aim is really to direct people back to that path. It's a traffic system. So using religious teachings or political ideologies, using certain cultural values, using tax relief, policies, and everything is just all this way to make people stay on that path, that traffic path. Is a traffic system so that people stay on the path and they can continue to be reproductive and productive to support the capitalist economy. So these are just tools. So the politicians will say different things to just want to get people back on the same path to do that same thing. And it's a reflection of state control. It can be anything. It's not just gender and sexuality. It can also be because it can also be using certain, it can also be discrimination against other people based on their abilities, their bodies, based on their religious belief. So it's all part of that state control tools and apparatus. So so I'm not surprised. The level of acceptance or the level of queer hospitability across the region is quite diverse. Like I say, it starts from death penalty in Brunei all the way to being able to come out and find work or something, or not being sacked because your employer find out that you're gay. So it's quite diverse even within the region and within each country as well. So that's why the movement of queer people will continue to be very, very high, especially when some countries are giving same-sex marriage, where marriage equality, there'll be backlash, and the backlash will even be stronger. Which will then show that, that the movement of queer people will be higher and higher over time. Thank you so much for your interest. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kwa, so much for your elaborated responses. And now I think since it's past 10, almost 10, past 10 to noon, so I think we have to, right, more or less conclude this session. And I am really happy to fulfill my responsibility as a moderator for the electricity problem at the beginning of the session, and also so happy to conclude this session safely and successfully for the Dr. No's cats intervening American migrant cats, right? And thank you so much for the presenters for your very interesting and exciting, eye-opening presentations, and also the discussants, Dr. Sumi Jo and Anna Lim, for your wonderful discussion. Actually, there is one message from Dr. Sarita Meher. If you have remaining questions for any of the presenters, you can, since you have emails, right, of all presenters, you can email the questions and we can continue follow-up discussions online. Okay, so thank you for everything, and let's finish this conclusion and move on to the lunch session.
I think we need to start. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to panel 3 on diaspora and homeland connections. I am Professor Yoon in the Department of Sociology in Korea University. I am also the president of the Korean International Migration Studies Association. I am very glad and honored to be the presider of this very interesting panel. As we know, connections between diaspora and the homeland have become stronger and more widely spread due to globalization and advanced communication and transportation technologies. Also, migration and development nexus is a very important subject in migration studies. So this afternoon, we will examine 3 cases of diaspora and homeland connections, especially in times of COVID-19 crisis. Let me introduce the presenters and discussants of this panel. First, Elizabeth Dewey and others from Hanyang Catholic University. Okay. And Professor Euyryung of the Chonnam National University will discuss the presentation by these researchers. Okay, Professor Euyryung, will say hello to the participants.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Now yeah, I'm in the US now right now, so it's at night, so
I see.
I feel a little bit drowsy, but I'll be okay. Thank you for introducing me.
Okay. So thanks to this digital technology,
Yes,
we
definitely.
participate in this Zoom meeting. Okay. The second presenter is Sushmita Lejua from University of Delhi. Okay. And Professor Jang Yong-gyu of the Hankuk University, Hankuk Foreign Studies Universities will discuss this presentation. Professor Jang Yong-gyu. Okay. And the third presenter is Leila Delovarova from Al-Farabi Kazakh National University.
Professor, I think the third presenter has not entered yet the room. So maybe you can start holding the session. I'm gonna try to contact the presenter.
Okay. So I wish he will join the meeting soon. And Professor Bae Suk of Konkuk University will discuss this presentation. Okay. So please, let me know when Professor Leila Delovarova enters the Zoom meeting. Okay, then this panel has only 80 minutes. So I ask each presenter to speak 20 minutes, and the discussant will discuss about 10 minutes. Then the presenter will have a short time to respond to the discussion. Okay, so I'll keep the time so that we will end this panel on time. So please, Elizabeth, do we start the presentation? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. for the nice introduction, and a very good morning from Indonesia to all to meet and to see your faces again. And this morning, my colleague Anggia will be the presenter, and Marshall will be the operator for the PowerPoint, and then the rest of us will stay here to be able to join for the question and answer. Okay, I will hand over the presentation to Miss Anggia. Please, Anggi.
Thank you, Mbak Novi, Mbak Elizabeth Dewi. Okay, good afternoon to you all. I do hope you are well wherever you are right now. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anggia Valerisha, and I'm currently a lecturer at the Department of International Relations, Hanyang Catholic University. I'm here with my fellow colleagues, as have been introduced by Professor Elizabeth Dewi, and also with Marshall, Mbak Yulia, and also Nara here. It's a great pleasure to be here today and seeing different faces from almost around the world, Korea, India. Even though that the conference is still conducted virtual, but highly appreciate for BK21, Center for International Migration and Diaspora Innovative Talents, and also for Chonnam National University for conducting the conference and give us the opportunity to present our preliminary research. So the title of our presentation is Tying the Knots, Socio-Political Engagement, Digital Networking, and the Contribution of Indonesian Diaspora during COVID-19. The research is based on our concerns. Next, please, Marshall. Thank you. So this research is based on our concerns for the unprecedented challenge by COVID-19 in many sectors and various levels. On one hand, the governments are forced to be able to overcome the impact of the pandemic, particularly in health, economic, social sectors through various policies. We all know that most states are encouraged to implement for example, lockdown policy or social distancing policy. However, the policies itself had posed its own problems and challenges for the nation states, for the society in all economic levels and genders, along with the weakened spirit of collectivity due to the technology intervention. In the meantime, the entity that is often missed from observation is the migrant community or diaspora. Most of the time, we know that, especially in the crisis, the government will focus on their citizen and their geographical border. And lastly, our concern are also laid from what has been expected by the government on the role of diaspora vis-a-vis with the actual conditions faced by the next. So what are the expectations from Indonesia's government towards the diaspora during the pandemic? In August 2021, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Retno Marsudi, stated the importance on the role and the involvement of the Indonesian diaspora as part of the solution to the pandemic in Indonesia. You can see from the newspapers and also from the slides, there are three statements. We highlighted three statements from the minister that basically ask for the participation for the Indonesian diaspora to contribute more and being part of the solution to the pandemic in Indonesia. So basically, the government hopes that the Indonesian diaspora, with different characteristics in identities, background, and professions, can contribute to Indonesia's economic recovery and support Indonesia's health. So those statements become our basis to explore more on the reality faced by Indonesian diaspora. We conducted this preliminary research, which intends to, next please, to explore the conditions of Indonesian diaspora during the COVID-19. So we will cover three main issues in this preliminary research. The first one is socio-political engagement. The second one is about networks, and the third is about the contribution. So what is the research question? So based on what has been explained before, the research aims to answer the question on how the Indonesian diaspora maintain their identity and engagement with homeland during COVID-19. We also noted that we put the title with Tying the Knots. From what we had observed so far in the past 2 years, the Indonesian diaspora, more or less, are still maintaining their relationship with the country of origin. That the Indonesian diaspora has a very unique characteristic, and somehow they have sort of knots or notes, which is more powerful than national identity, in which then we quote here as tying the knots. So tying the knots basically means the Indonesian diaspora tries to maintain their relationship based on their ethnicity, religions, and also family ties. To further interpret and understand this issue, we use several frameworks as theoretical and conceptual based. Theory of soft power and diplomacy, for example, by Joseph Nye, the diaspora as non-state actor and the importance of ICT by Mellison, the concept of diaspora by Schaeffer, the study of diaspora development by Brickenhorst, The Social Remittances and Diaspora by Levitt and Nyberg Sorensen. And lastly, from the Mayer and Brown, it's about the Social Professional Network to Bring. So before we further discuss about what has been going on with the Indonesian diaspora during COVID-19, important to put our foundation on what is about Indonesian diaspora. So based on or according to Sheffer, the modern diaspora can be defined as immigrants who live and become minority ethnic group in the host country. Nevertheless, this group maintains strong sentimental and relations with their country of origin. The Indonesian society abroad, or we called here in Indonesia as Masyarakat Indonesia di luar negeri or MILAN, commonly referred as the Indonesian diaspora, is every Indonesian citizen or foreigner who lives abroad for work, education, marriage, or for other reasons related to politics. Based on Presidential Regulations number 76 of 2017, the Indonesian diaspora is divided into 4 categories: Indonesian citizens, and then foreign citizens, ex-Indonesian citizens, foreign citizens of Indonesian citizens' children, and foreign citizens of ex-Indonesian children. So with the currently estimated 8 million or more than 8 million people spread across 5 continents, most of them are in Malaysia, Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Moreover, the Indonesian diaspora has already had a solid platforms and both globally and locally. We know here as Indonesian Diaspora Networks or IDN. It is a large forum that accommodates the social capacity of Indonesian diaspora, and there are currently 2 major Indonesian or IDN network organizations here in Indonesia. The first one is IDN Global, and the second one. In addition to that, there's also the Indonesian Student Associations, which has been a go-to social forum for Indonesian abroad. Okay, for the research scope and limitations, these research are focusing on the Indonesian diaspora, but limited to the Parahyangan Catholic University Alumni Networks base, or UNPAR Diaspora, we call that. And this research started from the smaller scope that we could achieve, mainly due to a fairly short period of time. So it is our hope that this research will develop further in the future, especially to cover a larger number of respondents who will also be able to represent the entire Indonesian diaspora. In regard to the time scope, we limit our research timeline between January 2020 until January 2022. For the data collection methods, due to the pandemic situation, this study employed literature review as the main data collection method, but also complemented with an initial survey. We leverage secondary data analysis to answer the research question, especially through reviewing and collecting various data on journal articles, research reports from relevant organizations, government documents, statistical data, and media. In addition to the secondary data method, this study also collected primary data by distributing simple questionnaires to specific UNPAR diaspora community. Okay, so now we come to the beef part of the presentation. Here we divided the discussions in parts: socio-political engagement, networks, and contributions. For the socio-political engagement of Indonesia diaspora during COVID-19. Next, please. So, any discussion on diaspora basically should be differentiated, or we believe that should be differentiated based on the socio-economic situation, which is discussed into blue-collar workers and white collars. Also about ethnicity, including the interpersonal modes such as religions and family bonds. This suggests that the impact of the pandemic varies across these groups, and hence recognition of their situation could help explain more deeper about Indonesian diaspora struggles and in dealing with the COVID-19. So the first part of the socio-political engagement we discuss here is about white collar versus blue collar workers. from the observation we done so far, the findings, there are three main findings here. So when it comes to the white collar and blue collar workers, Indonesia's blue collar workers are the most affected migrant populations by the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, the white collar workers are in a more secure conditions in terms of financial and also health situation. Interestingly, they both have the same expression, which is longing for their home and are in a constant worry about the families and friends situation in Indonesia, especially due to the limited ability. And then the final findings in this part is about the Indonesian diaspora still do their initiatives to support in humanitarian activities during the pandemic. For example, raising campaigns, also done with the capital transfers. Much of Indonesian diaspora are the researchers, and they done vaccination research abroad, and also employment generation both in their country of origin and their country of residence. The second part is about ethnic group identities. So in studying the diaspora communities during the pandemic, it is also important to consider many layers of identity variables. The diaspora communities always have this kind of dual need to adapt to their home country while also preserving their sense of belonging to their homeland. In this case, ethnicity in Indonesian diaspora plays an important role in understanding the dynamic of interaction between the diaspora and Indonesia as their homeland. It relates to the fact that this identity variable frequently surpasses the nationality discourse. Some diaspora groups in Indonesia prefer to base their belonging on ethnicity and religion. For example, when they are from Aceh, they base their belonging to Aceh ethnicity or Padang ethnicity, and also religion, such as Muslim communities abroad, which we'll further discuss in the next part. The third part, still from the socio-political engagement, is basically about the religious identity, kinship, and the family bonds. The religious bond is having a significant effect also on the community of the Indonesian diaspora way before the pandemic. This bond also correlates with the cultural and nationality variables. And from several research on the Muslim Indonesian community in the United States, for example, found that Muslim Indonesians are still eager to join the Indonesian Muslim society because they feel that the Muslims from other countries have different cultural aspects in practicing Islam. And these differences often make Indonesian Muslims less comfortable with blending with other non-Indonesian Muslims. Other example from the religious based on diaspora communities abroad is from the traditionalist group. For example, the traditional groups of Muslim prefers to interact with fellow Indonesians through religious meeting, or we call it here pengajian. It's about pray together to some extent. The other findings about the religious identity, the family, is Indonesian people, just like other Asian countries, tend to be attached to their closest groups. Specifically, they have a certain bond with their family ties and kinship. And in regard to the Indonesian diaspora, they have the need for home orientation feelings, which we define as the way people replicate an Indonesian situation while overseas. So somehow this social engagement impact to how our pattern, how they interact, or how they building and maintaining networks to the homeland. So then we move to the second part, which building and maintaining networks through digital technology. So how the Indonesian diaspora building and maintaining networks during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, the existence of technology is a major supporting factor during the pandemic COVID-19. When the lockdown or social distancing policies are enforced in Indonesia and also throughout the world, the communication channels used by the Indonesian diaspora are mainly chat-based digital media such as WhatsApp and Telegram, and also they are communicate through social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And also they maintain their relationships, or they maintain their communications through digital meeting platforms such as Google Meeting, Zoom, or Microsoft. Interestingly, based on our initial survey of the Unpar diaspora community, digital technology media that has been used by the Indonesian diaspora to establish relationship with the family, relatives, and friends is mostly done through WhatsApp. This includes the video call features, the chat, and also the call feature one. The result indicates also that the media and communication technology is very useful for the Indonesian diaspora to stay in touch and communicate with their family and relatives. And interestingly, the majority of diaspora who responded to the survey did not find any difficulties to maintain their ties with families, with relatives and friends during COVID-19. So thanks to the technology. Also during the pandemic, the diaspora relationship and communication with all those like family, relatives, and friends are still considered high in quality. So we can conclude that the use of digital technology in the context of Indonesian diaspora are still in a good quality, high in quality, and this is becoming the major factor during the last part. We discuss also about the contribution of Indonesian diaspora to the homeland. From social and health aspect, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Indonesian diaspora has also contributed to the social and health aspects. Many of the Indonesian diaspora becoming the researchers in making the vaccine, for example, for COVID-19. And also with the imposition of mobility restrictions worldwide, Indonesian diaspora can still find ways to help their relatives, their families in the homeland, especially with the help of digital technology. Webinars and talk series are the most common methods that has been used by the Indonesian diaspora communities to help to fostering closer connectivity during the pandemic of COVID-19. Their contributions are mainly coming through personal contact, but aside from that, various networks are also used, such as alumni network, professional network, ethnicity, religion, and also from the role of embassy or consulate of the Republic of Indonesia. The second part is about economic and finance. So how the Indonesian diaspora contribute in economic and financial aspects. In this case, remittances have been still going on during the pandemic. From our initial survey, it is found that the majority of the diaspora were helping their family, relatives, and friends during the crisis mostly done by transferring money, as well as opening up for work opportunities or projects. However, we found also that the other economic or financial contributions, especially from migrant workers, have not yet been made due to the existing constraints. And this condition obviously has been hindering the achievement of what has been expected by the Indonesian government, which firstly expected to invest more to the homeland. So from the all the had been discussed before, based on what we observed and discussed from the previous part, it can be concluded that there are 5 important results, or we say preliminary results. The first one, despite the struggles, the Indonesian diaspora, both white collar and blue collar migrant workers, have proven to have the capacity to engage in initiatives in emergency response and crisis recovery. Indonesian diaspora has supported in many ways, both to the homeland and to their surrounding community country of residence. Second one, Indonesian diaspora from various ethnicity and religious-based groups show greater social ties, which then create an identity safety net to help another diaspora with the same ethnicity or religion. Although this kind of kinship and family bond has been the characteristic way before the pandemic, the initial survey shows that the ethnicity and religious-based networks still worked for the Indonesian diaspora to engage with the diaspora and also the homeland during the pandemic. The third, during the pandemic, digital technology and communication media are considered as very helpful for the Indonesian diaspora to be able to maintain relationships and networks with family, relatives, and friends in the homeland. The fourth, although there are mobility restrictions worldwide, the Indonesian diaspora can still find many ways to contribute to the homeland, especially in social and health aspects, with the support of networking, with the support of technology, for example, through webinars and also talk series. And lastly, the Indonesian diaspora has also contributed during the pandemic through remittances. The most common way to help here is by transferring the money as well as opening up work opportunities or projects. However, we also found that there is a decreasing value in these remittances or investment during the pandemic. So we acknowledge that this research started from the small scope, which is UNPAR diaspora community as part of Indonesian diaspora due to fairly short periods of time, but it is our hope that the research will develop further in the future, especially to cover a larger number of respondents who will be able to represent the entire Indonesia. So I think that's all for the presentation. We hope that we can have a fruitful discussion about this topic, and I believe that my beloved fellow colleagues will also eager to answer the questions from the floor. Thank you, and I will give the Zoom back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the timely and well-organized presentation. So then Professor Youngeon will discuss about this presentation.
I think you haven't unmute your mic, Professor.
All right, sorry. Okay, can you hear me now? All right, all right. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to discuss very interesting paper. As you all listen, I'm discussing the paper Tying the Knot and the socio-political engagement, digital networking, and the contribution of Indonesian diaspora during COVID-19. This study asks a question, very important question, how the Indonesian diaspora maintain their identity and engagement in terms of developing or contributing to the homeland in the midst of COVID-19. I think this study is very timely in that the role of diaspora for their homeland could be, very different in the midst of crisis or the pandemic like COVID-19. I think this study is particularly interesting in that it looked at the diaspora as a soft power, a source of soft power. I think previous research on diaspora focuses on their adaptation and impact on the accepting countries, as well as the issues of remittance and brain drain in their homeland. Right? But I haven't seen much literature on diaspora from power perspective. So I was so excited to read this study, actually. But I think in general, this paper needs more specific or concrete evidence or concrete outcome I know that this study is kind of preliminary study. That's why the finding is kind of very abstract and not very concrete. So I would like to suggest what should be filled in the further study, right? So, the first thing is when I read the study, I wondered, why the authors classified Indonesian diaspora into blue and white collar, ethnicity, kinship, religion, and family bonds. I want to know that, what are the criteria in classifying Indonesian diaspora as, it is. Okay? And, how those identity or groupings also related to the research topic, the identity and contribution to the homeland. Okay? So there's not much of a discussion about the relationship between your identity and the contribution to the homeland. And also, you're talking about online networking, the role of online networking. But I'm not sure how it also related to the Indonesian diaspora identity and the contribution to the homeland as well. So you discuss many things, but you needed to elaborate how each element are related to the identity and contribution to the homeland. Okay? And also, in the conclusion, you are summarizing 5 important findings or results, but there's not much of a specific outcome there. Okay? You are talking about blue and white collars' capacity to contribute to the homeland, but I don't see some specific or concrete capacity of them. Okay? And the more important thing is you are talking about how the COVID-19 affected their roles, right? But there's not much of changes. There's not much of dynamics in the middle of the pandemic. Okay? I think it is the same for the networking. How the networking has changed because of COVID-19, and how the changes in the networking brought contribution or damage to the homeland as well. So when you discuss each finding, for the further study, you need to elaborate or specify or clarify how the changes because of the COVID-19, how the diaspora changed in their status and in their contribution as a source of soft power. That is kind of general things you needed to think about for your further study. And there are a little bit of some specific questions as well. You talked about, your own original survey, right? Around, Unpar community, right? And there's not much of discussion about how you sampled and how many people you interviewed, right? And what kind of a question you have asked to them, right? So we have no information about them that, I cannot relate your original survey to your topic. Okay? So you need to put more information about your explanation, your thesis and your data as well. But I think in general, this topic is very important and very interesting. And then especially, if you also focusing on diaspora as a soft power, I think it's very interesting view in studying diaspora. So you can, relate all your discussion to the soft power, diaspora as a soft power. Then this paper can be very interesting and very important paper. Thank you for your work and presentation. Thank you.
Professor, your microphone.
Thank you, Professor Choi, for her very specific and constructive comment. I think her comment can help the authors to produce more concrete findings. So I will ask the authors to respond to Professor Choi's comments at the end of this panel. So I will ask each presenter and discussant to speak, and then at the end of panel, we'll have something like a general discussion. So the authors can have time to think about and respond to the comment. Okay. Then let's move on to the second presentation by Professor Sushmita Lejua. Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Yoon, Professor Chan. So good to see all of you here. Thank you for inviting me for today's presentation. And let me just share my screen here. So, welcome all of you. Today I'm talking about role of Indian diasporic associations in promoting Indian diasporic identity in South Africa. So why I chose this topic is because when we look at the Indian diaspora in South Africa, or for that matter, if we look at the Indian diaspora anywhere around the world, they have a unique identity. It is not a monolithic one, but it belongs to different parts and different regions of India. So the Indian diaspora in South Africa especially has been working on with the help of various organizations. They have, the Indian diaspora is diverse, it has unique different languages, it has different culture, and it has been working since the indentureship period to promote those traditions, to preserve that cultural identity. Therefore, the role of the diasporic organizations, I think, is very important to look at within the South African Indian diaspora identity. Therefore, I chose this topic, and I'm talking about how these organizations were formed, and the most important ones, and how they have been working to promote this identity amongst the Indian diaspora in South Africa. So firstly, if we look at the history of Indian migration to South Africa, a little bit of history, how they came into South Africa and why we are talking about the Indians in South Africa here, it just gives us a perspective of the past. As we know that the colonization which took place in India through the East India Company, it was kind of an attempt by the Western nations to colonize any fragmented nation that had not yet emerged as a nation state during the British rule. Indians were also subjected to the worst kind of repression at that time. So in order to gain profit, exploit natural resources, they were looking for different regions and different areas. They were expanding their empire. They were looking for best ways to produce commercial crops, which can be further sold in the international market. Sugar, rubber were the most profitable in the global market. Therefore, they colonized parts of Africa, like South Africa, for example. The only requirement that they had there was of cheap and skilled, semi-skilled workers within the colonies. So this brought in the need to import Indian labor to different colonies. Now, where the need started, they started to get Indian laborers from India under the indentureship contract. So one of these colonies, as we're discussing today, is South Africa, where Indians went under the category, mostly under the category of indentured labor. However, there are other categories also. So Indian laborers were hardworking, they were efficient, and this is what the Britishers needed at that point of time. Therefore, we see that from 1653 to early 19th century, at least 1195 Indians reached the Cape. After abolition of slavery, this indentureship contract was the one through which the indentureship system was adopted. And significantly, after the first ship named Truro reached the ports of Durban, there were a total number of 1,52,184 Indians that arrived by in 1911, by the year 1911 in South Africa. So this finally, by the end of the indenture, we could see that the significant number of Indians had arrived under the indentureship labor contract. However, there were other categories also, like passenger Indians. Indians also migrated under this category, which included traders mainly from different states of India, like Gujarat, the east coast of India. So passenger Indians, they settled in Natal region, Transvaal, Cape. There were about 30,000 out of a total of 149,791 Indians in 1911. So by 1911 is because 1860 to 1911 is the year or the period where most of the number of Indians had migrated as indenture and also as passenger under the passenger Indian category. Now, just to get a perspective, this was how the Indian diaspora reached South Africa as indentured labor, as passenger Indians. And later on, many of them, they settled in South Africa. So after the indentureship contract was over, there was an option given to many of the Indians if they wanted to settle or they wanted to go back. Most of them chose to settle in South Africa. Now, why we are talking about these these diasporic organizations is the reason that when the diasporic Indians, they settle in South Africa, for them religion, language, caste, all these things played a very important role. Caste was of course important because of the caste system that we followed in India. And the Indian diaspora tried to maintain their identity through the help of these various organizations, associations, especially during the apartheid era, during the apartheid times when Indians wanted to more vehemently, they wanted to maintain and keep this identity intact and not let it dilute with the others. Dilution is what was feared by many of the organizations. So these associations have actually tried to promote the interests of their specific communities. With the help of forming associations, they used to organize events, started their language courses, books, publications, newspapers, and through creating awareness, especially amongst the younger generation, also about the Indian culture and traditions. So most of the associations, if we look at, we have been focusing on religion is one factor which is very important for some of the organizations formed on the religious factor completely. They have been focused on the culture, maintaining the culture, keeping it intact and separate from any Western influence, and language. Language is another thing that many of the associations have focused on to maintain this identity, because regional organizations, associations which have been formed on regional basis are also something which are important for us to look at in South Africa. So because there are religious regional organizations that were working in South Africa. Now, if I look at some of the organizations which are important in the South African context, the first one, which is very as a case study here, that the South African Hindu Mahasabha, it was formed in 1912. Mainly with an objective to revive the Hinduism and the tradition of Hinduism within the country, South Africa. So it was formally announced in a national conference which was held in 1912 under the leadership of Swami Shankaranand. Swami Shankaranand was the main leader, and he was the whole influencer who gathered support and mobilized people to have an association where they could carry forward the ideas of Hinduism. So this was, however, before formation of this organization, also Indian, South African Indians came together, were mobilized, were a group, but they did not have any association or a central organization that could carry forward or represent them together. That is why many of the reform-oriented people, they actually had this concern that their Hinduism or their culture is going to dilute because of the Western influence. So they invited some people from India, Arya Samadhis, like Professor Paramanand was one, and then Swami Shankaranand was another. So they invited them from India to lecture people on Hinduism. So these were the people who came in and started lecturing people on how Hinduism is important and is a unique identity that needs to be protected within the Indian diaspora identity. So this organization is seen as a very important organization. We started promoting celebration of Hindu festivals, establishment of temples in South Africa. There are many temples which were established in Durban, Johannesburg. Legal recognition of Hindu priests for celebration and conduction of rituals in many of their families. This was the organization that worked for the legal recognition, providing certificates to them. They also started working towards providing religious education. So education about Vedas, education about reading of the epics, Mahabharata, Ramayana, all these things were the ones which started within this central this association. So they conducted meetings, they had group meetings where people would come in and join them together, where the readings of these epics and all the text was going on. So as to make people familiar with them, more familiar. So, for example, if you look at their, even they have a very strong presence in social media, and social media is a platform which is used and followed by a number of youth, and especially the younger generation. And the knowledge and the posts, if you look at, for example, in the social media itself, they have put up many of the information about Indian festivals. Why do we celebrate them? What is the story behind them? Even Indians would not know much about many of the days and their relevance. But through the help of these organizations, many of the South African Indians might know. So they were what they feared about is that the Hindu community is going to be diluted and festivals are not going to be celebrated and language is going to wither away. So language was also the one which was again focused within this organization. So this was also, however, I have not focused on how these organizations, I'm not talking about the COVID-19 aspect as the earlier presenter was doing, but I would like to mention here that this was one organization which had serious and put in serious and consolidated efforts during the COVID-19 pandemic also, because they have been working well. After Swami Shraddhanand left, there was a gap in the leadership within the organization, but they have maintained this organization today quite well, and they have been able to provide relief work for the COVID-19 affected families in South Africa, and they were the first one which started relief work in South Africa itself. So if you look at some other organizations, there is Natal Tamil Vedic Association. Now Tamils also is a very significant group within the Indian diaspora in South Africa. This was established by a group of Tamil Indians in South Africa. Now their interests were to promote the Tamil identity, South African Tamil identity within the community of Indians in South Africa. They paid special attention to the Tamil education. So for them, education and Tamil language was of course very Hindi, or they were speaking Gujarati. It was something that they again feared, that their language is going to wither away. And there was growing stress on English education, which was obviously natural when they are in South Africa. So Tamil associations, they started their own schools. Tamil schools were established. They started to impart Tamil education. Even during the apartheid, they have worked hard to promote Tamil education amongst their younger generation. So during the apartheid, when there was no other language which was being allowed to speak other than English, they were the ones which ran home schools to educate their children in Tamil. So not established or formal schools, but home schools in various places. So they also introduced Tamil newspapers like Viveka, Banu, Senthamil, Selvan. These were the important and the earlier ones, which focused completely on Tamil language. So they have done significant work in promoting Tamil education and upliftment of the whole community. So the issues and concerns mainly for this Natal Tamil Vedic Association were centered around promoting Tamil culture, celebration of all the festivals, Tamil festivals, and culture and heritage among the Tamil Indians. They worked around with for protection of their culture with the help of organizing events, publication of various booklets, and even now they have merged with other organizations, of course. But now also they have been working for this Tamil education and introducing elementary education books in schools for Tamil language also. So the other one, which is again a Tamil federation, because why it is important, because they have joined together now. So South African Tamil Federation is also one of the other organizations which was formed in early 60s. Mr. N.C. Naidu was the one who was an important and the sole leadership who conducted meetings in Pretoria. They firstly joined with the other groups, like the Hindu groups, which were conducting meetings under the name of Indian Diaspora. Then they realized that they want to have a separate organization where they can promote Tamil identity and interest. So when they attended meetings with other Indian South African Hindu groups in Durban in 1960s, they understood that they could have a separate South African Tamil Federation. So many people could not actually gain membership to the earlier organization, Natal Tamil Vedic Association. So they realized that they need to have a broader and a wider organization where they could take in everybody as a member. So they organized a conference. Under this 3-day conference, there were many presentations where people presented papers on, for example, the need for a South African Tamil organization. They discussed it in a conference, and then they realized that establishment of a conference, a federation was very important. So they have worked very hard for introduction of Tamil medium in schools in South Africa as a language, as a third language. Recognition of Tamil medium education board, a separate education board for them. Setting up of examination boards where they help in preparing the syllabus, textbooks for school education, conducting examinations. All these things were accomplished under this organization. So, but later on, this organization merged on with the Natal Tamil Vedic Association because they realized that they needed a concrete organization which could bring in everyone together to promote interest of the Tamil population. That is why they came in together, and it was after that it was a very beneficial time for both these organizations because they organized events together. So that is why, with the especially in the language part, this federation has been seen as quite important, and they have been promoting Tamil language. Even at the University of Durban, they have been able to have a department of Tamil at the university, which was quite a remarkable feat. And they have various courses where they have Diaspora Tamil teacher course. They have various events which are organized through them. The another network or the another organization which is equally very strong and very important is the Gujarati network of South Africa. Now, Gujarati network is important because, as we see, and a lot of people can, anyone who visits Durban or Johannesburg, they also can see that the number of Gujaratis among the Indian diaspora is quite large. And the migration of Gujaratis from the state of Gujarat in India was quite large under the indentureship and especially under the passenger category. So a lot of them went as traders. A lot of them went to do business in South Africa. In East Africa also a lot of them moved as passengers. But in South Africa also we have a significant population. So Indian population of South Africa, that amongst the Indian population, over 70% of them, they live in the KwaZulu-Natal and 20% in Gauteng area. So percentage of Indian population consisted of roughly 40,000 Gujarati Hindus and around 60 to 80,000 Gujarati Muslims. So if we see, there were more Gujarati Muslims, but there were also Gujarati Hindus. So therefore, a need for having a Gujarati network in South Africa was something which was very important for them. But it was not like this earlier. Traditionally, Gujarat or traders from Gujarat were divided into different categories. They were also divided amongst themselves. So the one who belonged to different regions of Gujarat, like the Kutch region, Kathiawar region, Surat region, there were divisions on the basis of caste: Hindus, Parsis, and Muslims. So on the basis of caste, they had different groups, different associations, and they were also divided on the basis of class. So traders and workers. So this was the most important divisions amongst them that they had. Therefore, they had different Gujarati associations. They were working for Hindu Gujaratis, like Surat Hindu Association, that took care of Gujarati education for children. Then there was Kathiawad Seva Samaj, and there was Arya Bhadan Mandir. So these were the three prominent Gujarati associations which were working earlier. There were also some of the other ones which were smaller organizations, not that important as three of these. So there were caste-based associations like Kathiawadis, like people from Kathiawad region. Region is Kathiawad. Therefore, Kathiawadis like Patani Soni Association was one on the basis of caste. So this was purely caste-based organization. Then Mochi Mandal, which Mochi is shoemaker. That is why they made an association under their name. So it was based on the work and again caste, which is a particular people from a particular caste would do the work of a shoemaking. That is why they had different associations. So like this Kumhar Mandal, anyone who was doing pottery was a Kumhar, and they also formed separate association. So like that, they established different associations on the basis of caste among the Gujarati. This is the Gujarati network we are talking about. So Hindus, Muslims, Parsis were the three castes. Now all of them, they later on merged in 1993. After 1993, 1990s was the time when it was realized that the divisions among the Gujaratis, whether they are from Surat, whether they are from Kathiawad, it was not that important. What was important for them was the survival of Gujaratis within the Indian diaspora community. So now 1993 was also the time when the Indian government was also shifting its policy towards how it was looking at the Indian diaspora was also something which was being changed. And now they had included PIOs and NRIs within the category of Indian diaspora. So people of Indian origin and non-resident Indians both are now included in the Indian diaspora category, which was not earlier. So now they were recognizing these PIOs, and South African diaspora is mainly and largely PIO based, people of Indian origin. So that is why for them now the concerns or the whole shift had completely changed because of the diasporic policy shift of the Indian government. So they wanted more survival of their own Gujarati network. Therefore, they merged it together and they came in together to form a separate network, which has been working hard to keep this Indian community. It helped organize themselves to keep their culture, traditions, different festivals together. And they had also been able to keep their language to a great extent intact. Now, if I try to conclude, I can say that the whole community or the whole I have not looked at all the organizations. I have only taken a few examples, and because taking all the organizations is also something which is quite difficult. But I would like to do that in my paper later on, because taking, for example, few smaller organizations would also try and reflect of how Indians had worked during the apartheid. So for Indian diaspora in South Africa, what is important for us is the history, how the indentured community started evolving and establishing themselves into different associations. Now these associations were able to provide them a kind of a place or a platform where they could share their sentiments and concerns, like how they wanted to keep their community intact and carry on future plans or agendas for the future, how they can keep the identity intact in the future also amidst the whole South African identity. So they are Indian diaspora, but they are South African Indians. Keeping that South African identity is also something which is very much important for them. So Indian organizations have played an important role. Even today, if we look at, they are playing a very important role in influencing the political agenda of the political parties, their leaders in South Africa, what kind of aspirations they have are reflected in agendas of many political leaders also and the leadership. And apart from that, after the changes in the diaspora policy of the Indian government, they have adopted an approach of active association now, the Indian government. These associations are being heard very intently by the Indian government. Firstly, after the establishment of Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, then the government also started organizing yearly Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which is again a celebration of the Indian diaspora. So prominent leaders and activists from the South African associations are invited. They are awarded. So these associations are now being heard very intently, more than ever, by the Indian leadership and the political leadership in India. So they have been able to influence completely the diaspora policy of the government, and that too to a large extent. So we can say that the approach and the role of these regional organizations is something which is very significant within the whole Indian diaspora policy of the Indian government, especially towards South Africa. And that is why we see that with every high level and every visit by the leadership, these regional organizations are the ones which are mostly approached by the government and met by the political leadership also because of the influence that they have. So I would like to stop here. I would like to conclude, and I'm open for any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for very valuable information about the Indian diaspora operations in South Africa. And I will ask Professor Jang Young-gyu to make comments on this presentation.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Chair, Professor Yoon, and thank you, Professor Sushmita, for your quite informative presentation. Actually, Dr. Sushmita is my colleague as an Asian Africanist, but she is also quite dedicated on Indian diasporic studies, especially Indian diaspora in Africa. So for me, it is quite a good help to hear Dr. Sushmita's paper, because I'm also interested in Indian diaspora in South Africa, especially. I'm an anthropologist and Africanist, but I'm also getting into Indian studies a little bit since I did my master's in sociology in Delhi University before I went over to South Africa. I have a friend in South Africa while I was studying. She came from South Africa, studying at the same university. And after I complete my master's in Delhi University, I was planning to go over to South Africa, and it was actually her brother came to the airport, welcomed me to South Africa, and ever since I became a friend of South African. His name was Tony Singh. Actually, his grandfather was the first generation came to South Africa as an indentured laborers from Punjab. And actually, Tony was third generation from his grandfather. Yeah, and so his grandfather and his family was typical case of Indian diaspora in South Africa. And ever since I became quite a close friend of Tony, still today, and I getting to know some Tony's friends, Indian friends, obviously, Indian friends and neighbors, and even I conduct small project in early 2000 on that communities called Effingham Heights. It's the outskirts of Durban. So actually, yeah, basically I'm interested in Indian communities in South Africa, but still my knowledge on Indian communities in South Africa is quite limited and it's outdated because since early 2000, after finish my project, I haven't studied Indian communities in South Africa. So my question might be simple and quite retrospective in a sense. I have 3 basic and simple questions. According to your presentation, Dr. Sushmita mentioned that there are 1.3 million populations, Indian populations in South Africa, which is comprising of 2.6% of total South African populations. But you mentioned they are basically PIO. But to my understanding, there are also NRI populations in South Africa. So what is the composition ratio of PIO and NRI in South Africa? Because I think this is important because according to your presentation, Indian South African communities has very different identities based on religion, languages, and their original places. But in another perspective, Indian South African communities is divided into 2 big inclusive groups. One is PIO and the other is NRI. Especially, and there is kind of barrier between these 2 groups. Especially Indian diaspora, PIO, they have mostly lost their identities, linguistic identities. Okay, but to NRI, Indian migrants, they still maintain their language identities, and this is really important and powerful criteria to maintaining their identities. Especially since 1994, there were migrants from India to South Africa, and they maintain kind of distance from PIO in South Africa. So can you explain more about the relationship between these 2 inclusive group, PIO and NRI, and how actually Indian associations you present have acted as a bridge between these 2 groups? That is my first question. And second question is about longing. One of core feature of diaspora is the relations with mother country. Okay? And to my understanding, and as you present on your papers, Indian government is one of the leading international countries who has very much active policies on Indian diaspora. So what is Indian government role on Indian South Africans? Yeah, you mentioned about that briefly, but can you explain more about Indian government's influence on Indian South African communities, especially this current Modi government express Hindu nationalism and fundamentalism in national politics. Is that any influence of this kind of Modi government's Hindu nationalism in South Africa? That is my second question. The last one is another question about relations between Indian South Africans and some dominant South African populations, especially South African whites and South African black. In general, South African black, they labeling Indian South African as exploiters. And they created quite negative concept against Indian communities. It is quite striking to me because in the past, especially during apartheid era, Indian South Africans stood forefront against apartheid regime, along with South African blacks. They struggled for democracy, and they struggle for the rights of laborers. But why today that South African blacks regard Indian South Africans as exploiters? In South Africa, actually, the politics of ethnicity and politics of racism is prevalent today. And I think Indian South African communities also trace that line. They highlight the politics of ethnicity at the expense of politics of class or politics of social status. So how Indian South African perceive themselves as class or social status, and are they make a kind of alliance with South African blacks as same class, like a labor class? Is there any kind of development on that consciousness? That is my last question. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. He raised many important and big issues. So I will give time to Professor Rajua to prepare her responses to the comments. Then let's move on to the third presentation by Rayla Delo-Barova. Okay.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Thank you very much for invitation for this very important event. Thank you to have me as a presenter. Today I am to present some results on the theoretical and a little bit practical aspect of the migration and sustainable development nexus, with some focus on Central Asia as a glance from Kazakhstan. I think I'm very grateful that I'm in this session, because while this research will be developed, I think it will be more connected with the role of networks and diasporas. It will be mostly, I think, about the migrant networks in the region. The topic itself is controversial, because for several years, at least, I started the research on this since 2010, and it was really difficult to find really strong connections between migration and sustainable development. It was even before the SDGs, and it was a kind of challenging to do strong parallels between it. We understand that globalization enriched the migration process, and it is increased mobility on everything, including the people. And migration today covers all of the region, and today's conference is one more evidence for it, yeah. And it is really affects and contributes the process of globalization, integration, sustainable development. And a lot of issues are coming from the fact that migration is primarily recognized as a domestic issue, but the implications and issues come from this process is very complicated, and they are spreading all of the fields of the development. I won't attract your attention to the concrete data, but the number of international migrants are just increasing over the last years. And if we see the last global reports, the previous were issued in December 2019 and devoted to named like the World Migration Report 2020, and the next one we had this December, and even there we can see how the number of main contributors of migration, migrants themselves, evaluated. And here in this research, I mostly tried to focus on two aspects like human rights and remittances, how to find strong connection. But the migration and development nexus itself was difficult in terms that it just concretely appeared at the international discourse in international community started 2006, where it was the high-level dialogue on international migration and development. Yeah, before we could also mention some events, but concrete, which was devoted exactly the issues started then. And I'm also to highlight one more event of 2030s, where there was a kind of finalizing and starting point where the global migration group worked on these issues. And after adoption of 2020 international agenda and 70s SDGs, this issue and this topic was much more discussable, even more than previous years. And 2016, finally, IMO entered the UN family. The other side is that there is no any concrete or exact SDG from out of 17 which could focus on the migration. At the same time, or later, I will select the several when the IMO scholars are working exactly within these SDGs. And the next one, which was important, is a global compact on safe, ordinary, and regular migration, which was signed in 2018. And later on, it was, I think, very successful attempts to create other communities to work on indicators, to launch the Migration Network Hub, Global Migration Data, which also gave the more comprehensive picture, which shows what are more strong nexus between migration and sustainable development. If we were not to refer to the Bretton Woods and all of the three circles, economic, environmental, and social, were also visual in terms of the contribution, we may switch into the old and new vision in terms of how perception of migration and development changed over the last half of the year and more, and it is still evaluating. And if the old vision is mostly focused on that migration has a negative relation to the development, negative implication, the new one shows that it is mostly possibilities for both countries, sending countries and countries which accept migrants by their contribution. Even today, when we have developed legislation, developed international institution, realities and approaches, national approaches are not still ready to increase all of the positive effects of the migration. So why it happens? What are the main aspects of the migration development? Here I always refer to the Hen and Haas, which says that migration is a process of an integral part of a border transformation process, and migration process has internal, interdependent, and itself changing dynamics, its own trends, scale, results, and certainly the process of migration has an impact on the process of social transformation, including political and human dimension. And here, for sure, we have some pessimism, optimism, and we have to come to the compromise, kind of compromise in order to the one hand, the balance pessimism and optimism, and find the way to strong optimistic approach. So pessimistic approach is based on the vision that this nexus is mostly brings to the poverty, inequality, political instability, conflicts, cultural tension, social pressures in both sending and destination countries, as well as the other issues. And very often migration mostly politicized, and despite all of the positive effects, there are some effects which are decreasing this positive vision. About the optimism, even at this slide, I add much more points, because it is huge opportunities both for all of the parties of the process, but not migrants themselves, who are always in the difficult situation now. And this research is covering low-skilled migrants, yeah. And migration positively affects countries of origins and migrants to do not just jobs and their contribution, but also in terms of development of the skills, earning money, transferring them to the countries of the origin, while countries of destination benefits from the skills and labor they received from migrants. And the next is the increase in financial transfers, and it seems as a new additional source for development. Moreover, it is positive effects associated with social transfers, new vision, developing innovations, ideas, values. And I think migration leads to more balanced supply and demand dynamics. We understand that these disproportions in economies are existing in all regions over the world. To reach a kind of compromise, I may say that migration contributes to poverty reduction, and it is provides appropriate policy measures are taken, and international migration does not automatically entail favorable or unfavorable consequences. This is much more complicated, and it should be studied carefully. And the next aspects I mentioned is international institutions, and it is not just global of them like UN, IMO, ILO, but also regional. And I want to point the increased role of the local organizations, local NGOs, national governments in all this process. And if to be specific on the concrete links, which are also still discussable, I think it is still makes sense to work on, makes great sense to make to talk on human rights of international migrants, everything including living, working condition, access to social services, including medicine, education, whatever, international remittances all of migrants, which I evaluating as at the first slide. Even during the 2 years, it's increased more to 200 billions, and transfer of intellectual, social, and cultural skills, which I already mentioned. Yeah, and here you may see just some key messages that despite of the contribution of migrants as a key migration, contributors of migrants to the migration processes in terms of development, they still work in 3D dimension, like dirty, dangerous, difficult. And here I'm just bringing short data from to show how remittances worldwide are important for development, and for some countries it is even a very strong contribution for their GDPs, and I'll come to it when I go through the Central Asia countries. And while I mentioned that after 2015, even if there are not any concrete, any single goal where the SDG could be connected to the migration and development, still there are several of the SDGs and targets where we are now working with the world community, and while nationalization of the 70 SDGs, it's goal 5 about gender inequality, 8 is very important about the decent work and economic growth, 10 reduces inequalities, 16 strong institutions regarding coordination of the migration, and for sure 17, which is about the partnership for the goals, which is extremely important in terms of migration and development. For sure, we are to focus on more goals because if to analyze all 17, we may say that migration is mentioned in at least in 10 of them. And I just add some point that what is also important that 10.7 promote ordinary, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of the plan and well-managed migration policy, because a lot of challenges and issues are coming from the migration management at the regional, interregional, regional, and international level. If to come again to the SDGs in after 2015, it were also already worked out migration indicators within the SDGs. And again, I'm coming back to the SDG 8, 10, and 17, which show how human rights and contribution of migrants are important in order to increase positive events of migration and sustainable development. A short case is Central Asia, where the two countries, Kazakhstan and Russia, and mostly the migration hub number 1 is Russia, and Kazakhstan is the second. The other countries which are actively involved in the process are Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, which are sending countries, and Kazakhstan and Russia are mostly countries which accept migrants. And according to the mentioned report, World Migration Report, 2 of these countries are in the top destinations and origins of international migrants in 2020. I think while the previous presenters had a great speeches within their topics, in each of them we may find aspects on the difficulties which migrants communities face within the migration process, and this is the whole range coming from the access, even mental health, opportunity to give access to the medical services, financial difficulties. They very often depressed, and colleagues mentioned how the diasporas support these migrants, which is also important. The other side is that these difficulties coming not just when migrants come to the sending country to the destination. They face it back home where they return home. So this is a very difficult situation where migrants, who are the main contributors to the development, sustainable development, they have all of this. So to prove and to change this situation, one of the important, I think the most important dimension is the protection of human rights. And this is a very serious issue which is discussed in Kazakhstan, because migrants which come to Kazakhstan, they are not just from the main migration flow, that Kazakhstan is the alternative destination for the migrants who couldn't go and work in Russia, or some reasons where the border pandemic showed this case very well. And here, despite it, we should also mention series of social cultural factors, including knowledge of Hanyang language and the difficulties which they have not just the access with the primary services, but also communicating with the border officials, and a lot of them are coming with families and also in difficult situations. If to shortly focus on the contribution of migrants to the social economic developments in Central Asia, I mentioned in remittances, which are from, I think for Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, it is even more than 30% of the GDP. And there are also new skills like professional and communication, and new visions, new values, and contribution to the social and the political development of the countries. Here, I do also add that a kind of international development in the field of infrastructure building, banking system, everything is about all these aspects of development could be around the role of migrants and the main contribution. Colleagues, and in general, we know that how pandemic affected the situation of migrants, their human rights, where the whole world experienced lockdowns over the world, and it was also very visible while we are talking about remittances of the countries. But if even the people who are the residents of the country suffered a lot, migrants had double and triple hit during the pandemic. But even there, they continued to work and they continued to contribute, even in more difficult situations. Here are also some points to mention that Kazakhstan during this time experienced multi-dimensional tensions as a country of receiving migrants, as a transit country, and country of sending migrants. And in 2020, return migration has become a topical trend. It's about from the end of the March when until September, several thousand migrants from Central Asia countries were held at the borders, and they couldn't get home. In this situation, governmental structures, diplomatic missions, international, governmental, non-governmental organizations all work together. But even there, due to them, it wasn't the proper approach to the migration issue. It was just miscooperation. It was some aspect of miscooperation, as I mentioned at the beginning, as migration is a national issue, but it is definitely international. That's why there were a kind of, even not misunderstanding, but situation where these simple questions couldn't be solved very fast. If even it was a short time, and I also heard the previous speakers, I started again with migration and sustainable development nexus. Colleague, I know that we are very often criticize young scholars and each other about the interviews, about the polls, which we continue. But what I think is today, in-depth interviews are very valuable. I think regarding the migrants, whenever you are reaching one of them, two of them, whenever you are, whenever they trust you and speak, you have a comprehensive picture if you have a deep question. Here, I'm not demonstrating question. So within this short time, within the months, I tried to cover 8 migrants in Almaty, which is the South capital and May capital in Nur Sultan with the partners in order to understand what was the situation and contribution. And the whole picture was that number one barrier was they didn't want to speak at all. Number two, they still don't trust and they still in very difficult situation. But even there, they try to contribute, and if even their incomes decrease to 100 and even less in terms of their remittances, they say back home, they continue to. And this is very important. Starting to summarize, I want to mention that international remittances of migrants, it's a still contribution to development, as well as I mentioned transfers, as well as it contributes to the poverty reduction, cooperation, and even integration. And it is strengthening communications in many fields. So as a conclusion, as a starting to conclude and continue to conclude, I think human rights based approach is needed. Yes, it is initiated within the international institutions, but still at the regional and national level, we don't have effective mechanisms. I think I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I am. That there is no any region where the problem is at the level where it is starting to actively solve. Next, achievement of sustainable development goals. Yeah, still it is going nationalization. It's not nationalized, but still in the process and implementation to the strengthening role of the state as a maybe key responsible actor for this process. And it is not just one state; it is all states, all parties which are involved. And about the politicization, I want to mention that we have to mostly shift the approach while we are making researches to the not just positive effects, but at least comprehensive effects of this process. So the impact of migration on sustainable development is still controversial and requires new regional and global approach based on human dimension. Remittances and all of the other skills are important, and the dynamics of its applications increasing in the region. And I think migration must be mostly considered as a factor of its sustainable development and poverty reduction, but not securitization. Next is poor access to social services such as healthcare and education, gender issues, violation of the rights of migrants. All this seriously weaken the positive effects of the development. Because if even in Central Asia, within the countries I mentioned, like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, there is no visa regime and they come legally, they become out of the law field and they're out of the legislation, and that's why they're in difficult situation and automatically they don't have access to all of these services. So what to do? And it's important to work on implementation of the SDGs in cooperation through the format like migrants, key contributors, states, which are also key stakeholders, national and international institutions, diasporas, and business. I think in this research, there are a lot of gaps which have to be filled in Central Asia, including diasporas, migrants, workers, and how to involve private sector to strengthen the process of development, because mostly we are talking on economic development, social development, human capital development. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Okay. The nexus between migration and development is one of very important issues in migration studies. Professor Delovarova revisited this nexus from the perspective of sustainable development. Then we'll hear Professor Bae Jin-suk's comments on this presentation.
Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation. My name is Jeonbuk, and I am a research professor at the Academy of Mobilities, Konkuk University in Seoul. Since I'm the last of discussants, so I thought, due to the time limits, I will read through some comments and questions that I have prepared. This article examines human mobility-related issues in Central Asia in regard to the labor migration development nexus, as well as in the prism of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Central Asia's history has been characterized by the movement of people, including migration, that has been external and internal, forced and voluntary, and permanent and temporary, legal and illegal, ethnically motivated and economically motivated. However, in the Korean academia, the literature on the Central Asian region has predominantly dealt with the immigration history and experiences of Goryeo Saram within the field of Korean diaspora studies. Thus, it is expected that Professor Della Brava's work, by broadening the context and scope, will spark interest in and enhance the understanding of the multifaceted aspects of Central Asian migration and sustainable development among Korean scholars. The author first provides theoretical discussions on the positive and the negative implications of migration on the sustainable development process in terms of the rights of labor migrants and the economic remittances and diasporas in the migrant networks. And the later part of the article focuses on Central Asian migrant cases in general, shedding light on the plights of the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Here are a few questions for the author. So I gotta admit that I'm a Korean diaspora scholar, and I'm not an expert on the region, so my question might be basic, but anyway, I prepared. So first, one of the critical problems of external migration in Central Asia that author pointed out is the lack of dialogue between countries on migration issues. Could you please elaborate more on the causes of or factors that contribute to the lack of regional multilateral conversations and cooperations among Central Asian states, despite the prominent migration-related issues such as border management, human trafficking, and other forms of exploitations? I just thought that this lack partly attributable to the geopolitical factors and the political conflicts among Central Asian nations. What are the author's policy suggestions, if any, for enhancing dialogue and cooperation regarding migration matters at the regional level? And the second, some Central Asian countries such as Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan have heavily relied on financial remittances from abroad. However, the author explains that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, remittance flows to these migrant sending countries have declined significantly. I prepared this question based on the article that I got from the Chonnam National University, and I found that the Professor Della Brava, she covered some issues, the questions that I raised in this discussion in her presentation. Some of your slides were so new to me. I didn't have a chance to see the things, so I'm glad you covered some part of some questions of some questions that I initially thought in your presentation. Using the interview data, the author could interpret how reduced remittances have impacted the migrants' household and the societies in their countries of origin. Also, regarding the hardships, difficulties, and discriminations that Central Asian migrants have been subject to, richer and more vivid interview, direct quotations could be included and analyzed in the article. Since I'm an ethnographer, and I just thought that you could include some direct quotes of the interview data in your in your article, and which will give which will the readers have a chance to heard the voices of the migrants themselves. Lastly, I have a suggestion regarding the methodology. On pages 8 to 9, the author introduces research methods which utilize in-depth interview data and secondary sources. However, information on research methods can be included in abstract and mentioned in the introduction. Also, the dates or periods of interviews, as well as interviewees' demographic information, including gender and age, should be included in the article. I really enjoyed your work and listening to your presentation. Thank you again for the presentation, Professor Del Barova. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the very thorough and thoughtful comment and discussions. Initially, I miscalculated the time for this panel. Usually in many conferences in Korea, we have a very limited time for presentation and discussions, but luckily we have plenty of time. In the remaining hours, I will ask the presenters to respond to the comments and the questions raised by the discussant. And after we hear each presenter's responses, and if we have time, if we have still time to discuss more, then I will open up for the general discussion. Okay. So let's start from the first presenter.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I hope you can hear my voice clearly, because I have to change my location due to another offline meeting. So then I have to join with another device. So thank you very much, Professor Choi, for the suggestion, comments, and also notes that you have been given for us as a team who try to conduct a research. We're taking your notes very carefully, and we believe that your suggestion will be very useful for our research in the future. As you already mentioned before, that we also mentioned in our paper that this is a very early stage of the research. And we also find some difficulties to get fundings and also respondents for the survey. We expect before that we can have more respondents, so then we can discuss these issues further, bigger and deeper. But however, perhaps due to the very short limited of time, we only able to get in touch with using the Google Forms only for 25 respondents. So then we think that we have to conduct a better and also deeper conversation to the respondents. So then we try to encourage ourselves, especially, to conduct a better better research in the future. And also, I want to highlight the second things about the funding. So to be honest with you, Professor, and also participants in this room, before we already get the funding from another country, but then due to the political situation, internal country over there, I don't have to mention about the name of the country, suddenly the funding is postponed or canceled. So then we kind of struggling to get funding and so on and so forth. And up to date, we haven't found one, perhaps due to the pandemic as well and other situation. So I don't know if, BK21 or maybe Chonnam or perhaps other colleagues in this room could provide some more information for us to get funding for this research, because we want to make the research bigger, better, and also deeper. I think it will be good for us to provide some more information, so then we can try to find some better and also more other opportunity. I think that's the one. So based on Professor Choi's suggestion, we're not able to dig more this stage because of that limitation. But we believe, especially the presenter, my colleague Anggia Valerisa is trying to pursue her study for the doctoral degree, and I believe she will take diaspora as her field of study. I believe this suggestion and also comments and also some other opportunity, it will be very useful for Anggia and also for us as a group of lecturer in Parahyangan Catholic University. And also in the future, we are trying to establish a center of diaspora in our department, which is very rare and very limited in Indonesia. And we believe we become one of the pioneers in Indonesia to have a center of diaspora. If the situation is getting better, I believe a collaboration between Indonesia, UNPAR, and also Korea, Chonnam University, I think it will be very fruitful for this idea to have a center of diaspora. I also invite some other my colleagues, my lovely colleagues. Is there anyone from the floor wants to add something for Professor Choi suggestion? Anggia, Nara, Marshall, and Indri?
Nara, will you? Or Indri?
Is there?
Because Anggia presented, so do you want to
Yes, okay.
talk about
Yes.
something about
Okay, please, Anggia.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to respond to Professor Choi. Thank you, Professor, for the inputs, for the suggestions. We realize and we already acknowledge there's still limitations throughout the paper. And surely after we finish the research, hopefully, wherever the fundings comes from, we will include a more specific and a more concrete results, as mentioned by Professor Elizabeth Dewi, that due to the limited of time, we just received for the 25 respondents actually, but we will further have deep conversations, as we also mentioned that the methods we use here is also by conducting the focus group discussions, which not yet been done, but yes, it is our concern, of course, so we will include a more specific and a more concrete results with numbers, for sure, quantitatively perhaps, and it is our hope to finally show also the role of Indonesian diaspora as of power during the pandemic. That's all from me. Thank you, Professor Choi and Professor Yoon. Back to you. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll hear Professor Lajua's responses to the questions and comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chang. Thank you very much for raising three important questions that you've asked to me today. I need to acknowledge that I also need to revise my paper, and I would also like to include certain things that we get from this fruitful discussion here. Firstly, you asked about the population and the segregation of NRIs and PIOs, which is very important, I think, because here in the South African context, we are mainly focusing and talking more and more about the PIOs. So the NRI population out of this 1.3 million is only 60,000 approximately. And these are mostly professionals, IT professionals, people who have gone in higher education and in the hospitality industry. This NRI population mostly is the what we call the new diaspora, since the government has also changed and is also constantly revising its diaspora policy. We look at this NRI population as the new diaspora, or sometimes also we call it plain diaspora. And those who went by plane, and the earlier ones are the old diaspora or the boat diaspora, sometimes we call them, because they went through ship. So this is the new diaspora. So PIO, however, is the old diaspora. So now coming to the second question of how the policy has changed. This is very important, I think, because my paper is on regional or associations, Indian diasporic associations. And it will be very important for me also, as you have suggested, Professor Chang, to look at how the policy has changed and how these diasporic associations can be an influential factor in the change in this policy. So the policy of the Indian government, it has changed actively after the 1990s, because now they are focusing on this policy of active engagement with the diaspora, which was not there earlier. Earlier policy has been defined as a policy of complete disengagement. So the Indian government had not specified a completely distinct diaspora policy. Within the foreign policy also, diaspora did not figure as an important factor. And we could never have that kind of connect and reach to the Indian diaspora globally, anywhere around the world. So now we are focusing more on the diaspora and the segregations within the diaspora, like the old and the new one, which is very important for us because for a country like South Africa, this old diaspora is extremely important, and the reaching out to this old diaspora should be visible within the foreign policy or the diaspora policy of the government. So now, because they have constantly complained earlier, of course, the diaspora has this sense of belonging, they have this connect to the homeland. They were always, we always used to have these kind of interactions and reactions from the diasporic associations that the government is not catering to the needs of the old diaspora. So now, after 1990s, in fact, when they shifted this policy and they started reaching out, like Pravasi Bharati Divas is one of the major event that the Indian government takes place every year in the month of January, 9 January. So basically the date is also suited as well to match the return of Mahatma Gandhi from South Africa. So Mahatma Gandhi, who stayed for this long period of time in South Africa and started engaging in the Indian diaspora population, fought for their rights. He came back. When he came back, this was the date, and they celebrate this day as the Pravasi Bharati Divas. So this celebration, in fact, was not very well recognized and taken up by the Indian diaspora community, especially in South Africa. We had very averse reactions initially, and people clearly said that they did not want anything from the Indian government. They are South Africans first, and their Indian identity is after that. So a lot of people criticized this policy, but that was when it started, 2003 and 4. But now, if we look at the way people have accepted this change in policy today, it's quite vehement. We can see it very strongly connecting the diaspora and reaching to them, especially after the Modi government, as we all see that the new government has changed its diaspora policy also completely. So now what they have done is they focus more on issuing OCI cards, Overseas Citizenship of India cards, to the PIO, because they're not Indian citizens. So we needed them to have a passport kind of thing where they can at least have that kind of connect from the homeland, that they are being recognized. So OCI cards are something which had been issued to them so that they don't need a visa every time they come to India. Then they started giving visa awards, and the government, whenever they visit, for example, a prime minister, whenever he visited South Africa, the first thing that he would do is connect to these diasporic associations and meet them individually. So this was one of the major factors of how this community has come together and mobilized, regardless of religion, regardless of the caste factors within them. So as we see that these religious, all these diasporic organizations are divided and were formed on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste. But when they come together as a whole and Indian government tries to reach them, they try and keep that identity intact within the whole identity of Indian diaspora. So this is something which is quite a remarkable achievement, I think, from our side to reach to the diaspora. But of course, there are issues. But at least with the change, we are able to connect, I think, more with this old diaspora, which is very, very important for us. And this Pravasi Bhavan has been established by the Indian government, where they can they have a separate place for the diaspora, recognized places from the Indian government side. They also established a separate ministry, which again they've merged Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, which catered mainly to the diasporic population. But now again they've merged it with External Affairs. But that does not mean that the policy has shifted. It's only because of the extra work and confusion within the ministry. So they still have very strong connect with the diaspora, and the reply and the kind of engagement that the ministry has with the population is quite visible everywhere. So I think on policy wise, it's much more stronger than before. So we've never seen such a strong policy for the diaspora before than this. So this is the time when we can see it is very much visible for us to see a very strong diaspora connect. And this is also the reason why during COVID pandemic, the diaspora was the first one to reach out to India when India was in the second wave and people were dying, and it was a very bad and pathetic situation that we had in. The diaspora was the first one to raise money and start a fund, COVID relief fund, and reach out to the Indian government to help in the COVID disbursement. So this is a quite remarkable feat that we can see. Other question, which is again very, very important, Professor Chang has raised, is because we are looking at Indian diaspora from a historical perspective, and that is why they are old diaspora. They had been there from the indentured time, indentured generation. So, and within South Africa, the racial segregation is of course very important. That is why we see the whole history of apartheid, the movement. All Indians are within the category of colored groups. So when we see blacks, whites, and colored, that includes Indians. And Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi's role has been a very important one, since we all know that he became Mahatma in South Africa. He went to South Africa as a lawyer and he came back as a Mahatma. So he had this whole history of where he worked against the racial discrimination, prevalent racial discrimination. He fought against the rights of the oppressed community under the British rule. So he was always for recognizing the rights of the colonized. Why can't colonized have their equal share of rights within the colonized nation itself? So that is why the Black community also came within that whole purview and that context, which was very important at that time. And he raised movements, he started protests, which included the Blacks also. But over the years, I think what also happened is indentured, especially the indentured community, when they settled in South Africa, they became quite economically empowered. A lot of them came into businesses, a lot of them had their own industry set up, and a number of them also became politically involved. So the community as a whole was economically empowered, community as a whole became politically involved. This was the time when we also saw a lot of hatred. Initially, if we see the recent attacks on the Indians in South Africa, there were a lot of attacks on the Indian community itself. So, and that Indian community is the one which was economically empowered and belonged to a separate economic class than the Black community in Johannesburg, for example, and in Durban. So these recent attacks, or even the attacks before this, in early 2000, we had another series of attacks. So these were always catered to a specific Indian audience, which was economically stronger, and there was a hatred towards them. And there was this feeling, especially after this whole Gandhi era went on, Gandhi left and they became independent, they formed their own government in South Africa. There was this feeling that Indians have always sided with the white community, and for their own benefits, for their own interests, because they wanted to be better in economic class category wise. And that is why they have or left behind the interests of the Black community. So they don't side with them. Also, because of the ethnicity factor, they maintain their ethnicity separately. They don't assimilate in the sense that obviously Indians do not remarry within different ethnicities. They are not very much, seen as diluting their Indian identity. That is something that they maintain very separately. So a lot of hatred and a lot of anti-Indian sentiments had developed because of that. But of course, we don't see that all the time, but only during these times of, for example, the recent attack, when there was a place where there was complete chaos and people started, the mob came in, there were riots. So that was the time when they take advantage, and Indians are at the worst phase during that time. But we also know that they have done quite well politically also. For example, under the Zuma government, why the whole recent attack happened was also one of the reasons why under the last and the recent corrupt governments, Indian politicians and Indian businessmen had been involved, like the Gupta brothers, who were quite popular in South Africa, and people would say this is the Indians who are running the government. So they were the ones who were close to the president, and they were the ones who were dictating who should be the minister and who should be not, who should be expelled. So there was this whole vibe about how Indians are dominating everything, and that is why the whole anti-Indian hatred and sentiments rose up. So, but of course, apart from this, the history is important, and I think the role of associations and diasporic associations is again equally important. They have a very important role in today in the decisions of the government, what the ministry decides and what kind of policies they are adapting in South Africa, and also in determining the policies of the Indian government foreign policy towards the diaspora. So that is why I think the whole role of to answer your questions, Professor Chen. I hope I've been able to answer all of them. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the very detailed information and explanations about the situations in the Indian diaspora in South Africa and in India. Okay. Finally, we'll hear Professor Delo Varova's responses to the Professor Jeonbuk's comments.
Thank you very much. Dear Professor, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for your attentive reading of my article. Great pleasure. Dear colleagues, this event is really important for me as a brainstorm which unites gathering together scholars from this important region and band. And really, I enriched today my vision on diaspora issues, migration issues, and starting to respond to the questions of dear Professor. Let me start to, first of all, say thank you for your first question, which is extremely important on cooperation in Central Asia. You mentioned all of the important issues which we have as a trend in Central Asia, and unfortunately, we don't have any single platform where all of the parties of Central Asia countries communicating together. Usually we do it at the echo of the international organizations or forums, and IMO in Central Asia do a great job, and NGOs and unfortunately migrants themselves have to solve their problems. Very often now I also asked a question about the Eurasian Economic Union, which had its article and chapter 26, article 96-98, where the migrants within the Eurasian Economic Union benefits and have the legislative network framework to which make them able to have the proper status agreement and all of the benefits. But unfortunately, only Russia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan are participants of this union, but not Tajikistan and Uzbekistan yet. So in these terms, yes, we may say that there is lack of cooperation. And what I want to point is there is just bilateral agreements between countries of Central Asia and Kazakhstan, Central Asia, Russia and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is also a kind of migration source state for Russia, and transit state. So this is the only effective instrument mechanism today which have to be developed on regional platform. This is, I had presentation at the previous conference, and the topic itself is, I understand that it is very difficult and controversial, but even there, I think we should cover these topics, and you are definitely right that the conflict potential in Central Asia is last time is huge, and this is exactly connected with border issues. Why I'm asking, I understand that there are tensions on Kyrgyz-Tajik border. At practically all borders are not strongly identified. If even identified, people and migrants don't see any borders because they have to work, they have to survive. That's why conflict potential influence on the migrant status in the region. Unfortunately, it's strongly influenced. And thank you very much for mentioning the role of remittances to Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. It decreased. I also mentioned it. But, during the time where lockdowns were, we understand the people who couldn't go back home, they were just in the shade. They worked in the fields even more illegally than they did before, just to survive. And there is data which is not presented that these people, these migrants, didn't send money while banking system didn't work, just online banking system which still worked, and they try to save, and later on send. But it was time where even they own had nothing to eat, no place to live, and it is also about their status, about their rights, about their access to their services. And yes, I definitely understand that we need more researchers on this. And a very important question on methodology. Yes, in presentation, I tried to justify why in that interview, why this combined approach. But as well as its proceeding, I just mentioned, it's not. Every study should be serious. Otherwise, we don't need this study. Every study should be had quality, good quality. But colleagues here also told about lack of time, lack of finance, lack of everything. We scholars always work in kind of conditions. That's why I just tried to show, yes, I'm serious about this study, but what kind of result it will, let's see. If I have possibility to add this survey itself, which was in the interview, whatever. But I also understand, and thank you for the possibility to speak exactly on this topic, which is controversial, which is still, yes, we have understanding that there are strong links and strong benefits of migration. Can all of the parties benefit from the migration? It's development. Otherwise, why they move, why they work, they try to contribute to their countries. Both countries, they're working for one country, send money to another country, everything. But still, all of these questions comes to the cooperation. They come to the migration policy. And my previous colleagues also mentioned that the key and the milestone, the core of the core how to solve these issues are in cooperation and develop an effective mechanism. No matter which topic, diasporas, migrants, working, everything. But yes, another thing that you are right. I try to combine some theoretical issues, practical implication. This is very big research, so it should be more graduated. But what I wanted to say, not to make it just theoretical, and if I won't able to do it practical without some theoretical aspects. I think if I go ahead and if I find some colleagues who are interested in this I'm sure we find finance and enrich this project. Thank you very much. If I shortly could respond this question. And I'm also very grateful to Ms. Miranda who coordinated me and some other colleagues whom I meet today. Thank you. Great pleasure for me.
Okay. So we have already reached the end of this panel. So before we close this panel, I'd like to hear just one question or comment from the audience. So if you have any question, I give just one person to Chan to talk about or participate in the panel. Okay. Well, if you don't have any questions, let me close this panel by sharing my thoughts on the presentations and discussions in this panel. First of all, it is a great chance for me to know people and experts in the area of diaspora and migration studies. I have been working on Korean diaspora and international migration and multiculturalism, and I have been expanding my research to Northeast Asian countries. So this conference gives me a good chance to know who are available, outside Korea, who can work together in the future. So that is the first benefit for me to participate in this panel. And also three issues came into my mind that we needed to elaborate in our future research. The first issue is sub-ethnicities. As in the case of Indonesian diaspora and Indian diaspora, those ethnic communities are divided into several sub-ethnic groups in terms of religion, region, and class. The Korean diaspora is in the same situation. For example, in London, we have large Korean communities where South Koreans, North Koreans, and Korean Chinese, are coexisting in this ethnic community. Although they are all Korean, but they are, distinguished into three groups. So the existence of sub-ethnicities make it very complicated in their relationship with each other and their relationship to the host society. So sub-ethnicity is one issue we need to delve into in the future research. And the second thing is the evaluation of the role of diaspora for the home country can vary by the level of development of the home country. When the home country is in the state of developing country, the home country tries to, strengthen the relationship with the diaspora in order to benefit from their contribution. But when the home country has already become the advanced country, the value or the benefits of diaspora, can diminish. So the role of diaspora can change by the level of the development of the home country. So in that sense, the perception of the home country or its people toward the diaspora can change. So that is particularly pertinent in Korea because we have a large number of return migrants from China or other developing countries. So although they contribute to the South Korea in terms of economic contribution, but they have their social or cultural impacts are perceived in a different way. And that leads to the third issue, the impact of migrants or impacts of diaspora to the home country, are different in terms of their economic, social, cultural dimensions. For example, we have about 600,000 Korean Chinese. They are called Joseonjok or Jungguk Dongpo in Korea. They contribute to the Korean economy by engaging in so-called 3D industries. So South Koreans recognize their economic contribution, but these Korean Chinese are perceived somewhat negatively in terms of their social and cultural impact. Especially Korea and China have difficult diplomatic and political relationships. In this context, Korean Chinese are questioned about their loyalty to the home country. So the impact of migrants or impact of diaspora are different in terms of their economic, social, and cultural aspects. So those things came into my mind, and I think we may share the same ideas, and I think we needed to more effort to elaborate in these issues in our future research. So we already passed the time for this panel. Again, I really appreciate your participation and contribution in the forms of presentation and discussions. And I wish we meet again next time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Very much.
Okay, so let's move on to the first paper. So the first paper, the title is The Problem of Intellectual Migration in Post-Soviet Central Asia, Assessing State Strategies. And Dr. Bahuri, are you here?
Good afternoon from Moscow.
Hi.
Dear colleagues and respected participants of our panel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Do you want to share your PowerPoint slide?
Yes, I do. Actually, I have some technical problems, but I'll try to share my presentation with you.
Yeah.
1 minute, please.
Yeah. So while he's fixing his technical problem, let me briefly introduce Dr. Bahuri. Did I pronounce your name right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So Dr. Bahuri is a research fellow at the Department of World Politics, MGIMO University in Moscow, Russia. So he holds a PhD degree in political sciences from the same university. He specializes on soft power and public diplomacy. He has co-authored 2 books called Public Diplomacy, Theory and Practice, and Social and Humanitarian Transformation of the Modern World. He has published more than 20 academic papers on public diplomacy, non-state actors, and intellectual migration trends in post-Soviet Central Asia. So please welcome Dr. Bahuri. Dr. Bahuri, are you ready?
I'm ready actually, but I can demonstrate my presentation. Actually, I prepared a very.
Do you want to share?
Maybe you
yes,
can.
I prepared in a Central Asian, design, a presentation, a beautiful one. So it's.
Do you want to send the PowerPoint slides via the chat so that maybe I can open the PowerPoint slides and I can share the screen?
1 minute, please. To email, you mean, or to
you can send it to the chat, the chatting room right here on the Zoom.
1 minute.
While we are waiting, if you don't mind, do you want to introduce yourself? Dr. MD Ghulam Rabbani, do you want to introduce yourself to the audience? Maybe because your video is on.
Oh, sorry, you mean me? So still I'm not doctor. I'm a student of PhD student at Chonnam National University. And my major is
be a doctor.
So my major is global diaspora studies here, and I'm actually writing my thesis. I finished my whole coursework, and today's morning I had presentation also in the another room. Probably you missed that my presentation. This is all, and I'm from Bangladesh. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you so much for coming. Okay, I guess maybe Dr.
I think we lost her.
We can hear you, Professor. Your mic should be unmuted.
Sorry. Sorry. Lily Himalai, if you don't mind, can you please go ahead before Bahuri, because I think he's still having some technical difficulties.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Nilima Rai. I'm from Nepal. I'm with the team of Center for the Study of Labor and Mobility. We'll be presenting, I think we have a second presentation in this panel in terms of labor migration in South Asia.
You were supposed to.
Yeah, I'm currently with South Asian Regional Trade Union Council, but before that, I used to be part of CESLM. Thank you.
Okay, I will briefly introduce Ms. Lai. So she holds a master's degree in development studies from International Institute of Social Studies of Erasmus University, the Netherlands. Oh, so you're from the Netherlands. Yeah. So she is currently.
I studied there. I studied there. I did my master's there. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's currently working for South Asian Regional Trade Union Council, and previously she has worked from Center for the Study of Labor and Mobility as research associate. Her primary research interests are different social issues focusing on gender, migration, refugees, and disaster. So thank you, Ms. Rai. So whenever you are ready, you can present your paper.
I think maybe we can share our slide.
Yes, please.
I think we cannot do that unless we are host or co-host. Okay, so the share screen. Okay. This is the report, I think, yeah.
And you have about 30 minutes or more, so please take enough time.
Okay. Yeah, sure, thank you. Okay, thank you, Professor. The title of our paper is Migration for Employment to South Korea, Socioeconomic Characteristics of Aspirant Migrants in Nepal. Actually, this is more related to labor migration from South Korea, from Nepal to South Korea. We are a team of 4 members, which is Dr. Jeevan Bania, Dr. Arjun Kharel, Sadiksha Bhatrai, and myself, Nilima Rai. And 2 of us, Sadiksha and I, will be presenting this in this panel. However, Dr. Jeevan Bania is here with us. So next slide. Okay. For today's our presentation, we have outlined. We will be discussing brief on our background of a study, then data source, which is more about the methodology and how the data, how we collected our data, and then we will be more discussing on the findings of our study. And based on that findings, we will be summarizing all the findings of our study in our discussion section. So in the background section, for more than a decade, South Korea has been one of the most popular destinations amongst Nepali migrant workers migrating towards South Korea for foreign employment. Based on data available from 2008 to 2018, 58,709 Nepalis, in which 55,222 are males and 3,487 females, have already migrated to Korea for foreign employment under employment permit system in Korea. So based on several studies and research and studies, there has been a gradual increase in number of potential migrants registering the test of proficiency in Korean language that is mandatorily required to pass the test before applying for any kind of job that is available in Korea, has reached nearly to 100,000 in 2019. So the migration to South Korea, from Nepal to South Korea, has social and economic benefit to labor migration, to migrant sending household, as well as also the national economy of Nepal. The data from the Department of Foreign Employment shows that remittance from South Korea has increased from US $0.02 billion to US $0.19 billion between the fiscal year. This is a fiscal year. We use this 2014 to 15, and then up to the 27 to 2018. So you can see that the remittance that has entered to Nepal has increased significantly. And however, the social and economic cost of labor migration has remained high. We will be discussing later on this section and later in our presentation. So next slide. Okay. Although several research studies has been conducted on Nepali migrant workers, but mostly they are mostly focused on GCC countries and Malaysia as a destination countries. Therefore, like we found it, there are very little knowledge on Nepal South Korea labor migration. In relation, particularly in relation to potential migrants, reason for migration, why are they migrating, and the means they employ to finance the cost of language test that is mandatory in case of EPS, employment permit system EPS in Korea, and other costs, and their aspirations and the future plans, which we found quite interesting, and like it was a bit different than other migrant workers that are currently or already migrated towards other destination countries such as GCC countries and also Malaysia from Nepal. So in this context, the study was conducted to understand South Korea bound migrant workers and their socioeconomic characteristics, aspirations, and migration related costs. There are several costs associated before they migrate to South Korea. The phenomenon is a bit different. The process is a bit different as compared to others migrating towards GCC country and Malaysia. So next slide. Okay, for the methodology, this paper that we have submitted, the paper is developed using the data that we have collected for a larger study on migrating to South Korea for employment, experience, aspiration, and perceptions of Nepali youths. That is conducted by the Center for the Study of Labor Mobility, SESLAM, which is a department, a special department under the Social Science Paha, located in Kathmandu, Nepal. So basically, this is a part of this paper is a part of bigger research that we have already conducted in 2019. So the data was collected for 2 months, that April to May in 2019, from 402 students that they were enrolled in 16 Korean language training institutes in Nepal, and we use a non-probability sampling method in order to conduct the survey. And in addition to this, we have conducted 7 semi-structured interviews with potential migrants, and 5 informant interviews were conducted and analyzed at the end. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the findings sections, we'll be discussing more about the socioeconomic characteristics of the aspirant migrant workers. Actually, they are the prospects and prospective migrant workers who are planning to migrate towards Korea. Actually, they haven't migrated, but they were in the process of migration towards Korea for the foreign employment. So in terms of characteristics, aspirant migrants to Korea were mostly found to be young adults, that is of age between 18 to 17 years. Singles means mostly they are unmarried or never married, and mostly were male and from certain caste or ethnic groups. And similarly, aspirant migrants to Korea have higher level of education and came from families with higher socioeconomic status. So you might be thinking like, how can we say that they came from higher socioeconomic status? Because we have CESLAM has been already conducting a lot of research that on migrant workers going towards GCC countries and Malaysia, and we have found it's a bit different as compared to those who are planning to go towards Korea. And we found, as per the survey, we found that 59% had completed higher secondary education, that 12th grade. More than 25% had completed secondary level education. Nearly 10% had completed bachelor's or higher level of education, which is quite contradictory as compared to those who were planning to migrate towards GCC or GCC countries or Malaysia. So most of the in relation to employment status, most of the aspirant migrant workers at the time of survey, they were found to be unemployed in Nepal. Based on the survey, 69% of the survey participants were unemployed, 16% were students, and around 16% were employed in some kind of income generating activities. So the according to the Central Bureau of Statistics, CBS Nepal, in 2019 in Nepal, 69% of the unemployed population were within the age bracket of 15 to 34 years, of which more than 38% were in the age group of 15 to 24 years. This clearly shows that the majority of the young adults of Nepal are unemployed and more likely to seek opportunities for foreign employment. Next slide, please. Okay. You can see the chart here. This shows the annual household income of the survey participants. That 402 participants that we have conducted a survey with. So based on this chart, you can see here, like only few more than 6% of total participants reported to have their annual or family household income less than 20,000 Nepali rupees, and more than 69% of total respondents or the survey participants reported to have their families or annual household income within the range of 50,000 to 100,000, 20,000 to 100,000 rupees, Nepali rupees. And you can still see here like significant percentage of the survey participants, that is more than 22% of the participants reported to have their annual household income that ranged from 100,000 to 200,000 Nepali rupees. And it is bit if you are interested, or if you might stumble upon, or if you want to go through, while we comparing like the studies between the aspirant migrant workers, they are planning to go to Korea and also to the GCC and other Malaysia countries, Malaysia as a destination countries. This is quite different, and the annual household income of survey participants who are planning to go to South Korea is higher as compared to those of who are planning to go to GCC and Malaysia as a destination countries. Next slide. I think from here now, my colleague Sadiksha will present the rest of the findings. Thank you. Sadiksha, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Can you hear me? I am okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sadiksha Bhattrai. I'm currently working as a research officer at the Center for the Study of Labor and Mobility at Social Science PAHA. So I will be presenting the rest of our presentation today. And starting with my presentations, Nilima, she talked about some of the socioeconomic characteristics, education background, as well as like the employment status of the research participants in 2019 when we did this survey. In the next part of this presentation, I'll be focusing on the aspirations or the reasons of these experienced migrants or the prospective migrants who wanted to migrate to Korea for employment. Like, why did they choose to go to Korea? So, and in the next section, I will also talk about some pre-migration costs that they pay for migration to Korea, especially focusing on the Korean language test that they have to take to be eligible to be chosen for employment under the employment permit system. So if we look at the survey participants' reason for choosing Korea for employment, it is usually like a combination of multiple factors rather than a single reason that will motivate workers to look for migration to South Korea for employment opportunity. In this context, we also found that although survey participants, we also found that the reason for migration for our survey participants was also multiple. That is, one individual has various reasons that compelled or that pushed him to choose South Korea for migration. It was not only just one reason why he chose to migrate to South Korea. And if we look at these reasons, although survey participants had mentioned multiple reasons for their aspiration to migrate to South Korea, higher earning potential in Korea rather compared to other countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, as well as Malaysia, it was one of the most mentioned reason for migration to South Korea by the participants, by our research participants or these experienced migrants. There are also some of the other reasons. This was probably like, if we talk about the potential to earn more, it was because if we compare it with the annual or monthly salary that a migrant receives in Qatar or even in Malaysia, it is a lot higher. Like, if you look at the average income in GCC countries, you can see like most of them are earning between Nepali rupees 30 to 50,000, but it is almost like 100,000 to 200,000 in South Korea. So that is what is making this one of the primary reason that we found that these Nepali men and women young men and women were trying to migrate to Korea, as well as other reasons that we talked about was the low migration cost. This was probably because we know that migration under South Korea, it cost around 970. The prescribed cost for migration to South Korea is $970 in Nepal. So people think like for migrant workers, that is kind of like a cheap way to migrate to a country where they have the potential to earn a lot of money, and they can cover this cost by working for a few months in South Korea. So that also motivates them to choose South Korea for migration. Other reasons were also like safe working environment in the destination country, lack of employment opportunity, and also this guarantee that if they are able to migrate under the employment permit system, then they will be guaranteed an employment in Korea, and that they will not be cheated by their employer. So that there is this perception. So that also fueled their migration to South Korea. Similarly, like when we talk about how these experienced migrant or prospective migrant workers know about going to Korea or know about this South Korea as a destination country. So we also, in order to understand this, we also looked at the social networks, like how they got this information on migration on the migration process to South Korea or about the EPS, employment permit system. So we found that most of the migrants aspirant migrants had obtained information on labor migration to South Korea from informal network like their family, their friends, their relatives, their neighbors, or those who were already in Korea or those who have returned from Korea. However, only 5% of them had learned it through formal way, like formal networks, such as the Korean language, formal network like newspapers, and only 2% has learned about these opportunities in Korea through the Korean Language Institute. So we can see that informal network plays an important role to disseminate information. It is one of the important informal networks play a most important role in the choice of aspirant migrants worker for this destination, or choosing South Korea as a destination for employment. Furthermore, it also seemed that most of those who are seeking to migrate to South Korea for employment relied on their friends, families to gather more information about their culture, their other information related to EPS in South Korea. So instead of using more formal awareness initiatives or awareness related campaigns, so they are found relying on these informal networks to gather information. And among them, I think friends, and as we can see in the figure, friends and family were the most used, or were the most used networks by these aspirant migrants to gather information. In the next section, I would like to focus on the expenses that were related to language preparation. As Nilima already mentioned previously, in Nepal, Korean Language Institute has increased in number in recent year because of the employment permit system, the opportunity to work in Korea under employment permit system, and as a requirement to be eligible for being able to work in South Korea, they have to pass this test for Korean proficiency in Korean language. So a lot of participants move from their villages, from other parts of the cities to other part of the countries to Kathmandu Valley, and even other major city areas to learn this language. In our case, we also found that Korean language institutes were also still the main medium that were used by these aspirant migrants to learn Korean language, apart from other informal ways like using YouTube videos and using Korean, South Korean movies, songs, or other those kinds of things. They use that, but primarily Korean Language Institute still remains the main medium for them to learn Korean language. These institutes basically teach them basic Korean language, followed by for the first few months, and then they will move into the medium and intermediate and advanced courses. The average duration is usually 6 months. So for a minimum, the aspirant Korean migrant spend 6 months for preparation of these language courses. On an average, they pay around $150 USD for this language preparation course for the duration of 6 months. But there is a maximum, there are people who are individuals that are also paying almost $900 for this Korean language test. And this is because they are taking these special courses that are provided by the Korean language. When we talk about this special course, it is according to the interview participants, special course were referred to those courses under which students were taught separately. Sometimes one language instructor was found to be assigned to per student, so they are providing more services to these to these students. So it costs them comparatively more than what the average Korean language fee is. Similarly, they were paying other costs as well. For example, the overall cost of the language preparation was even higher than this 800 or 900 USD, because they were also, the aspirant migrants were found that they were staying away from their family and paying for their housing and food separately. So they stay in Kathmandu and they have to pay for their accommodation, their living expenses for the duration of 6 months. So there is this added expenses that they are paying for learning these languages. And we can see that in our case also, almost 96% of the research participants were staying in Kathmandu and they were paying for their accommodation. Similarly, the aspirant migrant workers made significant investment in language classes, both in terms of time and money. The cost will increase significantly as many of them were enrolled in language classes multiple times because as they did not succeed in passing the language test or migrating to South Korea in the first attempt. So those students who passed the test with lower grades were less likely to succeed in migrating, and they will rank at a lower order, and the quota set for the year could reach before their recruitment. What happens is that we found that a lot of people were continuing this their language preparation classes for the more than for like the past 2-3 years. So there were people who were taking these classes for the past 2-3 years because they couldn't pass the topic test, or in some cases they passed but they are waiting for their work contract, but they feel like they could try again for the next quota. So you can see they are spending a lot of time and money for these preparations. Because these people were spending a lot of money, time and resources on this on language preparation, we also tried to find where they find the money to fund these sources. So we found, because as Nilima mentioned earlier, most of them were unemployed, so they depended on their family to pay for these expenses. Around 4/5 of the participants said that their family supported their overall expenses of language preparation. Other sources include some savings that they could make from their past employment or other areas they had made some savings. They will use that. And also 7% said that they used loan. They take loan from different sources to finance all these costs related to language preparation. This is consistent with findings from other studies on migration to other countries like in Gulf areas as well as Malaysia, that people are depending on these loans and debt to finance their migration. Also, in our case, the sources of loan included like friends, neighbors, money lenders, as well as cooperatives and banks, from where they take high interest loans. So they are from friends and neighbors. They are usually, most of the time, they will get it without any interest, so interest-free loan. But most of the cases, when they are taking the loan from bank and other cooperatives as well as money lenders, they are paying some interest rate, and sometimes it is very high. You can see, like for per annum, they can be paying 32% to 60% per annum as interest rate for these loans they are taking. So coming to the discussion and conclusion of our section, so individuals' decision to migrate is deeply rooted in the socio-economic, political, cultural, and environmental context. In Nepal, labor migration is prompted by financial instability at the household level and lack of jobs, as well as the prospect of high earning potential, due to which they spend a significant lot of time and resources to migrate for foreign employment. And this is the case for Korea as well, like for migration to South Korea as well. Previously, as mentioned by Nilima, labor migration has brought economic benefits to the migrant household, as we saw that the remittance received from South Korea increased from 0.02 billion USD in 2014 to almost 0.19 billion in 2019. However, this is coming with some social and economic cost, as we see like people are depending on spending a lot of money to be able to migrate to South Korea. Lately, and this is important because lately the economic cost of migration has especially drawn attention in the academic and policy circle, and labor migration cost has become an area of concern. Operationalization of reduction or elimination, minimization of the cost that is borne by worker for migration or for labor migration is evident in the migration-related process and international and regional framework such as Sustainable Development Goals, the Global Compact for Migration, as well as the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, Colombo Process, and even the SARC declarations of migration, which Nepal is also an active party of. The ILO General Principles and Guideline for Fair Recruitment of 2019, though non-binding, encourages the state, recruiters, and employers to promote and ensure fair recruitment by specifying recruitment fees and other related costs. In Nepal as well, policy focus has been to monitor and curb recruitment agency from charging high recruitment fees to the prospective labor migrants, which is also evident in the free ticket policy that was introduced in 2015, as well as the bilateral agreement that Nepal has signed with some of the destination country that incorporates zero cost or employer pay model. That these policies are focusing on minimizing the cost borne by the migrant workers during the course of their migration abroad for employment. The cost, we know that the cost, the prescribed cost or the officially prescribed cost for migration to South Korea under the employment permit system is USD 970. However, prospective migrants, as we saw, are spending a significant time and resources to prepare for this test. Nepal South Korea migration under EPS is generally considered to have addressed the issue of high pre-departure cost for migrant workers when we compare to the scenario or the situation that is when we compare it to the situation that migrant workers who are going to other countries like in Qatar, Malaysia, or even in other destination countries in Europe. We do not have that kind of prescribed. We have the kind of prescribed cost, but still people are seen paying like 10 times more than what is prescribed, there 10 to 20 times more. Under Korea, it was said like it has a prescribed cost for migration, so it is considered to have addressed this issue of high pre-departure cost for migration. However, it is still necessary that we delve into the complexity and multiplicity of this multiplicity of economic cost of Nepal to South Korea labor migration, acknowledge other potential costs such as those of the language classes and tests that are requirement for migration to South Korea when we are discussing the net benefits from this migration process. To conclude, so this is also important because of all this financial stress that it causes the migrant and their families, because significant they have to depend on their families and their migrants, their annual income to spend to pay for the migration to South Korea. And as we know, under EPS, most of the time you do not have the guarantee that you are going to have that contract. Even when you pass the topic, a lot of aspirant migrants workers are found waiting for more than 2 years, like to have their name, like to get an employment in Korea, even after passing the topics test. So this failure to migrate also can have important socioeconomic impact on the migrant and their household, as well as it can cause various psychological, like psychosocial impact on these migrants. So to conclude, primacy of politics, effective policies and governments is of paramount importance in order to make migration from Nepal to South Korea beneficial for Nepal and Nepalis, and to also meet the commitments of Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Compact of Migration, recognizing that existing investment in terms of time and money on topic preparation is costly for Nepal and Nepalis. It is important that both the government of Nepal and South Korea make joint efforts in minimizing the investment and ensuring free and easy access to topic preparation. Last but not the least, it is instrumental that further knowledge about Nepal-South Korea migration is generated so that future policies, plans, and strategies become more evidence-based. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you, Nilimaji, for supporting me with this presentation, and thank you for organizers and co-hosts for giving us these opportunities. We'll take any questions we have in the Q&A section. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation and the two presenters. After the presentation, Kim Soo-jung from Jeonnam National University, she will have some discussions.
Hello, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. I'm Soo-jung Kim. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Geography Education at Jeonnam National University. Before starting my discussion, I'd like to express my gratitude to the researchers who share this interesting research. This is a great chance to expand the scope of my thinking about labor migration. As the authors mentioned in the presentation, South Korea is one of the most preferred destinations for Nepali migrant workers. However, few studies have been conducted despite the increasing number of Nepali migrants in Korea. This can be said to be because researches on migrant workers in Korea usually conducted by visa categories rather than by nationality or are centered on larger scales of migration. This study examines why Nepali migrant workers choose to migrate to South Korea through surveys and semi-structured interviews regarding gender, socioeconomic factors, and informal networks of migrants. In this regard, this study would be important preliminary research. It can be the basis for studies related to transnational networks, ethnic enclaves, remittances, and chain migration of Nepali migrants in Korea in the future. However, I hope that the discussions of the study remain in the general migration motivation and survey results of Nepali migrant workers so that more detailed arguments of research will be supplemented in the future. As I read and heard your presentation, I have 3 basic and simple questions about this research. First, you said that migrant workers migrating to Korea have relatively high level of education. So what is the difference in class, educational level, and migration patterns from Nepali migrant workers migrating to other countries such as Japan or the United States? Second, you mentioned that female Nepali migrant workers usually apply to the agricultural sectors of the EPS system. But in addition to the EPS system, Korean government operates the seasonal worker systems in the agricultural sector. Are there female Nepali migrant workers who utilize or apply the seasonal worker system in Korea? And lastly, under the Korean EPS system, there is a limitation that migrant workers can only work for up to 4 years and 10 months. This means that Nepali migrant workers have to return to Nepal when their visa expired. In this regard, I wonder what role or which role of migrant workers returning to Nepal play in the transnational migration network or migration process in Nepal more specifically. And from the perspective of the sending country, do you have any specific suggestion for the Korean migration system or policies in the future? And that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your wonderful discussion. Nilima or Shadik, do you want to answer Professor Kim's questions?
I think, Jeevan sir, would you like to respond? And we will add on you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nilimaji and Shadichaji, for your presentation. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the discussants and all the participants here today. And thank you very much for the questions that you put out. The first, I would like to just let you know that this we envisaged as the baseline study. So we are soon going to conduct the inline study in a way that we are going to approach these individuals who have finally ended up being in South Korea under the EPS, and we are also trying to talk to the people who couldn't make it to the destination. So I think, as you just mentioned, I think from the policy perspective and other academic purposes also, that kind of study and the findings of it will be quite important. When we talk about migration work for all, this is the global agenda that everyone is focusing on. Whether or how it is working or not is something that is debatable. It's also highlighted in our presentation that if the nation has to invest a lot of money, think about the situation where only 7,000 to 10,000 Nepalese succeed to go to South Korea, whereas about 90,000 Nepalese attend the TOPIK test. These are only the people who think that they are confident enough to take tests, but there are others who even do not make to the test. So the kind of investment that incurs in terms of the preparation of the language test, it's quite huge. So this is something that the Korean government and the Nepali government should discuss closely. And I have been personally also discussing about these things here in Nepal. But I think both for the mutual benefits, it's important and it's crucial that both the governments, work out together and try to reduce the cost that is associated. That's one thing. I think I tried to answer two questions together. But there is another questions about the role of the returning migrant workers in facilitating other migrant workers from Nepal. As mentioned in our presentation, the friends and colleagues are the ones who facilitate the migration the most, and they are the one who are the first point of information, accessing information about foreign employment in South Korea under EPS. However, I think there are some other factors, associated with the returning migrant workers. The good thing is that those who end up being in South Korea earn comparatively higher money, and then they can build their better houses, and then they can provide, send their kids to the better schools and for education and health facilities. So that also drives others in the society to aspire for the migration to South Korea. And another, I think, issue that in our presentation we didn't manage, but it's important that most of these youths who are migrating to South Korea are, as also highlighted in our presentations, are relatively more educated as compared to those who go to the GCC and Malaysia. But the unfortunate situation is that they are also many of them in our survey and in our observations also, we found that they even drop out of their college in order to prepare for these tests. So we are talking about the investment in general. Is it worth in part of the state or not? It's something that we need to discuss. About the comparative analysis, we haven't made that kind of analysis. We had few Nepalese who had been to Japan under the JITCO system, the training system as you had in South Korea before EPS, but we don't have that many numbers going to Japan these days and other countries that you mentioned. So I think we couldn't make that kind of comparison, and we don't have literatures available on that. So sorry, maybe we are not in a situation to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer. Miss Lilia, Ma, or
maybe I would
if
like
you want
to
to add on. Yeah,
a few with the second question. Thank you. I think she's a professor. Thank you, Professor, for your question. And with regards to the seasonal worker system that you mentioned about that is happening in the Korea, during the time of interview, during the time of survey, what we found is that their knowledge about the availability, the types of job available in Korea is limited to only to whether you are planning to go to the manufacturing systems or in the agricultural systems, because all those informations are either coming from, as Sadiq also mentioned, coming from the family, friends, networks, and they are not having some kind of formal knowledge, formal information systems that Korea has this kind of jobs available. So their knowledge, their information is limited and based only on those networks and also the language institutes that are providing. That's what they only knew about, whether I'm going for manufacturing or a manufacturing system or also for agriculture one. So we found it's only two categories they are frequently mentioning about. So we have and mostly females were more focused on agricultural systems, as they mentioned. It might be a bit easier to work on the agricultural system because they have already working in the fields, at homes, here in Nepal as well. So it might be difficult for them to go to the manufacturing system and manufacturing sector because they might not have such kind of skills, or they might not be able to handle those heavy machines by themselves. So it was this kind of like informations they were sharing with us. So and regarding to the returnees that you talked about, like what kind of influence that the returnees were having on those like who are planning to have like those kind of transnational migration is like, I think as Jeevan sir already mentioned, like there were like a lot of heavy influence. Like whenever someone returns and you make a beautiful house and have the children with a very good education and health system, obviously they like that kind of that make influence on other, and that drives them to like even to drop out from the school. Even they were having high level of education, they were more encouraged to drop out from the schools and start preparing for the topic tests. It was like that. I think returnees have like this kind of influence, and even those I think they can have two terms. Like once after returning after 5 years, they were even encouraged to go back to earn more. And like they were even planning to appear in the retest of the topic, because they have to go through the test again so that they will be eligible again to get back to Korea and work for another 5 years. So it was that kind of effect or impact that we have found during the time of our study. I hope we managed to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Professor Kim, do you want to add on something?
No, I just say thank you for all answers, the presenters.
Okay, thank you so much again for the presenters and the discussion. So now let's move on to our first presenter, Dr. Bahuri. Now, are you ready?
Dear colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm sorry, and I feel embarrassed actually about these technical problems, but these are the costs of online life. So let me begin with my presentation. I'm sharing my Is this the full screen mode?
So we can say that's our full screen mode.
Yes, okay. The topic of my presentation, the topic of my report is the problem of intellectual migration in post-Soviet Central Asia, assessing state strategies. Well, the global coronavirus crisis and its negative socio-economic consequences may intensify migration processes. And the pandemic has demonstrated the growing role of advanced digital technologies in many areas, from healthcare to education. And under such conditions, the growing exodus of skilled labor force and highly qualified specialists from developing countries can exacerbate the technological backwardness from the level of developing countries from developed ones. And this can trigger socio-economic and political crisis. In this context, the study of the challenges of brain drain for developing countries becomes a topical scientific test. And Central Asia is...
Dr. Bahuri, your screen is like is stopped. So if you want to show us a different slide, next slide, then that will be great.
So why important? Why important? Central Asia is closely associated with migration, but it is usually labor and low-skilled migration. The topic of intellectual migration in the context of Central Asia has not attracted much scientific attention. And the present report is a kind of preliminary work on the topic. I want to thank my colleague from Tajik State University, Dr. Sherali Rezoyan. We've been working together on the topic of intellectual migration for the last 2 years. But after the Taliban came to power in Afghanistan, he just started to follow them, and I just stayed with intellectual migration topic. And today I will focus on the features of Central Asian states, strategies toward brain drain, a process I think this process can have significant impact on the future socioeconomic and political development of the region. So I come up with 3 types of challenges derived from growing intellectual migration waves. And these arguments or these theses are obvious, nothing extraordinary. I highlight socioeconomic challenges, political challenges, and security challenges. The processes of international migration, they mainstream the problems of social and humanitarian dimension, the issues of human development, and the negative consequences of qualified human resources exodus bring not only socioeconomic challenges, but also can lead to political crisis, transformation of value orientation. And in certain segments, geographic segments of Central Asia, the exodus of the least conservative, young and educated part of the population can bring about noticeable archaization of society, popularization of radical narratives, and socio-political disturbances. This is a considerable security pressure in mid-term and long-term perspective. So let me make some conceptual clarification. Actually, in academic works, there are various definitions of intellectual migration. The tradition one is process of departure of scientists and qualified personnel to work outside their country, and a modern definition of intellectual migration. It is a broader approach, interprets intellectual migration as a cross-border movement of scientific and technical specialists, intelligentsia, and students studying abroad and wishing to stay there for a long time. I use the second definition since it helps to present comprehensively the features of intellectual migration in Central Asia. Well, in modern research discourse, scholars distinguish 2 main approaches regarding the classification of intellectual migration. The traditional concept of brain drain and a more modern one, it is brain exchange. Under the first, intellectual migration in its long-term or irrevocable form is seen as a zero-sum game for donor countries, since the outflow of promising specialists undermines the capacity for socioeconomic development. The second concept evaluates the intellectual migration positively, seeing it as a creator of opportunities or benefits for all parties involved in the process. So what are the key factors of brain drain, or the key push factors of brain drain? Regarding the factors of international migrations, mainly economic determinants are highlighted, but the picture of brain drain seems more accurate and complete if both direct and indirect motives of individual decisions are considered. And based on this logic, European researchers of mobility intentions, such as Stefano Barufaldi and Paolo Landoni, compiled a relatively comprehensive, in my opinion, characteristic of intellectual migrant motivations. They capture economic and psychological factors, and they divide non-economic motives into relational and aspirational factors. Here you see the economic factors are salary, benefits, opportunities for advancement, and the non-economic factors, relational, access to local knowledge networks, international local knowledge, and university industry links, and aspirational factors or push factors. These are social status, level of responsibility, the work conditions, degree of independence, and contribution to society. Well, the above-mentioned classification of intellectual migration motivations seems appropriate for the context of the region I am focusing on, I mean, Central Asia. But it can be supplemented with such factors as security, features of political regime, and securitization of certain phenomena of public life in the region's country. So what are the push factors of international migration in Central Asian research discourse? Well, I highlight 4 points. International migration, the migration, broad concept migration, is a popular topic of scientific publications in Central Asia. However, the intellectual dimension of the phenomenon remains poorly studied. And in the existing literature, international migration is understood in its broad interpretation, with special emphasis on youth educational migration. And according to local specialists from Central Asia, the main driving forces of brain drain from Central Asia are not only economic. And the specialists also name lack of demand for scientific personnel because of science-intense industries degradation. The second point is the crisis of national systems of education and science. The third point is the failure of meritocratic policies, corruption, and nepotism. And the fourth is foreign actors' policy to attract qualified specialists. Let me introduce a fresh example in the context of the last thesis. According to the latest data from Russia's migration services offices in Tajikistan, in 2021, over 60,000 Tajikistan citizens applied for a переселение program. It is a resettlement program. And the main requirement of the program, an applicant must be a citizen of one of the former Soviet republics with higher education and work experience. And within the переселение program, mainly doctors and teachers leave Central Asian countries. In 2020, according to the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, over 60,000 citizens of Tajikistan received Russian citizenship. And this is 20,000 more than it was the previous year. So most local researchers see external international migration as a threat to the economic and political stability of their countries. However, some scientists claim that with the right state policies and brain drain can be turned into brain gain. And this thesis is especially true for international education migration and diaspora diplomacy. Well, the study of the region's scientific discourse we conducted with Dr. Youngeon, the study showed that the dynamics of IM research trails the real trends of brain drain the region faces. And it seems that the lack of objective and comprehensive scientific studies of external international migrations makes it hard to understand the full range of challenges of this phenomenon for the region nations. And before I move to the main part of the paper, I'd like to present a picture of Central Asian countries' performance in selected socioeconomic and political spheres. It is very important for the context of my presentation. Here we see basic and key socioeconomic and political performances in selected domains. In nominal GDP of the 5 countries, the average monthly salary, the unemployment rate, though it is according to national statistics, and they are not always precise and good in terms of credibility. Human Development Index, Corruption Perception Index, and Human Freedom Index. This, the presented table shows a whole bunch of problems, and they are potentially push factors of intellectual emigration from the region. And now let me bring about the classification of Central Asian countries based on their international migration, based on their approach towards international migration. Although the problem of brain drain in recent years has become a topic of regular discussions among Central Asian scholars, however, official authorities do not treat this issue with such alarmism as researchers do. For example, in 2019, a member of the Kazakhstan parliament raised the problem of brain drain. She presented an alarmist assessment of the country's staffing in the coming decade. The pessimism was based on the increasing dynamics of the outflow of young qualified personnel in various fields from 34% to 88% over the past 5 years, and that her fears did not find support within authorities whose representatives consider such migration a common phenomenon. However, the picture does not look entirely rosy for Kazakhstan. According to local specialists, in the total number of emigrants, the share of highly qualified specialists annually is about 30%. Moreover, the professions important for national economy are leaving the country. In the first half, for example, in the first half of 2018, the share of PhDs among those leaving was about 34%, economists over 17%. And another problem is the dynamic of non-return migration among young people. According to a recent study by the International Organization for Migration, over 120,000 Kazakhstani citizens are studying abroad, and polls among them show that many do not see their future in their country. The situation in other countries of the region does not seem different. All of them are facing growing emigration of minds, and that authorities publicly refrain from negatively assessing such trends. One more example from the region. In February this year, when a journalist asked Tajikistan Minister of Education during his annual press conference to comment on growing numbers, it was thousands of school teachers and leaving their workplaces and heading to Russia, the minister wanted not to make tragedy of it. Such approach does not mean that authorities do not notice brain drain problems. In the region's context, official recognition of brain drain or intellectual migration as a problem may have reputational risks for political regimes. Therefore, the options of controlling IM or strategy of using its benefit are implemented tacitly. And at the present stage, based on the features of approach to international migration, Central Asian countries can be divided into three groups. The first group, within the first group, we see the promotion of brain exchange model. Within the second group, international migration is more as instrument for stabilizing national labor market and curbing protest sentiment in the midterm perspective. And within the third group, it is restrictive approach with rigid administrative barriers. Well, the first group, I put Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in the first group, and the international migration strategies of these nations seem to be aimed at the shaping of a brain exchange model. And I just came up with basic points. The first instrument, they are calling on foreign authorities and foreign universities to open branches on their territories. The second point is Bolshak scholarship. It is from Kazakhstan, and it gives Kazakhstanis opportunities to get education at leading foreign universities with prerequisite for successful completion of studies and further employment in the Republic. And many Bolshak holders choose Western universities, a fact used by Republic's authorities in their image-making campaigns, as it demonstrates that the country's elite is educated in the West and therefore leads the country properly. And authorities claim that more than 500 government officials holding high public positions are Bolshaki. The third point is Al Yurt Umidi Foundation. It is example from Uzbekistan. Well, in Uzbekistan, in post-Karimov period, this republic focuses great attention on the problem of intellectual migration. In development strategy of Uzbekistan 2035, emigration of highly educated specialists is declared a factor limiting the sustainable development of the republic. So the Al Yurt Umidi Foundation was established in 2018, and the foundation provides grants for education at leading foreign universities as well as internship and courses of advanced training. Since 2018, over 1,000 citizens of the Republic have been granted this scholarship. And the third actor or the third instrument, it is also from Uzbekistan. It is a government-organized NGO, Buyuk Kelajak, and the organization has a council of experts which is set up to support and promote the reforms masterminded by President Shavkat Mirziyoyev. It includes 314 leading Uzbek specialists with successful international professional experience from 35 countries of the world. And it was this council that co-prepared Uzbekistan's concept of the development strategy until 2035, which sets the goal of the Republic to join top 50 countries with the highest GDP. As for the above-mentioned organizations, they also look for qualified compatriots abroad and establish relations with them for the needs of Uzbekistan. Hence, within this strategy, many well-known Uzbeks have returned to their homeland and are now working in the government system. And the second group, I put Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan in this group. And what are the main features? They have identical strategies regarding international migration, and the migration policies of these two nations are mainly aimed at supporting the dynamics of this phenomenon in order to stabilize the situation on domestic labor market and somehow to curb protest sentiment. Strategic development documents of Kyrgyzstan do not mention external international migration. However, according to experts, if all people wishing to leave the country could fulfill their desire, Kyrgyzstan would lose 16% of its population. The number of people with higher education and young people aged 15 or 29 would decrease by 22%. In neighboring Tajikistan, the problem of international migration in the country's national development strategy is recognized, and the high level of external labor migration, according to the strategy, washes out qualified personnel. But despite the proposed socio-economic set of measures in the document, it is hard to expect significant positive results regarding IM push factors in the coming years, since the country is currently experiencing major economic problems exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. And officially, as I said, officially it is not regarded as a problem in public policy in these two countries. It stabilizes the national labor market, and brain drain keeps discontent out of the country, and weak mechanisms of circulatory international migrants. The example is the scholarship of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, Durakhshan Dagon, and it can be seen as the Tajik version of Kazakhstani Bolashak, though with smaller scale and funding opportunities. In 2014 and 18 academic years, 103 grant holders graduated from foreign universities and research centers, and according to Center for International Program of the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Tajikistan, most of the graduates are working in ministers and the government agencies. And the third group, it is with lonely pride, is Turkmenistan, restrictions, and more restrictions. Unlike its neighbors in the region, Turkmenistan's approach to international migration is very different. The migration model of the republic is restrictive. The state largely controls emigration, sometimes with rigid administrative barriers. Most scholars are sure that Turkmenistan state agencies artificially restrict travel of their citizens abroad, including educational trips. And Turkmen authorities refer to the law of migration, which defines the grounds for temporary refusal to leave, namely the fear that a citizen of Turkmenistan during his stay abroad may become a victim of human trafficking, or his departure poses a threat to his life and health. There is a trend when students studying abroad sign a receipt stating that they do not intend to work abroad and will return at the end of an academic year. In 2019, the Minister of Education of Turkmenistan introduced a list of foreign universities whose diplomas are recognized inside the country. According to some commentators, the list of those educational institutions were given to banks across the country, who started to cut out money transfers to those Turkmen students studying in universities out of the approved list. And such restrictive measures seem to be aimed at both curbing the irreversible outflow of would-be qualified workforce and preventing the formation of opposition-minded groups of citizens abroad. And to put it briefly, this migration model is restrictive, including the educational trips. It is susceptible to securitization, and brain drain is regarded as a factor of potential political change. And to some points in conclusion, at first, intellectual immigration from Central Asia will maintain its dynamic in the medium-term perspective. The second, in the coming years, intellectual migration issue is likely to top the public policy priorities across Central Asian countries. The third, current brain drain trends undermine Central Asian nations' development strategies. And the fourth point is brain exodus from Central Asia will foster diaspora diplomacy in the region state strategies toward intellectual migration. The problem of intellectual migration in the context of Central Asian region remains insufficiently studied, and However, awareness of its importance and recognition at the official level is becoming more obvious. And under conditions we've mentioned, and this conclusion indicates that growing political impact of brain drain phenomenon, which makes the development of systematic and consistent intellectual migration strategies by Central Asian nations a task of paramount importance. That's all. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I'm open to answer.
Dr. Bahari, for your very well conceptualized paper. It was very interesting, and I learned a lot about the intellectual migration in the Central Asia. The discussant of this paper is Dr. Mehri Shukurova.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, better.
Do I have 15 minutes for discussion? Okay, I'll use it fully. So, okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Mehri Shukurova, a research fellow of Migration and Social Integration Research Center at Kyunghak University. And thank you, Dr. Kadir, for your beautiful PPT slides and for your insightful and engaging presentation. And you've provided with the additional further explanations which are not mentioned in the conference proceedings. And I got some points that I was hesitating, that I understood it clearly. So thank you very much. And it's such a great experience to listen to the expert from Russia and study more about regional migration related issues, especially about intellectual migration from neighboring countries such Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, including my home country, Uzbekistan. So taking this opportunity, I extend my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me as a panelist. So considering the time limit for the discussion, I'd like to start by summarizing and highlighting some points of Dr. Kadyrov mentioned during the presentation and in the conference proceedings. Then I will offer some additional considerations, ending up with a couple of questions. The author of the study focuses on the emerging process of intellectual migration from the 5 Central Asian countries and aims to study their approaches to this phenomenon. Intellectual migrants have been defined in his study as scientific and technical specialists, creative intelligentsia, and students studying abroad and wishing to stay there for a long time. Key push factors of intellectual migrants from this region are introduced as economic and non-economic ones, as well as the security, political regime, and etc. The author tries to assess Central Asian states' strategies, whether they include the problem of intellectual migration, by dividing them into 3 groups. The first group consists of the countries such as Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, where the construction of the brain exchange model is aimed. Leading specialists educated in developed countries and qualified compatriots' expertise are utilized in the state development strategies of both countries. As piece of additional evidence, he introduced the cases of establishing several international university branches in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Granting international scholarships for talented Kazakh or Uzbek youth, most of them are employed in the governmental sector after graduation. Networks with qualified compatriots abroad through Büyük Gelecek organization in case of Uzbekistan, trying to convert the problem of brain drain into brain gain. The author puts Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan into the second group, as he assumes that the government support external migration to stabilize the situation in domestic labor markets, to curb protest sentiments, Moreover, he points out that the national development strategy of Kyrgyzstan does not provide any statements about external intellectual migration, as there is a high level of immigration sentiment among the Kyrgyz people. So in the case of Tajikistan, national development strategy recognizes the possible negative effects of lack of qualified specialists in the achievement of national development goals. The government assists talented students to study abroad with the aim of employment after graduation, like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Representing third group, Turkmenistan has been introduced as a country where the government takes quite restrictive measures towards its citizens, controlling their immigration. Especially the students of this country are obligated to return after graduation abroad. The author assumes that such restrictive measures are taken to curb the irreversible outflow of qualified workforce. So, analyzing the above-mentioned Central Asian countries, the author concludes that without systemic reforms and the recognition of the problem at the official level, national development strategies will remain ambiguous. So, we all know that highly skilled and qualified people are recognized as a key driving force for national innovation and economic prosperity. In developing countries, as the international migration of talented people has been a matter of concern and the subject of much discussion from the perspective of brain drain since 1960. And for example, China, for example, is succeeding to attract its brains back through the implementation of long-term incentive programs. So in this regard, this study is important, especially in shedding light on a better understanding of the post-Soviet region of Central Asia, where intellectual migration issues have been neglected for the last 3 decades. I absolutely agree with the author that the migration, migration of the highly qualified intellectuals from each country should be taken into consideration at the official level. However, the author analyzed the problem of intellectual migration from the region by a pessimist nationalist approach, in my opinion, because this approach has been defined as discussed as a negative situation in the sending country and a positive situation in the receiving countries. In other words, there has been a view that the loss of human capital in the sending country and their migration of negative economic or other impacts due to the migration of high-quality workers to wealthy countries in pursuit of a higher quality of life. In most of the existing studies, mainly focused on the short effect rather than the long-term effect of emigrating talented people, emphasizing the economic aspect. I think we should shift our paradigm of pessimistic nationalist on the international mobility of talented people to the optimist internationalist approach, because some of those who migrated to the developed countries, maybe not all of them, may return someday to their home country after accumulating knowledge, skills abroad. And this phenomenon has been discussed in terms of brain gain so far. Scientific literature also supports this view, and emphasizing that talents in one country can be efficiently used in other countries and ultimately contribute to the welfare of mankind by improving their abilities. In other words, it can be interpreted as brain gain that benefits not only the receiving country but also sending countries. Therefore, emigration of intellectuals from the region should not be considered as one-way migration, and further research of their return also should be conducted to justify this assumption. I would add that the necessary reversing programs and incentives for the return of the intellectuals should be implemented. And as it is mentioned, some countries, for example, Uzbekistan, has been already trying to solve this problem by connecting with its highly skilled nationals abroad, offering prestigious positions in the governmental sector. However, there is a lack of capacity and long-term strategies in attracting them back. Lack of reliable statistical data also about its intellectuals leaving and also returning. Moreover, the population size, especially in Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, is a burden on sufficient job creation in the labor market. In my opinion, domestic macroeconomic imbalances, high unemployment rates, and relatively low living standards will remain as main factors accelerating all types of migration from this region, including intellectuals, for the next decades. Therefore, the most urgent state strategy for each country should be to discover its knowledge diaspora and utilize its expertise in implementing state strategies by establishing long-term networks. So about additional considerations, the following are recommended and to improve this study. First, in my opinion, the scope of the article is a little bit overly ambitious, because detailed evaluation of the state strategies of 5 countries at the same time without scientific assessment methods or analytical frameworks based on the theories, as well as reliable statistical data, I think is impossible. So, second one is the author states that push-pull approach and the classification of drivers such as economic or non-economic factors of intellectual migration from Central Asian countries as the methodology of the paper. But I think it's useful to explain the motivations of migrants only, but more explanations are needed about how it is utilized in assessing state strategies. So yeah, I hope the author has his own answer for this statement. So third one is I want to add that the clear definition of the concept of brain, intellectuals, and other terms should be provided. Yes, the author also states that the concept is interpreted in multiple ways by developed or developing countries. The criteria for talented, highly qualified migrants are also defined in various ways depending on immigration policies of the sending country and the country of residence. Moreover, so from the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, brain is a very smart person. Highly skilled is defined as having excellent knowledge, experience, or skills in the field of endeavor, and very synonymous such as educated, experienced, experts, professions are presented. So who are considered as brains of Central Asia and where they are? Should we consider those intelligentsia who are educated at the regional universities, which in my opinion, are not able to compete with ones in developed countries and are not even ranked in QS top 1,000 world universities list, except some in Kazakhstan. So are they required to be university trained in developed countries? So I think the clear definition of this concept should be presented. So we can discuss this topic for hours, but I'll stop here. And there are some questions that I'm personally curious about, and I'll upload my discussion paper to the chatting room. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your great discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Miranda. for your valuable comments. I find them really constructive, and they will be taken into consideration, because I'm planning to go on with the intellectual migration topic, and your methodological and conceptual comments, they are really valuable. And of course,
if you don't mind, we could collaborate on this topic in the future, because I got my PhD.
That's exactly I was going to say.
Yeah. I got my PhD on this topic, actually, so it would be fruitful, work in the future, I hope.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you. I want to thank the organizers personally, Ms. Miranda, Ines, for being responsive and being with us all these days. And thank you very much. I'm open for questions. You can write in the chat room.
Yeah, I will leave my discussion paper, and if you can check it at the forest page. It's some questions. If we have time, we can discuss it at the end of the conference. Okay, thank you.
Till then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presenter and the discussant. And I think we just saw the beauty of the academic conference, which played a role like a matchmaker. So I hope you guys will collaborate in the future sometime. Thank you again. And if you have any questions or comments to any presenters or discussants, please leave your comments or questions in the chat so that we can discuss them later at the very end. Okay, now let's move on to our last presenter, the candidate of political sciences, Marina Odribia. So she is the senior lecturer at the Department of International Relations of the Far Eastern Federal University in Russia.
Hello, good day. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's a really honor for me to be here today. Not far from South Korea, I represented, as you already said, the Far Eastern Federal University. It's situated in Vladivostok City, far east of Russia. And unfortunately, my colleague has no opportunity to join me today, so it will be a solo presentation. And to be the last speaker, it's like a challenge, and because some point and important things have already told, but I'll try not to repeat it. But two brilliant reports highlight some things that I should pronounce once more time. Sorry. So I share my presentation. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so let's start. And as we already said, migration plays an important role in the life and society all over the world. Today, it's one of the main sources of interstate relations, contributing to the development of economic, social, and political cooperation. And the labor migration, both for sending and receiving society, may partly play the role of the engine of national economies. For example, as a result of migration, instability in the domestic labor market is eliminated, and foreign markets are replaced by cheap labor. And today, migration has become a global phenomenon and is in the process of steadily growth. And the main reason for this process is uneven development of the countries of the world, which contributes to the emergence of such phenomena as large wage gap, high unemployment, demographic boom, And this and other factors becomes the reason for the desire of population from development states to find their niche and place of work with an acceptable salary in developed states. And the current global estimate is that there were around 281 million international migrants in the world in 2020, which it's 3.6% of global population. And overall, the estimated number of international migrants has increased over the past 5 decades. As you can see on this picture, the total estimated 281 million people living in a country other than the countries of birth in 2020, and it was 128 million more than in 1919, in over 3 times the estimated number in 1917. And Republic of Korea is currently experiencing a reduction in workforce. The reason of this situation is a lower birth rate and a rapid rate of aging of the population. In 2018, South Korea became the first state in the world where we can see the total fertility rate fell below 1, and it's 0.98. And since 2004, the South Korea government has been inviting temporary migrant workers through the employment permit system. It's look like this site, and its innovative model of managing cross-border labor migration in Asia has increased in transparency of the recruitment process and reduced the cost of migration. As I can see, it's not very difficult to fill all these fields and get permission to enter the South Korea. And as of beginning of 2019, there were about 2 million foreigners in the country, and about half of this number were Chinese citizens. Among Chinese citizens, in turn, more than half were ethnic Koreans with Chinese passports. In other words, foreigners make up approximately 4% of total population of South Korea. And some experts believe that continued and increasing migration to South Korea is a right way to maintain an adequate workforce and economic growth. But there is a problem. As usual, there is a problem, and it's the problem is that the more than 366,000 live in Korea illegally. This includes those who entered Korea on a visa-free regime and stayed after expiration of the visa. And some of them came from Tajikistan. And as we consider Tajikistan, why people leave their motherland, it's because the domestic labor market of Tajikistan at the present stage of its development is not able to provide the able-bodied part of country's population with a place of employment. In this regard, in order to use their potential, this part of population is trying in various ways to gain access to the labor market of foreign states. And in the period of 2003 to 2013, there was a growth trend of external labor migration of Tajik citizens, but over period 2014 to 2016, there is an obvious trend of decline in external labor migration. And the main reason for this process are the economic sanctions of United States and Western countries against Russia, decrease in production rates and exchange rate of the Russian ruble, as well as significant change in Russian legislation in the field of migration. Thus, there is a situation in the labor market of Tajikistan characterized by the increase in the number of returning labor migrants to the country, along with the continual stable growth in the supply of labor due to the high birth rate and the corresponding increase in population, as well as lack of adequate supply of jobs. This situation leads to increased tensions in the domestic labor market of the country. And in 2029, only 373,000 citizens of Tajikistan went into labor migration. And according to statistics, labor migrants mainly go to Russia. It's 96%. Then Kazakhstan, 2.5%, and other states is only 1.5%. And most of them are young people. Sorry for Russian slide, but it's age. Red one is age from 18 to 29. And you can see that most of Tajik migrants are very young people. And as we know, Russia remains the main direction of labor migration for the residents of Tajikistan. And however, strict rules of stay and higher tariffs for permits, difficult work conditions, low wages, and other difficulties force Tajik citizens to look for other ways for labor migration. And moreover, legislation of Russia in the field of migration requires foreign citizens to comply with the rules of stay, residence, and employment on the territory of Russia. And sometimes it happens that Tajik citizens do not comply with these rules. And as a result, not a few migrants and their family members have been included in list of so-called prohibitants. For some, a decision was made on administrative expulsion, and for some, entry into the territory of Russia is prohibited from 3 to 10 years. And in recent years, more and more residents of Tajikistan choose other states, including South Korea, to earn money. And diplomatic relations between Tajikistan and the Republic of Korea were established in April 1992. And in June 2008, the embassy of the state started function in Dushanbe, the capital of Tajikistan. And since that, at various high-level meetings and during negotiations, parties repeatedly discussed issues of cooperation in the field of labor migration. But however, until now, Tajik citizens do not have the opportunity to legally work in South Korea as migrant workers, because the intergovernmental agreement in this direction has not yet signed. But it was to note that constructive steps already been taken in this direction, and for example, the memorandum of understanding was signed between the Ministry of Labor, Migration and Social Protection of Tajikistan and the Korea Smart Human Technology Association. In order to further develop and deepen cooperation, the parties undertook to develop, plan, and organize events for conducting short-term Korean language courses, ensuring the participation of specialists in events aimed at developing the system of vocational education, employment of graduates of courses at industrial enterprises and reputable companies of the Republic of Tajikistan and South Korea. And it's necessary to note the fact that currently only those citizens of Tajikistan who have Russian citizenship have found legal work in South Korea. They can visit Korea without a visa period for 60 days, 3 times a year. And if they visited Korea 4 times in 2 last years or 10 times in general, so they can receive a multiple entry 5-year visa. But often, if they enter South Korea as a tourist, they stay for a long time and become an illegal person. In general, Tajik citizens can travel to Korea on visas such as official, student, business, medical, and guest visas. But there is an exception of labor migration for Tajik citizens who are ethnic Koreans. As you know, they can apply for special category of visas, and ethnic Koreans received this visa according to special programs aimed to attracting their compatriots abroad. And often residents of Tajikistan turn to various private offices which regularly announce the recruitment of citizens to work in other states and in particular in South Korea. In Dushanbe, not only in internet but also around the city, there are a lot of advertisement for assistance in the employment of Tajik in South Korea. And it's interesting, I show you this slide. It's in Russian, sorry. It's advertisement that this company looking for handymen to work in factories, construction sites, farms, furniture production. They promise salary around 2,000 to 3,000. You should work from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Have 3 break for 50 minutes and 1 hour for lunch. And it's very interesting for me that you can see, мы находимся во Владивостоке, you can see it's right here. It's mean we situated in Vladivostok, so in my native city. I tried to call this number, but unfortunately it doesn't work. This advertisement is rather old, to 2018, I believe, because of pandemic. It broke this scheme, but I believe you agree that it's very interesting that company from Vladivostok recruit Tajik citizens to work in South Korea. And later I'll try to call once again, and if you're interested, I told you the results. So and this fake ads to mislead people, and in this regard, the Ministry of Labor, Migration and Employment of Tajikistan and the Embassy of South Korea in Dushanbe urge citizens of the state to refrain from traveling to Republic of Korea for work, because it's not good to violate the migration registration of this country. And the reason why the Korean side is delaying the signing of the agreement, maybe it's because Korea has already have a lot of migrants from Vietnam, China, Philippines, and other countries neighbor Korea, and authorities of the Korea are forced to impose restriction on the entry of new foreigners who want to find work there. In addition, the unwillingness of the country's departments to invite migrant workers is affected by the frequent violation of citizens arriving in South Korea, many of whom then remain there illegally. And according to estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, almost 12,000 Kazakh citizens are currently working illegally in South Korea. And the same situation is with Uzbekistan. According to official data, the number of illegal Uzbek workers in South Korea amounted to more than 7,000 people. And for the most part of Tajik citizens, they do not have appropriate work permits in Korea. They usually live in cities where the service sector has been formed with communication in Russian, employment opportunities, and very low cost of renting housing. Most visitors work in service sector, in factories, construction sites for a relatively small salary. And the main reason why they come is to earn money and return home. They have few opportunities to learn Korean, receive special education, and integrate into South Korean society. However, despite all these hardships and difficulties, people go to Korea because wages may be higher than in Russia and working conditions are more acceptable for them. And this gentleman, Mr. Bakiev, he is a chairman of the Council of Foreign Citizens of Seoul. He's Tajik and is considered one of the most successful Tajiks in Korea. And he is a manager of SJ Logistic Group. And he had a big interview in the beginning of the January of this year, and he said that you can see you can earn in Korea $200, while in Russia only $20. And in his interview, he said that Koreans are very hospitable. I believe it's true, not like Russians who are very angry. Working conditions are very good, and of course salary is very high. But if you roll the interview and see comments that people leave, you can see that usually they negate many of things he said about salary, that is not so high, about the condition is not very good, and it's not so easy to live in South Korea for Tajik people. And the main problem is the language. They do not know the language of Korea. But Korea officially accepts foreigners workers from 16 states. Among them is Republic of Uzbekistan, and this agreement of labor migration between the countries has been forced since 2013. And Seoul's relations with Tashkent have the character as a special strategic partnership. And states cooperate of energy, mining of rare metals, healthcare, and a number of other areas, including migration policy. And however, relations between the Republic of Tajikistan and the Republic of Korea have not yet reached such a level. And nevertheless, taking into account the interest of the parties, Seoul need work resources. Dushanbe should diversify the migration flow. In this issue could become a starting point for intensifying cooperation between the states in other areas of bilateral cooperation. And in the beginning of this year, the first ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of Republic of Korea to Tajikistan start to work in Dushanbe. And perhaps this appointment will lead to the development of relations in the field of migration. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marina, for your great presentation. Dr. Ajay Kumar, who is the professor at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, he's going to be the discussant to this paper.
Thank you, the organizers, the distinguished participants, Professor Kim over there, I don't see him. Also the colleagues whom I knew earlier who were there. It's great to come back. I see Muhammad Ghulam Rabbani, also saw Dr. Ghulam earlier, Professor from Seoul, Professor Chung, also I saw him earlier. So it's great to be back here. I think the paper is very detailed written on some of the aspects that the paper intends to cover, especially what is the pull factor for South Korea to get foreign workers, and what is the push factor for Tajikistan to let many of its workforce migrate outside. And the paper covered these two aspects. It covered in very good details and gave very insightful figures that makes the issues clear to any reviewer of the paper. The paper also highlights why Tajik migrants are not coming in big number to South Korea, which really needs substantial number of workforce from outside because of the various factors that was presented by the speaker. While doing this, the paper has also highlighted that the total number of Tajik migrants in South Korean external labor force that has come, foreign national that have come, is minuscule. It's very, very small, and 3 countries, it says, put together is less than 2%. So the number is less, and therefore it makes the study much more interesting and powerful. And in my opinion, though the details of how many migrants are globally, what are the push factor for Tajikistan, what are the pull factor, what are the agreement between the 2 countries, how the labors are still moving. But there are certain issues which I would like to suggest for the paper writer to consider. Number 1 is a theoretical framework to this. Any academic study, the case study that we are taking, even if it is a small percentage of migrant of the total workforce of Korea from Tajikistan, the movement and its directions, its intensity, the change in between over the period, all of this needs a theoretical framework. There are several of them which are available, and the speakers need to take the appropriate one to put the entire study into a conceptual framework so that it becomes relevant for other case studies as well. So that's the one outstanding thing I would like the paper to take it up. There are smaller things, but important things to make this paper an academic and rigorous studies, is that it must examine related aspect, even for this smaller number of migrants, within the framework, even that the paper has decided or the presenters has been made about the inclusion and coordination in this current transformative period. What has been the kind of job these small populations of Tajik migrant to South Korea are engaged in? What are the diversity in that? Are they high skill, low skill, or the unskilled labor? Language is a handicap, but still the labor is moving. Even in other parts of the world, it is moving. But what is the kind of job profile that they have within this? A thorough study, since they are smaller in number, would be very interesting to know. The second aspect is also important. What kind of job and ethnicity mix is there? Is the Tajik migrant just one group of people, and there are different subgroups? Is there a diversity in Tajik migrants to South Korea, or it is a monolithic community? The reason why I'm saying that in all other such cases where push and pull factor work for people to migrate to different region, and especially in situation where the language is a major barrier, the one important factor that plays a very important role in accelerating that is feedback and chain migration. That people who are there, they connect people back home and they facilitate rather than the general movement of people towards that. In case of Indians who migrated to Francophone region where they're totally assimilated, where the migration for a non-French speaking population had been difficult, it's the feedback mechanism from those early migrants and the chain migration connected with that had been the most effective way to facilitate migration. And in order to understand that, even for Tajik, one has to know what are the subdivisions within them, both in terms of ethnicity and in terms of their work profile, whether they are skilled, unskilled, or highly skilled migrants. That needs a larger discussion in that place. I heard towards the end of the presentation that there were 1 or 2 cases were thrown out for how Korean had been responding to Tajik migrants. the population, the government part had been taken up, that there are several categories of visa. There are there is special visa for those who are of Korean origin. All those things are still there. But how people who get affected by migrant positively, sometimes negatively, are responding to migrant from Tajik region, because it is their response again that sends a feedback, and that serves how the migration speed or intensity will be determined in future. That if the local population over there is not very positive, then you have issues that come up for accelerating that, despite the fact that you have the facilitation mechanism like agreement, like policies, like agencies that supports that. So what I would like to suggest that the paper needs to include all these into details, despite being a very minuscule percentage of overall workforce from outside in Korea, and look at the strength and weakness of these migrants population vis-a-vis others. Who are their contenders with whom they compete over there? What kind of job profiles they have, and what are their ethnic subgroups? What kind of message and linkages it sends back to the home? And in detail, not just the example of a few successful people who are saying how much you can earn here, but a detailed response of the local population, that what kind of issue they have been facing, or whether they're extremely happy, they would like to encourage more people from Tajik region, or based on some ethnic or religious or linguistic consideration, they have issues. I think that will make what I say, that besides the theoretical framework absence, the second part that I summed up all this, what I would call the problematization of the issue. What are the problem that the paper is trying to address? What are the problematics of the paper? Is it the description or collecting statistics on two sides, why they migrate out and why they receive migrant, or is it some problematic that we are trying to address? So I think the theoretical framework and problematization of the study, I would strongly suggest to the author, otherwise very well written paper in terms of documenting, capturing, and also in terms of presentation on the issue. Thank you. I will stop with this one. Yes.
Marina, do you want to answer to his question?
Yes, thank you, professors, for your advices, and I'll take into account all of this. I can make some suggestion about your question. It's about how migrants from Tajikistan works in South Korea. I believe they try to find Russian speaking groups, maybe from post-Soviet states that work in South Korea and work together with Kazakh and Uzbek migrants. But it's only suggestion. I have to check it for sure. And what else? Job profile and job skills of these people. I believe most of them are unskilled and work in farms and construction sites. But thank you for your advices. I'll try to find this information to form the better paper.
Thank you.
In future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them in the chat. In the meantime, MD Golan Rabani, he left his question in the chat. Do you want to ask Dr. Lilima, Ray, and Shadik. Oh, do you wanna ask your own question, or do you want them to see your?
I've already left my question here in image format because it was long. That's why I couldn't send it word format.
Is it for us?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see your question actually.
Yeah. If you, did you see the question?
No, actually, yeah, I was looking for it, but I couldn't find it.
Okay, can I?
To you? Oh, or he can, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your excellent presentation, Dr. Nilima Rai and Dr.
No, sorry, I'm not doctor at the moment.
Okay. And Sadishka Bhattacharya.
Sadisha Bhattrai.
Okay, Bhattacharya. So I have one question about your paper. In your paper, you discuss that educated young people from Nepal are impacted by psychological problems when they cannot come to Korea even after learning the Korean language or investing money. So my question is it because of they can get opportunity to come to Korea or because of lack of employment opportunities in Nepal as a whole? This is my question actually, because I think it might have other factors, such as when failure youth can see their friends or neighbor are sending a handsome amount of remittances per month, which reflects on migrants' family social status. So, but on the other hand, failure people cannot see any change in their life. So, because the amount of money for preparing to South Korea has only estimated $900 in your paper, so which might be included airfare from Nepal to Korea, or I don't know exactly. So this amount of money can be earned within 2 weeks from South Korea. So if the person get a chance to come to Korea, actually, so in this regard, if you see like the expense of migration to Gulf countries is several times more than in Korea. So because of going to Gulf country, migrants should provide a significant amount of money to brokers, which doesn't actually require migrating to South Korea. So this is actually my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you were a doctor, then Dr. Muhammad.
No, I'm not doctor.
Okay then. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your question. Actually, you asked, the young adults who are, are having some psychological impacts. It's because it's part of it. Like it's because both because they are educated, but they won't get appropriate jobs here, with respect to their educations, and also we might have already discussed. We already discussed that they dropped out to get into language classes because they have to, because it's very intensive and it's very highly competitive because they have to compete among around 90, 100 to 100,000 of students to get that quota, which is barely like 7,000 to 8,000 each year. So it's very, you can imagine how competitive it might be. And they have already invested their education. They have already lost their education. They stopped studying. They have already invested so much of money and time, and they have already left their family back home. And they came to Kathmandu or in Pokhara. So we have like two places where this kind of education training institutes have established. So on the way of this kind of long and hassle, the process, and also the strenuous work, they are trying to get how we call it, they trying to pass that topic test, and sometimes they get failed, and even they get pass, they have to wait for long without any certainties if they are going to, if they will be employed in Korea or not. This process is quite long for them. Like it might sometimes take 1 or 2 years. So in the process of waiting, it's some sort of having some kind of psychological issues, and also they are distressed actually, they're stressed out, like if I'm going to Korea because I've already stopped education, I've already stopped what I was working before. So it's like it's kind of mixed, because of in one hand it's because of unemployment that already existed in countries like in South Asia, like very well with the context, and the rest is like there is uncertainties lying in front of you, like if you are going to Korea or not, even if you pass the topic test, because that's not also certain that you are going to Korea, right? So if you have been through the employment permit system, because there are a lot of long, lengthy process that they have to go through to get employed in the under EPS system to go to Korea. So you talked about we have mentioned like that's only for the actually language preparation. That's only for the the average amount of a person has been paying, like investing their money. It's around like 900. That's among within the participants that we have calculated actually. But there are so many other associated costs, like you have to stay in a rent, you have to come to Kathmandu, and you have to stay in the rent. You have to like commute every day to the language institute, and you have to pay. These days they have to pay for the mobile phones. You have to pay for the Wi-Fi's because everything is coming in YouTube. They also want to access those things too, so that they can be like perform well during the exams. And this kind of lot of cost because it's at the end like as you know that like Korea doesn't take money to employ the employees, right? They don't. Workers, they take workers without paying money. As you said, like I agree that GCC countries, and if you go to Malaysia, they are paying. So despite of having zero cost policies we are having these days, because they will pay beyond formal process, they will pay to the brokers or some other people might be paying $100,000 or $200,000. That's we both know about these things, but we are talking about the aspirants, like those who doesn't know about there's certainties that if they are eventually going to Korea or not, but they have already been investing a lot of amount of their time and also the money because it's a lengthy process. You have to go. They start going for a minimum 6 months of classes, and until that you can imagine how much of money they in cumulatively how much money they will be spending within those time, and also that uncertainty lies in front of them. That's why we are talking about the aspirant migrant workers. Not those who are already in the process of going, but those who are processed to take exam. Not the one who are selected, because that it's only 7,000 to 8,000 people who are selected within that quota to go to Korea for each year. But you can imagine we are already having 100 to 90,000 people who are competing for the same exam. You can imagine the tremendous pressure and stress among the students or the candidates who will be appearing in the test. So I hope if there is anything, Sadiksha, do you want to add?
Thank you, Nilmari. I think you answered almost all the questions. The only thing that I want to, I think I will be repeating what you said. Like we have, when we look at the cost, I think it's they can recover the cost within few months, like after they work in Korea. But if we look at the number of students that are competing for that small number of quotas that comes every year, and especially when we look at after 2019, in the last 2 years, we have not sent anyone, and there were almost 182,000 that appeared in the test, and I think there were more than 15,000 that passed the test that year, and they were waiting, but suddenly the COVID-19 impacted their movement. So you can imagine the kind of time and resources they have spent, and even if there was not this pandemic, but still you see the remaining 50,000, those who prepare for that test, you are spending so much time and resources. So that is one thing that needs to be, I think, looked into. And one of the suggestion, like it could also be one of the suggestion as a researcher, that we could also look at how these who fail to migrate, like who cannot pass this topic test, or who frequently give this test every year, they are trying for the last 4-5 years but still have not been able to migrate. We can look at what kind of impact it has having in their at the household and at the individual level from different perspectives. So that could be something that we still need to look into in this case. So I'd like to say this much to answer. I hope we did answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nilimarai and Sadishka Bhattarai. So I got my answer. And actually, I'm also working on Bangladeshi labor migration in Korea. That's why I was curious about your research. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are actually running out of time. We only have 1 minute, and there will be a closing ceremony in this mirroring room. So we are going to get just one more question or comments from the floor. Are there any comments or questions?
Hello, I'm Dr. Sarita. So I just want to add a point for the Nepalese migrants in Korea and about the dropouts or not getting the language qualification in selecting or so what happening because I also presented a paper in the GCC country Nepalese migrant today in the morning. So I just wanted to add, because there is a huge number of recruiting agencies in Nepal, and yes, the presenters rightly mentioned about that. They face the challenges like renting their accommodation, Wi-Fi, and other educational equipments if they need to study and learn that language to pass this recruiting exams in this in getting into the South Asian countries. The major because sometime it is very late study, very research on the Nepalese migrant in other countries. The point is basically sometime the recruiting agencies, they give them a very basic understanding about the language in any country they are going to, whether it's an English country, it's a Korean country, it's a Gulf country. Plus there is a huge number of corruption is going in those recruiting agencies. They give a fake language certificate, learning certificate even to the migrants to just get through the to the pass the migration exams, even for visas and other stuffs. So I think the presenters or the paper presenters who presented in the on this topic, they can even look into this area because there is huge corruption in that. So just this was a very small suggestion and observations. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. We'll take your comments. We would also like to respond on this. Actually, in regard to Korea, if you go through the in-depth in relation to employment permit system in Korea, because it's a bit different as compared to GCC countries and Malaysia, because it is the Korean all the administrative things, including all the instructor and all the examiners, they come from Korea actually. So you have to appear to the test. It's not that like someone will get a fake certificates and they will pass the test, but it's like everything comes from Korea, including the syllabus and all the instructor, and also the examiners come from Korea. So I think in that way this thing is I think the corruption related to or in relation to getting a fake certificate has been solved. Like it's different as compared to GCC country and Malaysia in relation to EPS system in Korea. I think that's it from my side.
Hey, thank you so much, Dr. Sharvita, for your great point, and thank you, Nilima, for your answer. Since we are running out of time, so if there is no one to add on, then I think we are going to wrap up this session. So thank you so much again for the great presenters and discussants, and for the participants who came into this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, all
Thank
of you.
you.
Thank you.
In closing today's conference, I would like to all our speakers, all the attendees, and particularly those who stayed to the end of this conference. I want to thank the members of the all sessions for a very informative, provocative, and stimulating presentation and discussion. Above all, I would like to thank Dr. Youngeon, President of the Association for the Studies of the Overseas Korean, and Professor Park Jung-gyu, Director of the Institute of the Globalization and Multicultural Studies, Hanyang University, for co-organizing this conference. Finally, I also express my gratitude to the program committee all sessions, to various participants for this interesting conference. Thank you very much. 박준규 선생님 잠깐 뭐 멘트 하시고 임 선생님도 인사를 그냥.
네, 알겠습니다. It's regrettable that this great event has come to closing, and I could kind of feel the heat from all the discussion and debates. Hope everyone have contributed and also learned many insights and current situations in not only in South Korea but also in the world. I once again would like to thank the host organization and other affiliated associations and organizations for making this international conference a success. And for again, just for Institute of Globalization and Multicultural Studies, we will look forward to working with all the partners here in this conference to really not only research but also bring a better world in South Korea, but also not only in South Korea but also for the world. Thank you very much.
Finally, Youngeon, President of the Association for Studies of Koreans Abroad, want to add something to this closing ceremony?
오늘 학술회의를 준비해 주신 전남대학교 디아스포라 연구소 선봉기 선생님하고 유천호 선생님, 대단히 고생 많으셨습니다.
I'd like to appreciate your effort in preparing for this conference, to all the members that have worked hard for preparing it.
그리고 멀리서 또 오스트레일리아, 인도, 인도네시아, 카자흐스탄, 중국, 일본 등에서 발표에 참여해 주시고 활발한 토론을 진행해 주신 교수님, 여러 선생님께 감사드립니다.
And I also would like to give my thanks to all the scholars that have participated from different parts of the world, from India and Kazakhstan and Russia and Japan in this conference, for giving very good insight in the discussion.
특별히 오늘 논의된 주제, 이주와 젠더, 디아스포라와 모국 관계, 이민자들의 건강 문제, 비환동포, 이주 노동자 출입국 문제, 문화 정체성 변화 등 많은 논문들이 발표되었습니다.
And in this conference, we have been discussing many different papers on very different topics on migration and gender, migration and labor migration, and other connections with diaspora in the motherland.
물론 각각의 논문들은 많은 내용을 담고 있지만
Obviously, all these research are dealing with several different topics.
상대적으로 다문화사회의 진행 정도에 따라 토론 주제에 대한 약간의 견해 차이가 있어 보입니다.
But they different on this different aspect. We can see very some different topics within.
각 국가 또는 각 주제의 정책적, 제도적 차이와 격차에 따라 발생한 문제점도 있고 거기에 따라서 적용상의 문제점도 있을 것 같습니다.
We can see the difference that each country and each policies can make, and all the problems that come from that.
향후 이러한 문제점을 되짚어보고 한국에서의 정책적, 제도적 차이를 접혀가고 적용해가는 연구들로 심화되어 갔으면 좋을 거라 생각됩니다.
And it's good that from now Korea can take all these problems in consideration and how these policies are made in order to improve the situation.
오늘 발표자와 토론분들께 대단히 감사드리고 수고 많으셨습니다. 감사합니다.
I would like to thank to all the presenters and all the discussants, and you did a very good job today. Thank you very much. Okay, one final words, Professor Kyunghak, for this event. Your microphone is closed. Professor Kyunghak, your microphone is.
이제 그만 끝내자고요.
Okay, thank you very much.
예, 고생하셨습니다.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
고생 많으셨습니다.
감사합니다.
또 다음번에
수고하셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
고생 많으셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Yes, precious.
Okay.